Прийшли окупанти до нас в Україну, форма новенька, воєнні машини, та трохи поплавився їх інвентар. Байрактар, Байрактар. Російські танкісти сховались в кущі, щоб лаптем посьорбати довбані щі, та трохи у чах перегрівся навар. Байрактар, Байрактар. Приперли зі сходу до нас барани для восстановлення
великої страни.
Найкращий пастух баранячих отар. Байрактар, Байрактар. Ті, хто воде всяке озброєння різне, потужні ракети, машини залізні, у нас на всі доводи є коментар. Байрактар, Байрактар. Вони захопити хотіли нас зразу, а ми зачаїли на орків образу з російських бандитів, робить примар. Байрактар, Байрактар. Російська поліція справи заводить, там пивцю рашистів ніяк не знаходить, хто винен, що в нашому полі глухар. Байрактар, Байрактар. Веде пропаганду кремлівський урод, слова пропаганди ковтає народ, тепер нове слово знає цар.
Байрактар.
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 Yes.
The Leaf Spring Army sends its regards.
Русский военный корабль. Предлагаю сложить оружие и сдаться. Русский военный корабль, иди нахуй.
Наші
Hello, everyone. I'm the Enforcer, and I'm accompanied by Enforcer Matt.
And good evening, folks. It's Enforcer Matt, and this is day one of the war between Israel and Iran. And as we speak, the largest drone attack in the history of the world is taking place. And it's good to see you all once again.
And of course, we're going to be covering the past 30 minutes of the beginning of the Iran-Israeli war, as Iranian forces have now launched the largest drone strike ever to occur in history, and are also firing dozens, if not from initial reports, at least 100 medium-range ballistic missiles towards the territory of Iran. As we are going live right now, these drones and missiles are still flying over the Middle East and are currently inbound towards to the state of Israel. We've been able to get an incredibly large amount of information before we have gone live today, showing the very preliminary minutes and hour of the first literal hour of the attack of the Iran-Israeli war from the Islamic Republic of Iran. We're going to be trying to cover this as best we can, and not only that, we will also be getting, most likely, very frequent interruptions from Enforcer Matt tonight as I try and cover everything that has happened in the first hour so far, as we will be getting breaking news updates that are happening while we are live on air. This is probably the single largest drone attack that has occurred. In fact, it is the largest drone attack that has ever occurred in history, as we have been able to confirm that over 300 Shahed 136 drones have taken flight from the territory of Iran and are currently somewhere over western Iraq, making their way into Jordanian and Syrian airspace, and are soon to make it into the airspace of Israel. We have been seeing a lot of footage coming out that appears to be inaccurate. We will be covering that potentially here in a moment and talking about some of the inaccurate news that is coming out. But right now, the story is very fuzzled. Very bumfuzzled. We do have to remember that this has only been ongoing for about 30 minutes, and we will be trying to give y'all the most up-to-date and most accurate reports that we can actually find. Moving on into our first breaking news, we were able to hear that apparently a large swarm of Iranian drones had taken off from Iran and were heading on their way towards Israel. We were able to see this large swarm of drones over the area of eastern Baghdad as it flew over the city. What you're seeing in the skies above Baghdad, these small white flakes, are actually the mass swarm of drones. There's about 150 to 200 drones in this single swarm that are flying in one large group from Iran towards Israel. This picture was taken approximately 1 hour ago, and right now we understand that the drones are currently over western Iran from the information that we were able to find so far. Well, not only that, but we were able to find a large amount of footage showing these drones as they continue to fly across Iraq and on into Jordan. We were able to get an additional clip right here showing a drone flying over Israel, western Iraq, which we were able to see right here. When you hear the sound of the drones flying overhead. And that's the end of the clip. Moving on from that, we were able to get an additional clip of another incoming drone heading towards Israel, flying wildly low to the ground to where a cameraman on the ground could actually see the exact outline of the Shahed 136, pretty much the entirety of the fuselage. But there is the Shahed right there. Testing, can you hear me?
I think we're back. Well, I think we got DDoSed or something. Went totally down for like a solid 5 seconds.
We got straight up DDoSed right there because the internet was fine, but I had to completely disconnect it and reconnect it in that moment to try and get back on air. Sorry, everyone, for the intermittent interruption. It appears that we were just knocked off air, but we are right back on air, and we're going to be continuing the story where we left off. Matthew, what was the last thing you heard me say before we were interrupted?
You were starting to show the middle of the part of that video you were showing us a minute ago.
Of the drone that was flying incredibly low towards the ground?
Yes, I believe it was that one.
Alright, and so we're going to be getting right back to this clip as we can see the Iranian drone flying incredibly low right here. And there goes the Shahed 136, one of the hundreds that are currently on its way towards Israel. And then in this clip, we can also see Iran launching one of its medium-range ballistic missiles from its territory, right in this clip. You see the missile fly over right there. And that is one of the missiles that is now on its way towards the state of Israel. It is currently somewhere over the airspace of Iraq, Syria, or Jordan, but the exact information is unknown. We did hear yesterday that apparently 100 Iranian medium-range ballistic missiles were prepared to fire, and as we are getting news today, it appears that at least 100 Iranian medium-range ballistic missiles have been fired from the territory, as reports began to surface of launches that were happening from the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps within the territory of the Islamic Republic of Iran. We were then also able to get additional video footage showing these launches from the territory of Iran and some of their flight over eastern Iraq, and one clip possibly located into the area of western Iraq. Here is our first clip from the area near to the launch sites inside of Iran, showing the launch of the Iranian missile. Unfortunately, exact details about these classes of missiles that are being used is unknown. We do know, however, that all of the missiles that are being used are the intermediate range ballistic missiles that the Islamic Republic of Iran has in incredibly large numbers. We were then able to get...
Also, by the way, Enforcer, real quick, just a quick announcement, a breaking news update here. We've known for about, maybe about 20 to 30 minutes that British and also U.S. jets are in the skies over the Middle East, and they're actively shooting down missiles if they see them, and also those Shahed drones that are flying toward Israel. We have gotten confirmation that U.S. forces have shot down a handful of the Iranian drones heading toward Israel, but not all of them. So a good portion of them are still on the way to Israel, and they're going to be coming in contact with the Iron Dome shortly.
We have also heard, not only with that statement, to quickly skip forward from the missile news, and we'll return to that in a second, we have also heard that a U.S. KC-135 Stratotanker that was orbiting over the area of western Iraq has apparently declared a Squawk 7500, I believe, if I'm correct. Actually, a 7700, which is a general emergency over southern Iraq, and we believe that this aircraft may have possibly run into some issues or may have even been stricken by some sort of an Iranian attack. That information is unknown at the moment. It is mere speculation, but we do know that one U.S. Stratotanker in the area has declared a general emergency and is apparently evacuating the airspace of Iraq immediately. Moving on back from the U.S. Air Force, well, really the coalition Air Force news that is going on in the area, and back into the missile attacks, we were also able to hear that over the area of Kut, or the, I believe it's called the Wasit province of Iraq, we were able to see more Iranian missiles flying on their way towards the state of Israel. And really quickly, hopefully this video will load.
And also, by the way, while that is loading, we do actually have a number between U.S. and British forces. So far, they've intercepted over 100 Iranian drones using fighter jet aircraft. So actually a pretty decent number. However, the number is going to grow over time as the attack occurs. So that's the beginning of the wave, but that's not all of them.
And moving on from that breaking news right there, and that's incredible here, that means that approximately 100 drones have been shot down by coalition air forces within the area, not including the Israelis currently, from what we understand, but we were able to get additional footage from the Wasit province of Iraq showing one of these intermediate range ballistic missiles flying over the territory. We were then able to receive footage from just further north of Baghdad into the area of northern Iraq, where we also saw additional missiles flying overhead. The span, or really the width of territory that these missiles are covering from its lowest reported point in the Wasit province of Iraq all the way up into the northern area of Iraq are showing that the amount of missiles that have been fired is incredibly large. We can see the solid motor of one of the missiles, actually two of the missiles, as they're flying over this area of northern Iraq.
Also, by the way, I'm not sure if it's true just yet or not, but we have seen some preliminary reports saying that maybe Iran is using a part of Iraq territory to launch some of their missiles or drones. That's not confirmed at the moment, but there have been several reports of that, so we'll have to wait and see if that's actually the case.
That may actually be true. From what we understand, the attack that happened at Entente on Tower 52 that led to the death of 3 U.S. service members was most likely launched by an Iranian, an Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps group that was based out of the area just east of Qayyim. So it is completely plausible that there is launches being conducted on behalf of the Islamic Republic of Iran from inside of northern Iraq's territory. Northern Iraq is an incredibly unstable area of the nation, or really the Republic of Iraq. From what we understand, the government has an incredibly loose control of the area, although they have been conducting a large amount of counterinsurgency operations in the area. It appears to be with little to no success, as the attack at Tower 52 did show many months ago. Meanwhile, we did get one video of a missile that was supposedly over Western Iraq, showing that some of these missiles may be far closer to Israel at this moment than we initially believed. But here's that footage.
جايين طلقا جايين طلقا هاي منا هلا بيهن هلا شوف هلا بيهن هلا هلا بيهن وين ما يطيحن خي يطيحن اضرب ولا تبالي.
We see the missiles continuing to fly over the area. And that's the end of that clip, but once again showing the missiles that are currently on their way into the territory. Meanwhile, as this Iranian attack is currently over the western region of Iraq at the moment, from what we understand, both the drones and the missiles have both not made it to Israel at this moment. We have been getting some incredible reports from what's been going on in the eastern area of the Middle East and also in North Africa as well. We have heard that the Jordanian government inside of Amman has declared that the Jordanian airspace is open for the Israeli Defense Forces to use however they see fit. The Israeli Air Force will most likely be conducting air operations over the areas of Jordan in an attempt to shoot down the incoming drones and ballistic missiles before they make it to the air defense perimeters of the ground forces inside of Israel that are currently awaiting the incoming drone and missile attack. We have also been hearing some incredibly large news from other countries as well, showing that Lebanon has closed its airspace completely at the moment, from what we've been able to find out. And we've also heard that the Egyptians have closed down their airspace as well, and there have been rumored reports that the Egyptians have even shot down several air targets on their own for violating their airspace. A lot is going on in the region at the moment, an incredibly large amount. We still have a lot of news to cover at this moment, but nevertheless, it has been on the minds of everyone right now. What will the Israeli response be to this incoming attack that is still in the air at this moment while we're live from the Iranians? Many people are saying that the Israelis will most likely respond incredibly harshly. But Matthew, tell us what people are thinking at the moment. What's the public consensus about what the Israelis may do? And also, let us know what you think.
All right, so the poll question we asked the audience is, Iran has attacked Israel in the worst case scenario attack, and will the Israeli response be most severe? 74% said Israel will respond very harsh, and 13% said no, a moderate response by Israel is probably coming soon. And in my opinion, I think Israel is really going to respond in the most extreme way possible. And I'm not going to go as far as to say they're launching nuclear weapons. It's too early to say anything like that, and that's also quite extreme indeed. Most likely, they will end up launching a barrage of exchange of fire of cruise nature, and maybe drones of their own sort as well. So I think it's going to be a very harsh response. And this attack by Iran has just begun. It's just in the early phases of it. It's expected to last for many, many hours. So this can get much worse. And the Iron Dome is going to be tested to its extreme limits as to how far it can handle all these different threats coming in at once. And we have even members of the U.S. Congress who are on the Gang of Eight Intelligence Committee saying that this attack is worse than expected, even for the intelligence community. So Iran has really stepped in it big time, and I think Israel's going to respond in kind. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would have to say that the Israelis will have to respond in an incredibly severe form, and we do have some news showing that the Israelis are already vowing that they will respond in large fashion against this Iranian attack, and we've also heard reports from U.S. officials saying that the Israelis have already let the United States know that they're most likely going to be conducting unbelievably large air assaults against Iran here in the next few hours, whether there are any casualties on the ground or not. However, it is important to note that there most likely will be a light amount of casualties on the ground as far as the Israelis are concerned. The Israelis actually have a fairly substantial amount of air defense systems within the territory of Israel, not just including the Iron Dome, but there are many others as well. According to the public information that we can find on Wikipedia, which is the quickest thing that we can find at the moment, there is a decent amount of Patriot missile systems inside of Israel. They say that the number in service is not available, but we do hear a general number that the Israelis have 9 Patriot batteries that are in service. Patriot batteries are incredibly large, and are able to sustain a pretty high rate of fire with a single battery, so 8 of these batteries should be able to contend with and shoot down a large number, if not all, of the incoming medium-range ballistic missiles that have been fired from Iran. There are also 9 Iron Dome batteries that are rotating around Israel at the moment, which could also be pulled in to be used. We also know that David Sling, which is a not so much talked about air defense system, is active within Israel as well. We don't really know how active or how large those batteries are, but they should be able to respond to the Iranian threat along with the other air defense systems such as the Patriot and the Iron Dome. Most importantly, the Arrow anti-ballistic missile system that is based out of southern Israel, and we've also heard rumors of one being based in central or northern Israel, is also an incredibly competent air defense system as well that the Israelis have within their possession. We have seen the Arrow 2 already intercepting and destroying a large amount of Houthi missiles fired from the southern territory of Yemen, or the western controlled territory of Yemen, which does once again show that the Israelis will have a large and competent air defense ability to try and deal with the incoming Iranian attack. However, the sheer numbers that are being posed in this Iranian attack, in this mass wave assault, is most likely going to possibly almost overwhelm or completely overwhelm Israeli air defenses. From what we still understand, there are several hundred Iranian drones airborne, even with a third of them being shot down by US and British air forces in the region, and there are also over 100 intermediate range ballistic missiles that are still currently flying at the moment. And there is a lot that has been going on in the region. Also, I thank you so much, Matthew, for sharing that with me. Right now, we're actually doing this very ad hoc because this news came out just moments ago, and we're trying to get this news out to y'all as it's actually happening right now. Matthew just let me know that we do have some questions that we can answer, so that way I can have a break from covering the news, but I want to make sure that we can get out everything that has happened so far before we continue to cover what is happening at the moment here in just a little bit. So moving back into the news after talking about the potential of an Israeli retaliatory strike, we have been seeing that apparently there has been a lot that is already going on inside of Israel at the moment, because from what we understand, the Israeli government is currently very concerned, very overwhelmed with the amount of air targets that are airborne at the moment, and are trying to scramble an immediate response to the situation. Not only is the Islamic Republic of Iran directly attacking Israel from the territory of Iran, but we're also hearing that within the area of southern Lebanon, there have apparently been strikes conducted by Hezbollah as well of their own, most likely firing Qassam rockets from their territory and on into the area of Israel. We can see a clip of that right there. And moving on from that, we've also started to see that the Israelis are already conducting preemptive strikes within the territory of southern Lebanon. We can see one of these strikes occurring in this clip right here. That's the end of that clip. That's the only preemptive strike that we've seen the Israelis conducting in southern Lebanon so far. But moving on into the territory of Israel, we have also heard some breaking news. I have to quickly interrupt that for just a moment. We have breaking news from Matthew. Matthew, what is the breaking news?
All right, so we're getting official word here, and let me get it pulled back up so I can see it. Iran is saying that the military action is being deemed concluded as of right now. And by the way, Iran made a statement to the UN, but there's a caveat to it, though. They're saying if Israel doesn't respond, then the action is deemed concluded. The only problem is this is not over, because Israel is going to 100% respond to Iran. There's no question about that. They're not going to let this go. Because obviously Israel's not going to walk away from one of the largest drone attacks in history and not do something about it. And Israel's already vowing a major response, and apparently they're still preparing that response right now. And also, I'm not entirely clear just yet if the missiles or any of those drones have actually impacted into Israel or not just yet. I know they were expected maybe about 10 or 15 minutes ago, but I haven't seen any footage come out just yet of anything actually impacting.
And thank you so much for sharing that breaking news, Matthew. And speaking of that news, we have already gotten word from the Israeli government, according to Spectator Index on Twitter, that the Israelis will return fire. According to U.S. officials, they have no doubt Israel will respond, whether lives are lost or not, and that Iran itself will be targeted, according to U.S. officials that spoke to ABC News just around an hour ago. Moving on from that news, we have also heard that the Israeli doomsday plane has taken off from its airbase near to the area of Be'er-Sheva and is currently airborne and orbiting the area of southern Israel. We were able to see some of its flight activity. The doomsday plane pictured here, it appears to be a Boeing let's see here. What would that be? That would be a Boeing 767, most likely, that is currently flying over the area of southern Israel and appears to also be making its way towards the area of the eastern Mediterranean Sea, at least from its last report, in its last reported location nearly 2 hours ago. Moving on from that news, that is everything that we have at the moment before the stream went live. We are going to be continuing to update y'all right now as we continue to cover the major breaking news of what's going on, as we do understand that the Iranians have launched the largest drone and missile attack seen in world history so far, and we are now going to be waiting to see if the Israelis immediately respond or if Israeli air defenses can withstand the onslaught of Iranian drones and Iranian intermediate range ballistic missiles that are still airborne at the moment and flying on their way into the territory of Israel. While we take a brief moment to make sure that we can collect more news, I would like to make sure that we address some questions that many of y'all have had in the chat, as this news has been a great shock to everyone. No one actually expected that the attack would happen today. We have been hearing for approximately 5 days now that the attack was going to happen within the next few hours, but it is incredibly shocking to see that the attack has officially begun today. Of course, with the Iranian statement that their actions have concluded, they're trying to make it look like they're now a peaceful party, but the reality of the matter is that they have launched an attack that is so large on Israel that it makes the opening attack the Russians conducted on Ukraine in February 23rd of 2022 look like child's play. And I'm not even kidding, just by the numbers alone of the missiles and, the missiles that were launched by the Russians at the beginning of that conflict. They launched approximately 50 to 60 ballistic missiles on that night, February 23rd of 2022, which was considered to be an incredibly large and overwhelming attack for Ukrainian air defense and unbelievable by most proportions. To put that into comparison...
And also, real quick, Enforcer, don't mean to interrupt, but Iran has apparently lied. Not shocking, but they've apparently lied. They said the action was concluded, but now the IDF just detected missiles launched from Iranian territory, apparently a large volume of cruise missiles or something of that type. And it's been confirmed by the IDF forces. So they're on the way to Israel as we speak, and apparently Iran was bluffing.
Very interesting to hear. So just right now, make sure to recap this for everyone. The statement to the UN was in fact a lie. The Iranians have not stopped the attack, and their actions have not concluded. In fact, they have now launched a second wave of intermediate range ballistic missiles along with cruise missiles towards the territory of Israel as we're speaking right now. These missiles are most likely being fired directly along the Iranian-Israeli border, as this provides the shortest amount of distance for flight time and most likely will prove to be the most efficient as far as the amount of time it would take for these missiles to reach Israel. That once again means that Israeli air defense time is greatly decreased and gives the Israelis a lot less wiggle room and a lot less room for errors. But nevertheless, while we are continuing to get breaking news in at the moment, I do want to make sure that we address a few questions, but I would make sure that y'all stick around because we will be making sure to cover this breaking news as it's coming out live during the entirety of the stream as long as we are able to run. I do want to answer one question, though, that I have seen some people asking in the chat, and many of y'all have been asking whether or not we are going to be running our normal Ukraine war stream at 10 p.m. Eastern Time tonight. Unfortunately, we will not be able to run that stream tonight at 10 p.m. Eastern Time. Due to the time frame that this attack has occurred, sadly that is currently interdicting with my time that I would be taking to put together the news of what has happened in Ukraine today, which would have started about 15 minutes ago. So unfortunately, we will not be running a Ukraine war news summary tonight, but you can be guaranteed that we will be running the Ukraine war stream as well as the Iran-Israel war stream at the exact same time at 10 p.m. Eastern Time tomorrow night. So we will get the past 48 hours of the news of the war in Ukraine on our Sunday fundraiser night. But beyond that, Matthew, there have been many questions that have been thrown into the chat. Can we get a couple of those?
All right, so the first one we've had here is from Bernard Rubin, who threw in a $20 donation, and thank you very much, Bernard, for the support. Hey! He says, he asked the question you just addressed, actually. He said, is there going to be another stream for the Ukraine news or just this one?
Sadly, to recap this again, we will not be able to run a Ukraine war news stream tonight, unfortunately, because of the time that this attack occurred. We wanted to make sure to cover this for all of y'all because this is a serious event and major breaking news, so we wanted to make sure to get this out as soon as possible, meaning that the live stream ran extremely early tonight and also has absolutely no Ukraine war news in it at the moment. We will be running a stream tomorrow. We will be running our normal broadcast of Ukraine war news tomorrow at 10 p.m. Eastern Time, but sadly that would not be possible at the moment. But I do thank you so much for the support, Bernard Rubin, and helping this channel to keep on running, because once again, folks like you are the only way that we can make this possible. But Matthew, what is our next question?
All right. And also, real quick, let me get rid of this bot real quick out of the chat. And also, another piece of breaking news. There appears to be large-scale rocket alerts going off across Israel right now. Pretty much, it looks like to me, almost every region of Israel is in a rocket alert pretty much from the map. Not every single place is, but most places are. So it looks like they're getting ready to brace for the impact of those rockets coming in as we speak. And there's actually a map here, which I'm trying to retweet on Twitter. And also, apologies, folks, if I'm not super responsive in the chat, by the way. There's a ton of stuff we're trying to cover over here on our end. I'm personally trying to cover 30 different sources at the moment, so apologies for that. But Enforcer, that is retweeted, by the way, if you want to see a map of the actual red alerts going off right now. It's a pretty large attack.
Thank you very much, and we're going to be looking at that here right now. And so, what we are seeing at the moment, and let me make sure that we can go over here and grab this map. What we are seeing at the moment is that there's currently an incredibly large amount of air raid warnings, and let me make sure to put this over here on the Israel page. Let's see, air alarms sounding. We'll put that down as this. So currently there's a large amount of air raid sirens that are sounding over the area of Israel. It appears that there's a large concentration of air raid sirens that are actually sounding within the center of the West Bank near to the area of Nablus and Hawara. Meanwhile, further south, there is an incredibly large volume of air raid sirens that are sounding around the city of Be'er-Sheva and all the way as far south into the area of Sadet Boker in the middle of the Negev desert. It appears that there's an incredibly large number of air raid sirens going off, and this may be giving us our first major indications of where these drones may be targeting. From the information that we're getting right now, based off these air raid sirens, it may be highly likely that these Iranian drones may be attacking or attempting to attack the nuclear research reactors that Israel has within the southern area of its country, at the Negev Nuclear Research Center in this area of the country. So going off of that, this is an incredibly interesting event, and it appears that we're going to have to be watching this seriously, but at the moment, from what we're seeing on the map, we do not really see any air raid sirens that are going off at the Nuclear Research Center. It appears that the farthest east they go...
Is it in Negev?
It is in Negev, the Negev Nuclear Research Center, but the farthest east...
So we actually just got sirens sounding off in Negev in southern Israel. It appears right in the same area as that place you're talking about, if I'm looking at this accurately. I'm also reposting that right now so you can see it.
Thank you very much, and we will be making sure to take a look at that really quickly, and I'll also be putting that down on the map, because y'all are kind of here with us while I'm doing the stream and also doing the pre-stream, because we're trying to cover the news live, so we're actually having to put down the markers on the map as it's happening right now. And so, let me see here, let me make sure to get this map, and we're going to get a closer-up view of this region of Israel. And so let me make sure to put this right here, closer view of air raid sirens. I'll make sure to put that down, then color-code it appropriately, so that way we can make sure to get this down for all of y'all who are clicking on our maps and watching it below. But nevertheless, from what we're seeing right now, it appears that the Negev Nuclear Research Center, just further south on the Highway 25, is still not having any air raid sirens sounding. It appears that the closest one is currently inside of Dimona and does not pass any further towards the Nuclear Research Center. It may be that they're not reporting that the air raid sirens are going off at Negev. They may be. It's just that we do not get that listed to us publicly. But we can also see another map here showing the air raid sirens going off again. But once again, we can see matching the highways up in this satellite view to the highways that we're seeing here in this satellite view. We can see right here that this incredibly curvy part of the highway, of Highway 25, is just directly east of the Negev Nuclear Research Center, showing that Negev is right there where this marker is on the map. It is showing that the air raid sirens still are not going off in that location, but they are going off all around the area of Be'er-Sheva and also the surrounding cities as far as southeast as Dimona.
All right, and also, real quick, by the way, Enforcer, we are getting some video here. I'm not sure if you've seen this yet. It's footage from Jericho itself, showing the swarms of drones coming in that's being intercepted at the moment. So that news just came out with a video. And also, by the way, there are blasts being heard in Jerusalem, and there are active interceptions happening across Israel as we speak.
So from what we understand right now, breaking news is we're talking right now live on air, the Iranian missile and drone horde is currently making its way into Israeli airspace, most likely over the airspace of Jordan, just south of Amman, and into southern Israel, and is also currently making its way over the West Bank. We are getting footage right now showing the missile interceptions occurring, and we're also seeing that some missiles are being intercepted by the Israeli Air Force. We're going to be putting this marker down, although we do not have it geolocated at the moment, into the the area of Be'er Sheva. So we're going to be saying that there are air interceptions of incoming Iranian drones right here. And let me make sure to put that down as accurately as I can, and make sure to put that on the map as well. And we're going to list this as a truck, considering that that's most likely a truck-based air defense system. But nevertheless...
And also, by the way, Ronnie Pham asked in the live chat real quick, he said, has the Doomsday plane actually been deployed, and what is the plane for, please? And according to what we've heard, the Doomsday plane has been deployed. It was seen on flight radar leaving Israel. It looked like it was heading out of the airspace, but I'm not sure where it went beyond that. It may still be circling around, or it may have left. There's no telling, but Enforcer, do you know, like, right off the bat, exactly what is that plane designed to do, and what is its purpose for?
The Israeli Doomsday aircraft and Doomsday aircraft in general are designed to be flying headquarters in the skies where the armed forces can conduct their operations in relative safety. Doomsday aircraft are supposed to be flown into areas that are incredibly quiet and relatively inactive, so that way it is in the least amount of danger, and from there, some of the top generals or some of the top officers of the Israeli armed forces can continue to conduct operations even if command headquarters and centers are destroyed on the ground. That's what that's used for, and this is showing that the Israelis have already prepared a contingency plan for if the massive swarm of drones does overwhelm Israeli air defenses, and some of these drones end up hitting and destroying and possibly killing the commanders inside of Israeli command posts. The Israeli armed forces will not be severed at the head, and their commanders will be able to continue to conduct ground operations from inside the Doomsday plane. But moving on from that quick little update about the Doomsday plane, here is the first footage that we are getting of the air interceptions that are currently happening over the area of southern Israel.
Hello.
We cannot tell if these are incoming Iranian ballistic missiles or if they are Israeli missiles that are firing in defense.
بس الشظايا تاعتهم وين بروحن هذول؟ الشظايا تاعتهم وين بروحن؟ ينزل غد.
Nevertheless, that's the end of that clip right now, but it is starting to show that a swarm of Iranian drones are apparently being intercepted by Israeli air forces in air defenses, according to Jokerman Intel on Twitter. But once again, the footage seems to be a little bit tough to tell. We also have gotten footage earlier, which I will be showing y'all because this was unfortunately a mistweet that I believe we still have on our page. And I'm trying to find it really quickly.
And what are you looking for again?
I'm looking for the post that was put out by Anton that was showing a supposed interception over the area of Ashkelon.
Yeah, that would be down the list quite a bit, probably 10 or 15 posts down, if not more.
Let's see, I'm trying to find that really quickly because we have seen some unfortunate miscommunications being made, and I want to make sure to try and correct them as best we can while we're live, because some people were getting reports earlier that interceptions were already occurring over the area of Israel, specifically towards the territory of Ashkelon. Well, fortunately, that is not true at the moment. That video was actually posted by the New York Times way back in October and November of 2023 when the Hamas forces inside of the Gaza Strip were firing large Qassam rocket attacks towards the city of Tel Aviv. What we were seeing in that clip was the Iron Dome responding to that attack many months ago, but it is not an up-to-date and current film. We actually covered that one on this channel back in October of last year. But moving on from that, we are still continuing to get more news out of the region. And considering that so many people continue to join us at this moment, wanting to hear the breaking news of what's going on, I will make sure to recap a couple of the major events that we're hearing at the moment as they're happening live. We have heard that the Iranians made a statement to the United Nations that their official combat actions had now ceased, and now the conflict was pretty much idling for them. But right after they made that statement, we have now heard that another wave of intermediate range ballistic missiles are being fired from the territory of Iran and are heading on their way into the area of Israel. We have been able to get footage from the first wave of attacks showing these missiles being launched from the territory of Iran, which we will be showing again right here. And that is the trail or the motor of a solid rocket booster. And once again, we have more breaking news that is currently coming out at the moment, and we're going to be making sure to keep you all as up to date as possible. So let me really quickly make sure that we can put this down as a marker on the map and report it as soon as possible. So let's see here.
And also, Enforcer, while you're setting up those posts right there, Just breaking news as well. Israeli air defense is now active over Tel Aviv, and apparently most of the drones, or some of the drones, a pretty decent portion of them, are coming in contact with the Iron Dome system as we speak. And videos are coming out of those interceptions, which we'll show in just a moment here. They are fresh at the top of our Twitter feed. So, Enforcer, whenever you're ready, you can show those while I gather some more footage as it comes out.
And thank you so much, Matthew, for sharing this with us all here on Twitter. And we're going to be making sure to throw this up very quickly, but I also want to make sure that we continue to update the map for everyone who is clicking on our map in the link in the description below. It actually gives you a complete live feed of the map as I'm continuing to update it. And you can click on these links here that we're putting on the map and see them for yourselves. If you would also like to get more additional information and information as soon as it's coming out live before we can even speak about it on air, you can make sure to also click on our link in the description below. That'll take you directly over to our Twitter account where we're finding a lot of this news and reposting it at the moment and then posting it onto this live stream. But over the area of Tel Aviv, we are seeing that air defenses are active at the moment and are currently intercepting and shooting down the incoming Shahed swarm.
מה?
That's the end of that clip, and moving on into our next one, a far shorter clip, we were able to see air defense active once again over the area of the city of Tel Aviv, Israel's largest city. Unfortunately, we cannot really tell from the jumble of fires and flame that is in the skies above Tel Aviv what is really happening. It appears that some drones may have already been hit and are breaking up in a high altitude. It appears that others may be continuing to fly and are trying to make their way even deeper into the region. We are hearing right now, live, that air defense is still active within the region, and we're getting even more video footage and evidence showing the air defense that is currently being fired over the area of Tel Aviv. We've been told that there is brand new footage, and Matthew, at the moment, I'm actually not seeing any of that footage, so I'm going to make sure to update this again, and maybe it'll show up.
Yeah, it should be right at the top of the feed. There's about three different videos, which should be new, showing Tel Aviv as well as some other areas.
Let's see here. So it looks like we've seen the first two. Those may be duplicates. But we do have one brand new one right here, and I'll be showing you all this. This is once again from the area of Tel Aviv, where we're seeing air defense continuing to shoot down incoming air targets. So let me make sure to put this down on our map, and then I'll show it to y'all right there. So here we go. Here's the current video that we've gotten of air defense that is still active over the area of Tel Aviv.
וואו, 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 וואו. ממעלה אדומים, יש ממעלה אדומים.
We can see Iron Dome missiles, from what we would assume, colliding and destroying the Shahed 136s that are currently flying over the airspace. Interestingly enough, compared to the usage of Shahed 136 drones of the exact same make and build that are being used by the Russian Federation inside of Ukraine, we are noting that these Shahed 136s are flying at an incredibly high altitude, at almost several thousand feet above the city. Usually inside of Ukraine, the most effective way that the Russians have begun to use the Shahed 136 against the state of Ukraine is by using them in low altitude attacks where the drones continue to fly only several hundred feet above the ground or almost at treetop level. This is possibly showing an amount of ineptitude on the end of the Iranian drone commanders, as they are flying these drones in an incredibly precarious and dangerous way. Not only that, but these Shahed drones at this altitude most likely cannot dive directly onto their targets, as it may overspeed the drones, end up shearing off their wings, and leading them to crash into the ground in unknown locations away from their targets. This may be greatly... Go ahead.
And also, we do have another piece of breaking news, by the way. We are getting an idea of how successful the Israeli air defense is when it comes to shooting down these incoming drones and also missiles as well. We are hearing that it's reported that on the ballistic missile front itself, Israel is reporting over 40 interceptions counted thus far from all the missiles fired into Israel. And obviously, we don't know just yet how many missiles have been fired into Israeli territory at the moment, but we do know that 40 have been intercepted for certain, which is obviously a pretty good success in my opinion. So that's good to hear as well. And we're also hearing that there are loud bangs being heard in Erbil in the Iraqi Kurdistan region, where the U.S. consulate is located, according to a news outlet. So there may be some explosions happening next to a U.S. consulate right now as we speak as well. And I'm trying to find some more information about this also, but sadly my Twitter is locking up just a little bit. And it seems to be having some internet problems right in the midst of all this stuff, which is perfect timing. But I'll see what I can locate.
And thank you so much once again, Matthew, for trying to get us the most up-to-date news of the moment. From what we understand right now, to recap for everyone who is joining us, because there are thousands of people joining us every single passing minute, to recap at the moment, just around an hour ago, I believe, yes, around an hour and a half ago, the Islamic Republic of Iran conducted a large-scale missile and drone attack against the territory of Israel. At this very moment, we are now hearing that these drones and missiles are now finally engaging Israeli air defense on the ground as they've mated from Iran and into the territory of Israel as we're live on air around an hour and a half after the attacks initially began. From what we're understanding, Israeli air defense, along with the US and UK air forces within the region, have been able to shoot down most likely a combined 150 air targets at the moment. There are still many more that are coming in, and there has been another wave of missiles launched from Iran just around 10 minutes ago, so it does appear that this attack is still going to be ongoing and will most likely last for many, many hours. We will be trying to cover this as much as we can and as often as we can, and we are hoping that we may be able to cover this until the official initial attack from Iran has concluded, and then the counter response from Israel will begin. We will most likely end the stream around that time and then continue on tomorrow to cover this news in the Middle East, along with the news of what's going on inside of Ukraine as well. But also to get us back quickly into the discussion about what's happening inside of Tel Aviv, we do understand, based off of the footage that we're getting, that these drones that are coming in are at an incredibly high altitude. I'm actually going to be getting y'all the other footage, the last footage that we got, that was showing us the best view of these drones that were coming in. And let me actually make sure that we can get the correct one, because there's actually a large amount of them in the area. We're going to be muting that one and then showing this one. Because from what we understand in this clip, what we're seeing is the Iron Dome system or some other form of Israeli air defense system intercepting and destroying incoming Shahed 136 drones.
וואו, 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 וואו. ממעלה אדומים, יש ממעלה אדומים.
All right, Enforcer. Also, we got a new update here as well. Those bangs that were heard near Erbil apparently are an attack on U.S. forces near the international airport in northern Iraq. So apparently U.S. forces are now coming under attack from what we understand, but it appears to be a localized attack, at least for the moment. So we'll have to wait and see if Iran starts expanding that to other air bases or other areas where the U.S. forces are operating.
And let me make sure to quickly put that down on the map. And we are hearing that that is within the area of Erbil at the moment.
Supposedly within the vicinity of the Erbil International Airport in northern Iraq. And also, we're getting an update as well as the Al-Assad Air Base in western Iraq. So there's two locations now where U.S. forces are allegedly under attack.
In the Al-Assad Air Base?
Yeah, Al-Assad.
Al-Assad Air Base. That would be somewhere within western Iraq, I believe. And let me see if I can find this air base really quickly. It should be out here somewhere. Unfortunately, I'm not able to find it really quickly. So sorry, everyone. Apologies for that. But we're trying to find the Al-Assad.
Should be able to type it in the search bar up there. It'll probably pull it up.
Let's see, the Al-Assad Air Base. And we'll go right here. And I actually just passed right over it just a moment ago. But this is the Ain al-Assad Air Base, which we have heard attacked previously by Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps forces within the area of northern Iraq many months ago within November. But it does sound as though at the moment, not only are the Iranians conducting an attack against the state of Israel, they are also conducting an attack against the United States of America, at least according to the official reports that we're getting at the moment. We are getting reports from this airfield, Ain al-Assad Air Base, as well as the area of the U.S. consulate within Erbil, or the international airport within the area of that city, that U.S. forces are now currently under attack as well, and are most likely preparing air defense or shooting down the incoming Iranian targets. Hopefully that's what we would be expecting at the moment. But let me make sure that we can update this map as often and as possible, as often as possible, because there is a lot going on, and I'm not going to lie, I feel like Matthew and me are really being tested to our limits right now on being able to keep up with all this. So let me make sure that we put down the...
And also, while you put down that point as well, all jokes aside, by the way, I'm laughing there, but it's really not a laughing matter. We're getting reports here that multiple impacts are being reported within the Negev Desert in southern Israel. And obviously, like we mentioned earlier, there is a facility there which is of concern. If it was hit, it could cause some problems. And we're not being told exactly where the impacts are hitting in the Negev Desert, but there are things actually smashing into the ground. They're not being intercepted. So that is obviously a concern as well. But that's all the information we have. We have no footage of it. but things are impacting.
And so to really quickly recap this, we were hearing just moments ago that there were incredibly large air defense, well, actually incredibly large air raid siren amounts that were being blared over the area of Be'er-Sheva in the area of southern Israel, and we're starting to now hear that apparently there are impacts within the area. What is incredibly concerning about the area of southern Israel and the attacks that the Iranians are conducting is that there is an incredibly large nuclear research facility inside the Negev desert that the Israelis conduct nuclear research and most likely enrichment of uranium to develop into nuclear weapons at this facility. You can actually see one of the reactors, the test reactor, right there on the satellite footage, and you can also see the secure perimeter that's been created around this facility. We are not entirely sure at the moment if the reports are coming out about strikes inside the Negev desert and is within the general area, or if these strikes are actually occurring within the area of the nuclear research center or are actually directly hitting it. We're not entirely sure at the moment, but we are hearing some initial reports with no video or picture evidence to confirm the reports of the attacks that are happening in the area. This is something that I have to say is incredibly concerning, of course, due to the fact that the Nuclear Research Center is in the area, and that has at least one active nuclear reactor within the facility. Or really one nuclear enrichment reactor, but that's beyond the point. It is a nuclear reactor, and if it does melt down, the consequences are fairly similar. But beyond that, getting back into a major recap, because we have more breaking news.
Well, yes, we have more breaking news. We're hearing now that in the sky over the Jordanian capital of Amman, if I can speak, they are now intercepting the suicide drones as well. And there's supposedly a fierce battle going on over the skies of Amman and also Dera as well. And now Reuters is also reporting that regional security sources are saying that Jordan's military itself shot down dozens of Iranian drones. So it looks like Jordan is getting involved as well, and now Iran is making direct threats toward Jordan, saying that they're now going to come under attack as well, and they're going to be in the direct line of fire. So it looks like Iran is pretty much firing in the dark here, and they're picking fights with basically every country in the region.
It sounds like they're largely picking fights with any countries that are American or Western aligned within the region, which Jordan, next to Israel and Saudi Arabia, is one of the most Western aligned countries within the region, fielding an entire Western armed force for the most part as far as their equipment is concerned, and not only that, having incredibly close relations with the British government in the present day. I did just see someone in the chat, and I want to make sure to correct misinformation wherever possible. Daniel R. did say Iran says retaliation is concluded. Check it out, LOL. LOL. They said that about 25 minutes ago while we were live on air, and then 7 minutes later, LOL, they fired off another barrage of ballistic missiles in a second wave against Israel, showing that it was in fact a lie, LOL. But beyond that, getting back into the major breaking news that is happening within the area, we are getting an understanding that these drone attacks by Iran may not be as effective in some areas as Israel as they may be in others. While we are getting initial reports of drone strikes happening within southern Israel, we are also hearing that within the area of Tel Aviv, and we are seeing it on film, that apparently air defense is shooting down Shahed drones at an incredibly high altitude, thousands of feet in the air. And I'll explain why we are believing that at the moment the air defense in this clip is intercepting Shahed drones instead of a incoming intermediate range ballistic missile.
Whoa, 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 whoa.
So really quick to notice this, if these missiles were hitting a higher speed target, you would actually see that when they collide, the momentum of the intermediate range ballistic missile, if it was an Iranian missile, would actually continue to make the streak fly forward. But we can see that when the Iron Dome system is hitting these air targets, it actually spews the debris upwards and backwards, showing that these targets are flying at an incredibly low velocity. This is once again backing up for us, and really quickly, let me make sure, thank you, Matthew, for getting that bot. You're really working overtime, Matthew, oh my lord. But
man, I'm going so overtime, I'm telling you.
But what we're seeing here from the velocity of the debris after they're being collided with by the Iron Dome system, that this footage is actually showing that these are Shahed 136s. And now going off of that information that we can largely take as an assumption from the clip, we can tell that the Iranians' missiles have not made it into Israel yet, or at least we haven't seen footage of that. And we're also seeing that they are using tactics that are very unorthodox compared to the ones that the Russians have started to use in Ukraine. At the initial part of the Russians receiving Shahed 136s from Iran in the Ukraine war, we saw that those drones were flying in at fairly high altitudes at several thousand feet up. After a while, though, Ukrainian air defense got incredibly successful at picking off those air targets due to their altitude, and for that reason, the altitudes of Shahed drone attacks have now gotten into the several hundreds of feet, or they're now just at treetop level, which is the most effective way to attack. On top of that, these drones do not have to pretty much spiral their way down towards their target from this altitude like they would right now. Instead, they're able to pretty much fly directly into their target like they are in the Ukraine war. So this is showing that Iranian commanders do not have an incredibly well hashed out theory or doctrine to use as far as their drone attacks are going. But we have just got an update from Matthew that we have more breaking news coming out right now. And Matthew, share with us the new news that has just come out.
Okay, so you may recall earlier, we said that Iran sent a message to the UN saying that they had concluded their attack on Israel. We've now found out for certain that was a blatant lie. They lied directly to the UN, and, take that for what you will. That's pretty much expected with Iran. They're liars. They're not honest people. But we are getting word for certain now that the Israeli War Cabinet has approved a very harsh military response to Iran's aggression, and that just came out from the Israeli War Room, by the way, and that's been reposted on our Twitter. So Israel is 100% certain going to respond to Iran. It's unclear exactly what weapons they're going to use to respond, but they say it's a very harsh response. So if you take Iran's statement to the UN at face value, they said as long as Israel does not respond to us, then that's it. Now that's not going to be it whatsoever. Israel is going to respond, and this is about to probably devolve into a much worse situation. And to be perfectly honest, Israel has to respond here. There's no way Israel can simply walk away and not do anything about this. If they want to maintain deterrence and also their sovereignty, they must attack Iran in return. And I think that's the appropriate thing to do, and pretty obviously to me. But Enforcer, what say you?
We have also been getting breaking news updates of the territory of the city of Amman inside of Jordan, of the interceptions that are occurring over the airspace. We were just able to find footage of this right now, and we'll be showing that right here on air. This footage is coming from the suburbs of the city of Amman as we watch Jordanian air defense forces now attacking the incoming Iranian drone swarms that are on their way into Israel. We can see the Jordanian missile defenses flying over the horizon in preparation to intercept the incoming Iranian air targets. We see continued action over the skies of Amman.
And also, just to be correct, we are looking at the skies of Jordania or Jordan.
Yes, we are looking at the skies over the capital of Jordan, Amman, as the Jordanian air defenses are now responding to the incoming attacks.
And also, while we're looking at this footage, not only is Jordanian air defense at work, which we can see here in this video, but also Jordan has actually deployed their fighter jets as well, and they're actively in the air with the British and also the U.S. jets. And all three of those nations are flying jets around shooting things down. So it's a coordinated effort between Jordan, the U.K., and also the U.S. To shoot things down with actual fighter jets, not just air defense.
And of course, we're going to be continuing to try and get video footage from everywhere in the Middle East, wherever possible, that pertains to these attacks. But what I've also put down on the map in the meantime, while Matthew was talking just a moment ago, that the reported impacts that are happening within southern Israel. Once again, I want y'all to know that this channel does work entirely off of video and picture evidence confirming our information, unless if it's a statement from a government official, then we do not need video and picture evidence for that. But beyond that, armed actions usually require on this channel picture and video evidence for us to be able to confirm their validity. We have heard of the impacts being reported inside of southern Israel, but at the moment we cannot say that this is true or a factual report because we do not have video or picture evidence confirming the impacts that are happening within southern Israel, if they even are happening. So at the moment we're going to be taking that at face value, but there's not really a lot of credence or credibility at the moment due to a lack of evidence. However, we have been continuing to get even more news that apparently U.S. forces based inside of the international airport in Erbil are in fact being attacked. That is now confirmed information, and we are starting to hear that not only is Israel under attack, but now the United States of America is being preemptively stricken within the region by the Islamic Republic of Iran near to the airport in Erbil. To find this airport, we will go to the northwestern area of the city where Erbil International Airport lies. Here within this airport, there is a contingent of U.S. forces, which you can actually see some of the base housing and barracks that are made for the U.S. forces stationed at the Erbil International Airfield, and you can also see some of America's equipment here as well. It appears that in the satellite picture, we see a large amount of UH-60A Blackhawks, as well as a decent amount of CH-47 Chinooks, and we also see some that have been moved into this area of the airfield, most likely some kind of a maintenance or repair hangar. Beyond that, we are getting reports that these U.S. forces are currently under attack at the moment as well, and we're not getting any very detailed reports about what American air defense is doing around the airfield, or if those forces have been stricken and casualties have been suffered. But this is, in fact, now 100% a confirmed attack not just against the state of Israel by the Islamic Republic of Iran, but now Iran is preemptively attacking the United States of America as well in an official capacity. We're really quickly going to be putting this down on the map. Iran.
And also, we do have some more breaking news while you're putting that down the map. Apparently, none of the other nations are taking Iran's statement to the UN seriously whatsoever, because we just learned from the Wall Street Journal that the French Navy has been deployed to defend Israel in the incoming Iranian attacks. So it appears that France believes the attacks will keep going on for probably a couple of days, it sounds like. So they're actually sending their Navy down as we speak to facilitate U.S. and also British responses to all these attacks coming into Israel. So we're seeing a pretty coordinated response here by the allies to come into the region and defend Israel.
And we've been hearing a load of information going on at the moment, and I actually want to ask you all a question, considering that right now approximately half of our viewers that are watching this stream are most likely from the United States of America, and we just got the breaking news that came out of the attack that is occurring on U.S. forces inside of Erbil at the moment from the Islamic Republic of Iran. What do y'all believe that the United States response should be to the attack that has now happened against U.S. forces within the region? Do y'all believe that the United States should respond and begin preemptive strikes, or actually retaliatory strikes against Iran directly in an official American capacity? Do you believe that this should be let go? Do you believe that we should focus entirely on the defense of Israel? I'm very interested to hear what y'all are believing at the moment. And Matthew, I would be very happy at the moment. I know you're incredibly busy right now, but if you could take just a brief moment to make sure to throw in a question for everyone in the chat to make sure that we can see what everyone's thinking on that right now, I would be incredibly interested. And in the meantime, I will make sure to filibuster and recap some of the major events that have happened just in the past few minutes for everyone while we're still getting them live. And so, moving back into the area of Israel, we are hearing that the Iranian drones and missiles have currently made it into the territory of Israel. We are seeing that the air defense over the city of Tel Aviv is responding and firing Iron Dome missiles as well as Patriot missiles into the skies above the city to intercept these incoming drones. And at the exact same time, we are hearing that air raid sirens are sounding in large form across the entirety of southern Israel. And we are hearing early reports of explosions from Iranian drones hitting their targets within the region. We have not been able to confirm whether those reports are true or not, but nevertheless, there is still a large amount of news coming out at the moment, and we are still seeing that a lot of action is being taken by all sides. And I gotta say that thank you so much to someone who told me how to pronounce Erbil. Someone said it's pronounced Onbil, not Erbil. Let me make sure that how to pronounce, I'm going to pull that up, pronounce Erbil.
Erbil.
So it's Erbil, pretty much. Erbil. It's pretty much what I'm saying. So okay, good. Not mispronouncing it. But beyond that, Matthew, there is a load going on in the area, and I've got to be honest with you. It has been an hour and 10 minutes running this stream, and it feels like it's already been 3 hours because of the speed at which I'm running over here. It is crazy. Like, I'm having to be on my toes tonight. And I bet you're
definitely
like
going
that.
Fast.
It is going.
Yeah, it's going very fast indeed. And also, I didn't mean to interrupt there, by the way, but not only are we learning that France is sending their Navy down to the Middle East, but we just also got word literally 2 minutes ago that Britain is now sending additional fighter jets. They're currently taking off from bases in Britain or somewhere around the region, and they are making their way down toward the Middle East as well. So apparently this attack is getting worse before it's getting better because a lot of other nations are sending down jets and equipment as we speak. So that indicates things are escalating pretty fast.
we have been able to hear news that British aircraft has just taken off from the Royal Air Force Base in Akrotiri inside of Cyprus and are now currently inbound into the area of the central Middle East. That is a fairly large escalation, as British aircraft, the last time they took off from Akrotiri airfield or Akrotiri territory inside the area of Cyprus under British control and headed into the territory of the Middle East, the Royal Air Force conducted joint bombardments of Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps forces and the Yemeni Houthis inside of western Houthi control of the Yemen several months ago. This is showing that the British may be poisoning themselves for direct airstrikes and retaliation against the Islamic Republic of Iran, or maybe moving the aircraft into the area to further reinforce and additionally shield Israel from the incoming drone and missile attacks that are coming in at the moment. There is a lot of news coming out, a load of news, and I'm hoping that we're keeping up to date on this. I thank everyone so much for bearing with us as we're here on air trying to recap the news and also get it in live right now, but this is certainly history in the making for everyone who is here right now. Y'all are watching the beginning of the Iran-Israel war in full form, live in color. Pretty much from its beginning up until the very present moment right now, as we're starting to hear that Western nations are possibly forming a coalition to begin a response against Iran. At this moment, we are hearing that the French, the British, and the United States will most likely be a part of this coalition, and we can most likely assume that other Middle Eastern countries will most likely join in this anti-Iranian coalition. Initially, we do know that Jordan and Saudi Arabia will most likely be gung-ho and directly on board in an anti-Iranian coalition, as Saudi-Iranian relations have been incredibly poor and have been greatly decreasing and weakening over the past few years. We also understand that Jordan is very Western-aligned, although they do butt heads with Israel from time to time. They are incredibly Western-aligned, and for that reason, they most likely will start to conduct actions against Iran as well, not only over their own skies, but possibly in a joint coalition effort to deal with the Islamic Republic of Iran and the government that currently controls the country. We are not entirely sure at the moment if the Egyptians would join in on this coalition. We have heard that they have shut down their airspace over their country to all air traffic, but we do not know at the moment whether they would be leaning into joining an anti-Iranian coalition in the region or not. Nevertheless, we are still getting larger breaking news, and we have a lot of it. Matthew, what is brand new that we just heard?
Okay, so we're returning back to the Negev desert area. We have gotten footage, and it's retweeted at the top of our Twitter page as well, of an actual impact in that region. And also, take this with a grain of salt, but I'm seeing unconfirmed reports of the Dimona nuclear facility in Israel could be under attack as we speak. So that's unconfirmed. Take that with a grain of salt, but I am seeing a couple of unconfirmed reports saying that could be the case. So we'll have to keep an eye on that one, because obviously a nuclear facility is quite of concern. And we'll have to keep an eye on it indeed. But Enforcer, I think he has the video.
And we have a video showing some sort of a cylindrical object that has fallen from the sky, according to the reports, and may have been part of a missile that was shot down by U.S. Air Forces in the area. We can also see some other debris farther to the left that appears to be some sort of a mass. So unfortunately, we can't really tell what that mass is made of, but it appears to be attached to the missile in some form. Nevertheless, this is showing that Iranian missiles have apparently actually made it into the territory of southern Israel, or have been intercepted within the territory of southern Israel. This is once again giving us a lot more credence to the fact that there may have been several explosions that were reported in southern Israel, as these missiles may have actually hit their targets in some instances. Of course, we cannot confirm that yet. We still do not have picture and video evidence coming in from the ground, but this is still a very major event and is still transpiring at this very moment. Scratch that, we actually have videos of direct impacts inside the Negev desert area in this clip right here, which I'll be putting onto the map. We do get to see that there are clear impacts, and the Iranians have been able to hit some of their targets within the area of southern Israel right now as we're covering this news live. I will be showing you all this clip right here, and this means that the news that explosions have been reported within southern Israel is no longer hearsay. It has in fact been confirmed by video evidence. That is the end.
I wonder where this video is being taken from. Is it being taken from a home or a work site, or what is this location?
This appears to possibly be some kind of a work site within the Negev desert, but sadly we didn't get a good geolocation of where this is. for us to get an estimation of what this is actually hitting. If we look around the Negev Nuclear Research Center, we may be able to get some kind of an idea or some sort of a bearing. Sadly, actually, I don't really think we will be able to. That's a little bit too much to ask, even on my end, for geolocation, because there's not really enough landmarks within this picture that we could use to try and figure out if these missiles are hitting the Negev Nuclear Research Facility within the Negev Desert. So sadly, at the moment, we cannot confirm exactly where this is in southern Israel, but those attacks were hitting within the area, and is confirming that the Iranians have hit several targets within southern Israel. We are going to be moving on from that, and I gotta say, for a quick moment, I gotta tell you all this. I gotta stop for a moment. I don't think Matthew and me have actually gone this hard on a stream for a year at least. It feels like we are both working at 1,000,000 miles an hour right now, because this is actually quite crazy. I can't believe it, and I got to thank everyone so much for joining us so far, because usually this channel is covering Ukraine war news, and that's what we've been doing for 780 days as of today. But today we are now seeing that there is a whole entire other conflict that is now beginning, a whole new war, and we're also going to be covering this as well going on to the future. But before we get on back into the rest of the news, because I just had to take a quick breather in a moment because I've been talking nonstop for an hour and 20 minutes without end covering this news and talking about the now brand new war within the region. But many of y'all have been talking about a question that I posed to all of y'all earlier and what we should do as a response. And I've seen that a lot of people have had input on this. In fact, thousands of people have had input on this. I asked y'all a question if the United States and its allies should declare war on Iran for launching attacks on Israel and U.S. forces. And this question was asked right after U.S. forces were confirmed to be under attack within the city of Erbil at their outpost within the Erbil International Airport. Many people have weighed in on this. In fact, thousands of people have weighed in on this. And Matthew, what is everyone thinking, and what are you thinking about this?
All right. And also, folks, by the way, thank you all for bearing with us tonight, because it's not as polished as usual, like the Enforcer said. We're stuttering a bit here and there and things like that, but there is simply so much going on and to follow. It's really overwhelming. So thank you for bearing with us on that. And also, real quick, before we hit the poll question, we are learning that an IDF spokesman will give a statement shortly. And it sounds like they're expected to announce how severe the response is going to be to Iran, which they've told in 12 News in Israel that the response is going to be, I don't know if they use the words horrific, but they said significant. So it's going to be a very big response indeed. But anyways, jumping into this poll question here, it says, should the U.S. and allies declare war on Iran for launching this attack on Israel and U.S. forces? It looks like 54% said yes and 46% said no. And for us as the USA to declare war on Iran for this, it's a close call, honestly, because to me, the biggest factor is whether or not Iran has nuclear weapons either ready to deploy or almost close to the finalization of development. That is the biggest key question to me that would probably sway my opinion on this matter of whether or not we should declare war on Iran. If Iran does not have nuclear weapons or they're not close to it, then I would say maybe we should let Israel handle this situation first. But then again, this is an opportunity for the U.S. to potentially start something with Iran to go in and potentially take out any nuclear developments they may have created in the meantime, without any or much public backlash. So I think that's something that should be playing into this decision pretty big league. But then again, we'll just have to wait and see if they actually have those weapons. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would have to say that I believe, and this is actually a very interesting and contentious point, because it seems as though all of y'all are actually down the middle of whether the United States should respond. When it comes to responses, it's not necessarily about whether we agree or disagree with the people that we are dealing with within the region. It more so has to deal with a matter of principle. Right now, from what we know, and we're still going to be getting that breaking news while we're live on air, U.S. soldiers, U.S. service members, representatives of the United States of America, and in my particular instance, maybe some of my very close friends, may be under direct attack and may possibly be wounded and killed by Iranian forces within the region. It is a matter of principle that the United States government must stand behind our armed forces, and if they are attacked, that should be taken as an an actual declaration of war by a foreign country. For that reason alone, I would say that a preemptive, or a retaliatory strike by the United States of America against the Islamic Republic of Iran should be supported, and that talks about an official declaration of war, which the United States has not done since the end of, I believe, the Second World War, should seriously be spoken about within the halls of Congress. Or the Congress should approve the president the war powers that he has naturally been bestowed upon him ever since the end of World War II to be able to conduct actions against Iran in a warlike manner. This is something that I consider incredibly serious. The fact that U.S. forces are being attacked within the region and are possibly being wounded and killed is not a very good sign. That is an incredibly terrible thing. And on the principle of protecting American citizens and American service members overseas, which the United States government should always consider one of its highest and utmost priorities, the United States should and most likely will conduct retaliatory strikes against the Islamic Republic of Iran. If the Islamic Republic of Iran did not want the United States to get directly involved, they should not have attacked U.S. forces that were based inside the area of the Al-Assad airbase within western Iraq and the Erbil International Airport within the area of Erbil. But Matthew, I see many people talking about this. A whole lot of people are talking loads about this in chat. And I see so many different ideas. A lot of people are saying that this isn't our fight and this isn't our problem. I would have to say that it is our fight and our problem. The United States is the leader of the Western sphere, and much like we've been always talking about on this channel, the United States, as the leader of the Western sphere has to treat itself like it is one. It is the police of the world as far as our Western world is concerned. It is the most powerful economically, it is the most powerful militarily. If the United States does not stand up to protect this world that we live in, this Western world we live in, it will simply cease to exist. And other countries, dictatorships a lot like China and Russia, and other countries like Iran will be able to go wherever they want, act freely, and get whatever they wish. And if people think that it's bad living in the United States, and that's usually why people believe that we shouldn't get involved, is because people will be better under the Iranians' wings or under the Chinese boot, I can promise you that if you lived in those countries for just a mere month, you would not be thinking that way. These countries are brutal dictatorial regimes, countries that do not allow people to speak their mind freely, like people have in this country the right to say that they don't really like the United States or they don't like the national government. You do not get that right within the Islamic Republic of Iran. You do not get that right within the People's Republic of China. You do not get that right within the Russian Federation. The life in those kinds of dictatorships would be unbelievable. And on that note alone, I believe that it would also be quite prudent, considering the extremely dangerous and reckless actions that the Islamic Republic of Iran has taken within the region, for the United States to strike. Not only that, it is an incredibly beneficial time at the moment for the United States to conduct a strike. But when we're thinking about this overall, you have to remember that the Iranians have been said by U.S. intelligence to possibly be around several weeks to several months away from creating and developing a nuclear weapon, a weapon of mass destruction that could be used against Iran's rivals and adversaries within the region. It could incredibly destabilize the area and continue to lead the Iranians down this path of unbelievable debauchery and its ways of conducting unsolicited and incredibly wild attacks against countries that it does not agree with ideologically, like Saudi Arabia, Israel, and many others, including Yemen in the south, which Yemen is still fighting a civil war that is largely sponsored and supported by the Islamic Republic of Iran, the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, and their actors in the field, which are the Houthis that are controlling the western region and most populated part of the country. I would believe for these reasons, these three main reasons alone, that a preemptive strike or a retaliatory strike should be conducted by the United States against Iranian military targets within their territory, and that they should be stripped of any ability to produce nuclear weapons, weapons of mass destruction, or the ability to wage war for the next few years. But I hope that does address that fairly well. And Matthew, do you have anything else to add as well?
So I personally have nothing to add to that at the moment, but I do have a new piece of breaking news here. And, take this how you will. I have my doubts about it personally, but we are hearing that Israeli officials are saying that 99% of Iranian drones and missiles have been intercepted over the territory of Israel. So basically all the missiles and drones are being claimed by Israel to have been knocked down by air defense. And also, by the way, Enforcer, we actually got a video of the Arrow anti-missile system in use. It's at the top of our Twitter feed, by the way. And I'll be honest with you, are we familiar with the Arrow system? Because I know about the Iron Dome. Is that the same thing, or is that different?
The Arrow is a completely different system than the Iron Dome. It's far larger in scale with the kinds of missiles it uses. Let me go see if I can pull up the Arrow 2 SAM. So let me go get this real quick. And then let me go get the Iron Dome so that way we can compare them side by side. So the Iron Dome is an incredibly small mobile air defense system that is usually trailer mounted, and the Israelis move it from predetermined location to predetermined location and set it up, and it usually allows for Israel to have a shield or a perimeter around it for smaller incoming air targets. Usually those incoming air targets are usually some form of a Qassam rocket that is fired from Hezbollah or Hamas within the areas of Palestine or within the areas of southern Lebanon. But the Iron Dome is usually a smaller system meant to deal with smaller targets overall. And this is actually a picture of an Iron Dome missile being launched from an Iron Dome battery inside of Israel. Meanwhile, the Arrow, which is a far larger ballistic missile, is apparently more effective than the Patriot. It is also as large, even a little bit larger than the Patriot missiles that the United States very proudly holds over the world as being one of the most competent and one of the most effective air defense systems out there. Currently, the Patriot is planned to be replaced by the THAAD, which is a brand new kind of an air defense system that will be doing the exact same job as the Patriot, but even better. But the Arrow 2 is a very large system meant to be able to intercept incoming ballistic missiles. So really, this is Israel's big guns in the form of air defense. They only pull these things out and use them against the largest air targets that are flying into their airspace. The last time that we saw these being used was in November and December of 2023, when the Arrow 2 ballistic missile system based out of Eilat engaged and destroyed incoming ballistic missiles that had been fired from Houthi-controlled Yemen. But really quickly, we do have footage, interestingly enough, of these incoming interceptions by the Arrow, and this is something very impressive. Let me make sure that we put this up. We would believe that this is probably in the area of southern Israel, as the Arrow 2 is usually based in the area, Oh, go ahead.
And also, real quick, while you're adding that new point to it as well, and once again, Iran has lied big time, because now we're hearing from a senior U.S. official that Iran has launched an additional 70 missiles, 70 cruise missiles, and the country had earlier launched about 80, and now they brought the total up to 150 cruise missiles launched at Israel. So very clearly, Iran is not over yet. They are still launching stuff at Israel, and Israelis' response has not come just yet. But we'll have to see here. I think personally, we're seeing the beginning waves of attacks. I think there are many more waves that come after this. And, you know, Iran's got a lot of weapons. Like, I'm wondering where they got most of this stuff from, because unless they're firing off their entire arsenal, which is, to me, a little bit doubtful, they've gotten stuff from somewhere. And that would be an interesting thing to find out where that came from.
And really quickly, we do have that footage while Matthew is giving these updates about the ongoing Iranian lie that was issued to the United Nations and the complete contradiction of that statement by Iranian actions within the region and the continuing launch of missiles from their territory. We were able to see the fantastic work of the Arrow 2 ballistic missile, anti-ballistic missile system within the territory of southern Israel. And we can see the Arrow intercepting a large volume of incoming Iranian air targets. While I drink this Gatorade, because I'm parched. But that right there is the Arrow 2, the largest and one of the most capable air defense systems in the entire world. It is more competent, it is more capable than the Patriot. It is, from what we understand, on par with the THAAD, but the THAAD is going to largely be used by the United States. So what we were seeing in this clip is truly the peak of anti-missile defense systems at work within the area of southern Israel. And it appears that they were able to shoot down almost all of the incoming Israeli missiles with relative ease, at least from what we could see in this clip. Moving on from that, we have to take a quick, well, I have to make sure to take a quick talking breather for just a minute, because I've actually got to be honest with y'all, my voice is actually getting a little strained. It's only been an hour and a half, but it's actually getting strained. So Matthew, I'm actually going to let you take over a little bit of a recap from what you're seeing for a moment, just for a quick minute, so that way I can rest my voice just a little bit and also try and drink a little bit more water to get it under control.
Okay, so I'm still looking for new breaking news to come out, but what we know at the moment is Iran has launched a total of about 150 cruise missiles at Israel, and we're not even sure exactly what the total amount of drones are that have been fired at Israel as of this point. But we are told by Israeli officials that 99% of incoming fire from Iran has been intercepted. And as was noted on Twitter by Jokerman Intel, the only confirmed hit that we've seen thus far on video has been that hit in the Negev desert that we saw just a moment ago that the enforcer showed you all. So it seems like a very big success on the Israeli front for air defense and the defense of their nation. Also, we are, like we said before, getting confirmation that Israel is preparing a massive strike back toward Iran, which could include hitting Tehran directly. And we know for a fact that Iran does not have the same type of air defense that Israel has. So Iran is going to be much more susceptible to Israel's missiles than the other way around. So we're likely to see a major escalation in the coming hours. And like I said before, we're still in the beginning stages of the beginning of this war, which is currently breaking out. But currently, that's all we have to report at the moment. So Enforcer, I'm going to toss it back to you and see if I can find some more breaking news.
All right, and thank you very much for your very quick update. While I was taking a break to make sure to get a sip of some liquid so that way I can make sure to keep my voice on cooldown, we were able to see inside of Tehran while these attacks are occurring, there are a large amount of parades being conducted spontaneously by the public in support of the attacks. Here's some footage of one of these rallies or parades that we're seeing within the capital of Tehran as these attacks are currently underway. That's the end of that.
Isn't that sick? Like they're attacking Israel and potentially on the verge of their own death, and they're over there celebrating. I wonder if they're going to be celebrating like that when the missiles start getting lobbed back at Tehran. And also, it's like those must be the extreme like zealots or something right there, because we've seen long lines of people lining up at gas stations trying to gas their cars up because they're panicked and freaked out and concerned that Israel is going to wipe them out. But yet you see the nutcases which support the mullahs absolutely going berserk over there right now, like you saw on the street. And that's not the only place they're doing it either. They're doing it in pretty much everywhere that might support Iran. It was in Syria maybe or somewhere like that. We're seeing these parades happening just like that, which is really sick to see, because what people celebrate attacks on other countries? Right now, Israel is over there just dealing with it. I don't see anything wild happening when it comes to celebrations, but in Iran, we see people cheering it on. It's just insanity.
I would have to say it is incredibly crazy. And also, Matthew, I think I've been hearing some statements, some possible rumors that there will be a statement from Benjamin Netanyahu, the president of Israel, here in just a moment. Can we make sure to look into that and keep up to date on that if that is about to happen? Meanwhile, while Matthew looks into that, I'm also going to be showing you all some additional footage that I was able to find in the intermission of Israeli air defenses operating directly over the Al-Aqsa Mosque within the area of Jerusalem. That's the end of that clip, but once again showing the air attacks that are happening over the area. And Matthew, have we been able to get any news if there's going to be a statement from the office of the president of Israel anytime in the near future?
So we're told that an IDF spokesperson should be out shortly. I haven't seen them come out just yet. I am watching that though, but I haven't seen anything from Netanyahu or his office coming out directly. To my understanding, they are actually huddled in their version of a situation room along with the U.S. president in his respective situation room. And I doubt he's going to be coming out for, I would imagine, probably 30 minutes to an hour at least. But then again, he could appear, but I really doubt it. But I'll keep an eye on it.
And also, I want to make a quick correction here. Benjamin Netanyahu is not the president of Israel. He's actually the prime minister. That was a misspeaking on my end, because I was thinking of the next bit of news that I was going to tell you, which actually comes from the White House inside the United States. As we did get to hear that apparently the office of the president of the United States has been apprised of the situation and has met with the national security team about the ongoing situation inside of Israel. This is most likely showing that there will be some kind of action conducted by the United States in support of Israel Israel in some sort of a retaliatory attack against the Islamic Republic of Iran, although we cannot be exactly certain. U.S. policies and U.S. statements within the area of the Middle East has currently been on more of an appeasement level, more so than a retaliatory level or more of a showdown sort of an approach. We have seen that a statement was made by the Office of the President of the United States to the Prime Minister of Israel that the Israelis should not respond in large form to against the Iranian attack. We saw that the Israelis received the message and immediately disregarded it, as they have now vowed that they will be conducting large-scale attacks against the Islamic Republic of Iran in turn. I cannot tell y'all for certain at the moment, and I have seen this as a major question in the chat, whether the United States is determined on conducting a retaliatory strike against the Islamic Republic of Iran. That we cannot say at the moment. We will be trying to look into that a little bit more and try and find some additional information and news about that, but at the moment, sadly, we do not know. I also have to quickly say, because we have a lot of new people here, that this is a politically unbiased channel. We do not pick a political side, and I will not make a statement condemning or supporting a political party in any domestic fashion inside the United States or in foreign countries around the world. We are simply a news reporting channel. We report the news, so I'm only going to be telling y'all what the Office of the President is doing in response to the situation. I'm not going to be saying whether I personally disagree or agree with it. That's not my place. My place is to tell y'all what the news is, and it's not to try and tell y'all how y'all should be interpreting the news. That's really up for y'all. But beyond that, moving on from that and back into the current developments that we are seeing on Twitter, we are seeing that apparently there is a airspace... actually, we got to see a map of the airspaces over the Middle East, the central Middle East at the moment, and we got to see that pretty much the entire thing has been closed down. Let me make sure to show y'all the airspace map, and let me show y'all what aircraft are airborne within the region at the moment. There are 5 aircraft airborne in the entire area of the central Middle East at the moment. It appears that all airspaces have been shut down, at least to commercial air traffic, as they are now awaiting, most likely to see what is going to be happening. And we also got to see here in this picture that all aircraft have pretty much been diverted around the central Middle East. We do see a small amount of air traffic flying through the eastern area of Iraq, but not an incredibly large amount. All aircraft have been diverted away from Israel, Lebanon, Syria, Jordan, and Iraq at the moment, from what we can tell, and it appears that also aircraft are not flying into Kuwait at the moment either. Beyond that, it is incredibly interesting to hear that pretty much the entire region is at war at the moment. There's really no way about that. But still, with that, I hope we have addressed that little bit of breaking news fairly well. Let me make sure to color code that and put a little airplane symbol on that so that way you can find that later. But nevertheless, Matthew, have we been able to find any more breaking news at the moment about what's going on inside of the region?
All right, so I am seeing here at the top of our feed that Tehran says it will not hesitate to take further defensive measures to safeguard its legitimate interest against any military aggressions, says the foreign minister of Iran. So Tehran is not backing down whatsoever. Israel's not backing down either. And to be honest with you, at this point, I'm not really sure what else Iran could do, short of if they had a nuclear weapon of some sort, they might try to maybe launch that. There's really not much else they really can do. So, you know, I think they've pretty much shown all their cards at this point, and Israel is the one holding the deck at this point, and all eyes are basically on Israel, what they're going to do. And if Israel responds the way we're expecting them to do it, then it looks like Iran could be in for a very tough night or potentially a bad day tomorrow, depending on how Israel actually responds. So a lot to come certainly very soon. And also we are getting word, by the way, that fighter jets are active over Tel Aviv. So not only is air defense in use at the moment, we also have fighter jets as well. So a lot of stuff going down with air defense, and I'm still looking here for some more news, and I'm not seeing anything else at the moment. So I'm really waiting to see some government officials, for example, Netanyahu or someone else, come out and speak, because we need a full-on briefing of what's actually happening to know all the details, because basically right now we're trying to piece it together. It's just happening so fast, it's hard to keep up with. And I think the government's also sort of grappling with this as well, which is why nobody's come out to speak just yet. But unfortunately, we do have a poll to address if you want to take a look at that.
Yes, can we really quickly circle back around to this and talk about this for a minute? A lot of people have been talking, because this, before tonight, has been almost entirely a Ukraine war news channel, although technically we do cover world news and cover situations happening around the world. We primarily cover the war in Ukraine, as that's usually the largest and most important topic happening on a day-to-day basis right now globally. That has led a lot of people to be talking about the Russian Federation's current involvement in the ongoing diplomatic de-evolution, really, that's going on inside the Middle East. A lot of people have been talking about the Russians possibly heavily arming Iran with weaponry to distract the West from supporting Ukraine and divert the West's attention entirely into the Middle East with an attack that, once again, I have to say, is the largest that we've seen in the world. We have not seen a drone and missile attack combined of this size in any conflict. Many people will know, watching this channel day in and day out, because many of y'all are in the live chat right now, that some of the largest attacks, air attacks, to ever occur on Ukraine have happened this year. And in combined air targets, they have numbered around 120. That's including the drones and the ballistic missiles, all in one. That's the largest one that we've seen, is somewhere around the category of 120 airborne targets. The Iranians alone, just a moment ago, launched approximately 400 air targets in a single wave, and there are still more waves coming in. About an additional, I believe, 120 intermediate range ballistic missiles are still flying over the Middle East right now and are on their way towards Israel. This is by far the largest attack of its kind in world history. This will make it into the history books because no attack like this has ever been seen before, even inside the Ukraine war, which has been the largest war on the face of Europe since the Second World War. A lot of people have been talking about the possible Russian involvement and the way they would have wanted to make a distraction. And the Russians have a good reason to try and make a distraction. Ukraine is having a hard time fighting the war in Ukraine without additional American support. And American support could be possibly diverted into the Middle East entirely and never make it back to Ukraine if the Russians are able to make sure that the distraction is big enough down there, to where America says the Middle East will come first, Ukraine will come later. That is entirely possible, or it's possible that this is an evolving situation that is happening completely outside of Russian influence, and it just so happened at the exact same time as the war in Ukraine is going on. We're not even sure if the United States will really be completely distracted from Ukraine, even with the now brand new war that's happening inside the Middle East. But Matthew, what are people saying about that, and what do you think about it?
All right, so we asked everyone in the audience, we said, do you think Russia has heavily armed Iran with weaponry to distract from the West's support of Ukraine? And it's a pretty evenly split poll, it looks like. 42% said yes, Russia helped create a distraction, and 38% said no, Iran did it mainly on their own, and 20% said unsure, undecided, or other. And in my opinion, I'm pretty confident that Russia has armed Iran, and they've done this on purpose. And I think even maybe Russia behind the scenes, and this is all speculation, by the way, I think Russia might have urged Iran to do this because Russia is having a very hard time in Ukraine right now, and Russia is also ramping up to do a major mobilization in the summer to try to knock down Ukraine's defenses. And I think this distraction is designed by Russia to try to basically spread the West thin, so that way it distracts everybody and they can try to plow their way through Ukraine while nobody's looking. That's their overall goal. I hope the West is aware of that and watching it, and also aware that we should not abandon our interest anywhere, including Ukraine. We still have to keep an eye on that, plus keep an eye on Iran, and we can fight multiple fronts at once if we need to, because all are important and not just one. So hopefully we're not short-sighted, because I think Russia has done this to create a distraction. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would have to say that this most likely is not a distraction by the Russians, in my opinion. I believe the Russians probably were not involved in this, because from what I understand, the missiles that have been fired are most likely 100% of Iranian origin, as well as the drones. We are not really seeing a lot of equipment that could actually have been given to them by the Russians, so I believe that this is almost a completely detached incident from the Russo-Ukrainian war, and is not meant as an actual distraction by the Russians, but the Russians will certainly be feeding into hoping that it will become a major distraction, but not by their own design or their own architecture of world unfoldings. However, I will say this. Ukraine is an incredibly important country as far as Western strategic interests within Eastern Europe are concerned. Israel largely has had this in hand tonight with a good amount of Western support. I believe that the United States, if we ever have to choose in between diverting resources, should continue to divert a decent amount of resources into helping Ukraine fight its war against the Russian Federation, while also dedicating only the required amount of force needed to deal with the situation that's going on in the Middle East. The Middle Eastern situation is an incredibly serious one, but it is one that can be put on hold for a little bit. The war in Ukraine, from what we understand, is already at a critical mass. At this moment, both sides are pretty much running on a ticking time bomb. One of them is going to cave before the other, and as long as we support Ukraine, the Russians will cave before the Ukrainians do. That is one thing that we do know, and it just requires continued U.S. support to be able to have that done. We're expecting the Russians will most likely collapse by the end of this year. The Russians are hoping to try and in the Ukrainian war before the end of this year, before the inevitable Russian collapse comes. So all the United States really needs to do is just support Ukraine for another calendar year, and it'll be over. The Russo-Ukrainian war will be over, and it will be a Ukrainian, or in a large part, Western victory. The war with Iran will most likely be dealt with by the Israelis almost entirely on their own. The Israeli Air Force is pretty much the exact same as the United States Air Force, just on a smaller scale. They will be able to conduct the exact same air operations that the United States would, and considering that the Iranians are a fairly archaic armed force using equipment from the 1960s and 70s as the main bulk of their armed forces, the Israelis should be able to take care of that like it's some easy piecework for the most part. So I'd have to say we should be diverting a large amount of our resources at the moment into Ukraine still, and then make sure to devote necessary resources into the Middle East, but also to make sure that we help the Israelis to dismantle the Iranian armed forces, and also to dismantle the Iranians' ability to produce weapons of mass destruction. But with that, I hope that does address that fairly well, at least from what I can say. And Matthew, do we have any more breaking news that has come out in the meantime?
So we do have more breaking news that has come out. So we did hear from Israeli sources that they're claiming that 99% of incoming drones and missiles were shot down by air defense, and also a combination of fighter jets as well. However, like I said before, we are seeing in the Negev desert that one hit was confirmed, and now we're learning that at least 7 medium-range ballistic missiles launched by Iran have hit their targets inside of the Negev desert, specifically the Nevatim airbase, which has apparently taken an absolute beating. So we do have a video of that on Twitter, Enforcer. If you want to check the top of our Twitter feed there, it is there. But it looks like that airbase is, I'm not going to say destroyed, but it looks like it's been severely damaged according to the missiles that we see flying in.
Let's see, the Nevatim airbase. Let me see if I can quickly geolocate this for us really quickly. And the Nevatim airbase. So this is inside of the area close to the Negev nuclear research facility, but not exactly there. This is actually an incredibly large airbase of the Israeli Air Force, it appears, with 2 runways, and let's see if we can see any available aircraft. A large amount of C-130 showing that there's an airlift wing based here. We can also see what may be their Stratotankers based at this airfield as well, although I'm not entirely sure about that. We can also see at the other part of the airfield possible fighter hangars for smaller aircraft such as F-16s, F-15s, and the like. But sadly, we don't see any of those out on the tarmac to really be able to confirm what kind of air power is within the region. But going off of this footage, and let me see if I can actually geolocate this a little bit better. Sadly, I don't think I'd be able to. I was trying to look and see if I could... Wait a minute. No. Actually, I will be able to confirm this footage. So let me get it up on screen. I'll go and throw it on the map, and then we'll go back to the Google satellite view and try and figure this out a little bit better. So let's see here. Where is this base? It's about right here somewhere. So we'll put this down here. Attack on Israeli airbase. All right, so here's the footage. Let me see if we can get this up here real quick. And so as we're seeing, missile flies in, hits behind this building. Well, you see one of the missiles gets shot down, but more continuing to hit. These actually appear to be the same missiles we saw just a while ago, Matthew, that we were able to confirm hit in the Negev desert. It's just that this is actually from the airbase, because from what I can tell, the footage that was being made is probably from somewhere on one of these main roads right here. I can't really tell that for certain, though, and I'm trying to find a facade that looks really similar to the one we saw in the clip. And let me see if we can find out any better information. So there's houses, there's street, there's some cars. There's also some vegetation, so we know it's on the base. It's not in the desert. Can we find anything that looks like it may have some sort of pillars? Because this was certainly filmed on the base, but sadly I can't find the exact pinpoint. Actually, we might have found the exact pinpoint. It looks like it may have been about right here on the sidewalk. And let's see if we can back that up a little bit more. There's another building a little bit further. Nope, that's not it. Very close, but no cigar. It's somewhere within this area of the airbase that this video was filmed, but it appears that the missiles came down and struck behind this area, possibly on the airbase facilities back here in this area. That's what we would be assuming at the moment. Of course, we don't have a lot of information to really confirm that. We're going off of a very loose geolocation, but nevertheless, let me make sure to show you all this footage in its entirety again.
يا ابوي على المكلتين على المكلتين خبط في دار.
And that's the end of that clip, but once again showing us the same missile attacks that we saw a little bit earlier, but now from a brand new angle on the airbase itself. This is once again
All
showing...
right.
Oh, go ahead.
And also, real quick, we do have a new piece of news here. We're getting a response from Israel. I'm trying to see here. It looks like a senior Israeli official made this statement, and it was quoted by Channel 12 News. It says that Israel's pledging an unprecedented response to Iran's attack, and they're urging Israelis not to go to bed due to what's about to come Iran's way. So, extremely wild statements being made by Israel. They're apparently planning something very big. They're going to do a response that is going to apparently shock the world, according to what they're saying. So, Israel is not going to be playing it light, and I'm sure behind the scenes, the Western authorities and also leadership are probably telling Israel to tone it down just a little bit, because the West always wants to sort of take a de-escalatory route these days. But it looks like Israel is going to be departing from that ideology completely and going full into responding to Iran. And I'm going to leave that up to the audience. I'm not going to put my opinion out on it just yet. Y'all let us know exactly what y'all think about that. Do you think that is wise to go all in and absolutely try to destroy Iran? Or do you think it'd be better to respond in proportion and sort of let it go by the wayside if all possible? Honestly, I'll be perfectly honest, I'm kind of leaning toward the second option of sort of going in on Iran kind of hard, because they're getting out of hand, they're seizing vessels, and they're going berserk, and they're also funding proxies in the region, and Iran is really causing the Middle East to become an absolute hellhole just by themselves alone. So I'm kind of leaning that way. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would have to say that the Israeli response to the Iranians that they need to sleep with one eye open tonight is probably a pretty fair one, considering what the Iranians just tried to conduct on Israel. And of course, a lot of people keep on getting this out of perspective, because the Israelis have such an effective air defense that usually nothing happens to them. But if the Israelis did not have an air defense, those hundreds of drones and hundreds of missiles that have been fired would be landing on their targets, most likely within civilian areas of Israel, and killing thousands, if not tens of thousands, of Israeli citizens. That's just something that you have to put into perspective, is that if it was up to the Iranians and it had gone their way, there would probably be many people dead right now already. Luckily, from what we know, no one's dead. Like, no one has died in this entire thing so far, which is incredibly lucky. The same couldn't be said for Ukraine at the onset of the Ukraine war. There was about, I believe, 100 civilians that died in that night alone. But beyond that, this is something I believe that the Israelis are completely within their right to respond to however they wish, whether it be incredibly strong and pretty much start a war with Iran, or whether they want to completely turn a blind eye to it and just leave it alone. This is completely within Israel's court. Israel was just attacked by another foreign country against it in a very provocative, warlike manner. If the Israelis want to respond to that, then that is completely in their ballpark. I believe that the United States would most likely support them, and we know that they will. We were able to actually get an official statement from the office of the president here in the United States, and I'll be making sure to read y'all this official statement that was made on the ongoing situation that is happening in the Middle East. This is a statement from the NSC, the National Security Council spokesperson, Adrian Watson, on attacks against Israel. And this is speaking on behalf of the White House, or the office of the president of the United States of America. Iran has begun an airborne attack against Israel. The president is being regularly updated on the situation by his national security team and will meet with them this afternoon in the White House. His team is in constant communication with Israeli officials as well as other partners and allies. This attack is likely to unfold over a number of hours. The president has been clear. Our support for Israel's security is ironclad. The United States will stand with the people of Israel and support their defense against these threats from Iran. But we have not seen in the statement a direct statement saying that they'll also support Israel's retaliation against Iran. We see that that is missing, but it does appear that the United States is openly making a statement in support of Israel during this conflict, and most likely will back whatever kind of actions they make, even if it's not necessarily within the United States' inherent doctrine or global policy at the moment, or their wishes within the region, at least from what we can see from that official statement. So with that, I hope that does address that well, and it looks like a lot of y'all are weighing in on whether Israel should go all in on Iran. We've been talking about it here for a moment, but a lot of y'all have been posed this question yourselves when we brought it up about whether the Israelis should go all in on Iran, whether they should retaliate and attack them for what Iran just conducted against them. What should happen? And a lot of y'all are having an opinion on this, loads of y'all, and I know Matthew also has a big opinion on this as well, much like I just had. And so Matthew, what is everyone saying?
All right, so we asked everyone the question, should Israel go, quote-unquote, all in responding to Iran, or should they respond in proportion? 63%, actually 64% said Israel should go all in. 25% said Israel should respond in proportion, and 12% said unsure, undecided, or other. So it appears the majority of people believe that Israel should basically give the beans to Iran and go in as hard as possible. And honestly, while that does or might sound harsh to some people, I think now may be the time to do it. If there's any time to do it, it's going to be right now. Iran, like I said before, is getting out of control. Just earlier today, they seized and hijacked an Israeli-flagged vessel out of Portugal, and they took the crew hostage, which were 20 Filipino sailors, and those people are being held captive by Iran. And also, Iran's been harassing cargo vessels for some time, and the U.S. Navy has been trying to ward them off from doing it. Also, Iran does fund Hezbollah and all the other proxy groups as well, which have been harassing and plaguing the Middle East for months, and if not years, if not longer than that. So Iran is pretty much the primary sponsor of terror in the Middle East at the moment. They're also aiding Russia in their fight against Ukraine as well. Iran is just all the way around pretty much a bad country at this point. It's run by a bunch of sicko leadership, which are only interested in themselves. They're a bunch of sickos. And I think it's about time to put them out of their misery, to be perfectly honest with you. So it's going to go the way it's going to go, and I think Israel's going to show us exactly what their power looks like. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would have to say that the Israelis should go all in on Iran. If U.S. forces were attacked in the region, I would expect the United States to obliterate the Iranians. And so, considering that the Israelis were the ones that had their country directly attacked by Iran, I would consider that if they want to go all in and tell the Iranians to sleep with one eye open and then club them over the head, I would consider that to be a very justified response at the moment. If this was World War II, what we're looking at right now is Pearl Harbor, but instead of Pearl Harbor going well for the Japanese, we ended up shooting down a lot of their aircraft. Then, what we're talking about, what a lot of people are arguing about right now, is whether the United States should respond to Pearl Harbor or not. That's what we're really talking about if we want to put it in that kind of perspective. And of course we should respond to Pearl Harbor, whether it went well for the Japanese or not, whether we ended up shooting down all their aircraft and didn't lose a single ship, or whether it went the way it did in real life, which ended up being pretty disastrous for the U.S. Navy in the short run. There should be a response. It is a declaration of war to attack a country like this. The thing that's interesting is if this was in a normal human instance, I have a feeling that people would be thinking about this a lot differently. If a home invader came up to your house, broke into your window, and started to climb in, and you shot them while they were halfway through the window frame, you wouldn't be sitting there and saying, well, I guess that's murder because he didn't make it into the house. But you would be saying, I shot the guy because he's a burglar in the middle of the night who busted out my window, and I'm not going to let the guy get in here and do something to me. That's what the real answer would be. In a normal human-like scenario, if we were talking about two people, and this may as well be the exact same situation. Iran is a burglar who busted out the window, climbing through the window frame, and the Israelis are now going to defend themselves against this lunatic as best they can. So I would have to say If the Israelis want to bombard the Iranians into oblivion, that is completely their right. They're the ones that are currently being attacked. It is their war. And I got to say this. When this happened to Ukraine, everyone didn't go, oh, just let it go. You know, no one said that, because that would absolutely be ludicrous. The Russians launched missiles into Ukraine on the 23rd of February of 2022 and officially started a war. They can call it whatever they want. They can call it a special military operation. They can call it whatever. They can call it anything. They can call it a pillow. But it is still a war. That's what it is in reality. When you fire missiles at another country, that's an act of war. You can call it military operations. You can call it a special military operation. It's still a war through and through. It's like shooting at someone and then saying, I didn't mean to kill you. I just meant to shoot around you. No, that would usually be considered in most instances some form of attempted murder, or at least some form of negligence, some criminal negligence at that. But anyways, with that, I hope that does address that the best I can, given my opinion on it, because I always find it a little weird that there's kind of a question when a country outright attacks someone, whether you should fight them back or not. It always seems a little weird to me that some people would go, no, but it's just as a matter of principle. Your country has been attacked. It's war now. You have to go to war, and it's whether you want to or not, it's here now, and you have to fight it. But with that, I hope that addressed that fairly well. And Matthew, do we have any more breaking news that has been coming out in the meantime?
All right, so I was doing some skimming here to see what we have, and let's see here. It looks like the U.S. president and also Netanyahu just jumped on a phone call a moment ago. I assume they're coordinating the response, or it could be that maybe some suggestions or advice are being given in the background as to how Israel should respond. And I have a hunch this could be a phone call sort of asking for de-escalation. That's my hunch, what it could be about. Or it could be simply a phone call for best wishes. There's simply no way to know, because obviously the public's not queued in on those phone calls. But they are on one at the moment. I'm also looking for other news, but that appears to be all we have at the moment. But I'll keep an eye out for more news.
And so with that, I hope we were able to address that the best we can, at least any up and coming news developments. But for the moment, I think we have covered most of everything that is going on at the moment. And so I want to make sure, because we have a massive, it is truly an unbelievable backlog of super chats that have come in, and also live chats that have come in, that we have to make sure that we address before we start to continue to move on with this news that we're putting out tonight. But before we start getting into some questions and answering questions that have come in, and thanking people for supporting the channel, I really want to quickly give a huge thanks to everyone who has joined us so far to listen to this news. Right now, there are 18,500 people who are on air with us at this moment watching this news. We are entirely honored to be the ones that y'all chose to get on this channel and watch this news here instead of elsewhere. Y'all could have chosen anywhere that y'all really would have wanted to hear this massive news of a brand new war breaking out, but nevertheless, y'all chose here. I have no idea why, but we're entirely honored for all of y'all being here, and we greatly appreciate y'all being here. If y'all enjoy this channel and the way we covered this news, you'll probably enjoy everything that we cover, because we cover a lot of news in the exact same fashion as this. So please make sure to subscribe. It really makes us very happy when people subscribe. It technically actually doesn't help us out in the algorithm much. We found that out a while ago when I started looking into how the YouTube algorithm works. Apparently subscribers don't matter anymore. It's just raw views or how well you can hit the algorithm. But we still love to see that people subscribe to this channel and really do enjoy it, because it means a great deal to us. So make sure to subscribe. If you want, hit the like button to help other people see this news, or at least hit the like button so that way people around the world can see this stream in the future and see this channel having covered it within really the first 30 minutes of the conflict breaking out. But I got to thank all of y'all so much once again for being here with us and continuing to watch this. We are going to be addressing questions for a little bit, and then we'll probably return back to getting updates on the news. But for a moment, we're going to put a general hold on our news gathering, or at least our statements of news here on air, because it seems as though things have died down, at least for a brief moment, and this allows us some time to be able to answer some questions. Also, since so many new people are here, I want to quickly address how our channel runs, because many of y'all will probably notice that all of the questions we are addressing are questions that people have thrown in a super chat, which means that they have paid and then attached a question to it. this channel is entirely free to watch, and especially our live streams. Our live streams are completely ad-free and sponsor-free, and will always be ad-free and sponsor-free as long as this channel ever runs. We run this news entirely free. You do not have to spend a single second of time watching an ad. You do not have to spend a single second of time watching a sponsorship on these live streams, and you never will. The live streams and the channel as a whole are almost entirely supported by the viewers themselves, who appreciate this channel enough to find it worthwhile to support. And even then, you do not have to support it, and you do not have to support it a specific amount. You can just decide to if you want, or you don't have to if you don't want to. That's how the channel works, and that's why I want to address. Because if you have thrown in a question in the live chat, and I don't know how many Matthew has been able to gather, because we've been doing a lot tonight.
Pretty good bit actually tonight.
Oh, good. Because we will be making sure to answer questions from the live chat, because it is entirely free to watch this channel from beginning to end, and you can throw in a question and have it answered absolutely free without having to throw in a super chat. But I want to make sure to just address that, so that way when we're going forward, y'all aren't thinking that this is a pay-to-play kind of a system. It is not a pay-to-play. If you send in a super chat, we will address every single one, even if it is just $1, or whether it's $500, which is the largest super chat. All of them are addressed, and we thank each one of y'all individually for the support. But after that, we get right into the live chats. But we do have to make sure to keep this channel running, because this is our livelihood, this is our job, and so we have to make sure that we are able to support ourselves by doing this. And so we thank everyone and address each and every comment that is sent in the super chat. But with that, I hope we were able to address that fairly well, at least how this channel runs. And with that, Matthew, what do we got?
All right, so just grabbing one more thing from the live chat there real quick. We're moving into our first super chat, and this one goes to Activista, who is a longtime channel legend on this channel, who puts in a $100 donation. Hey! Massive support indeed. And they said overtime pay with many thanks.
Hey, and thank you so much, Activista, for the overtime pay. I was more than happy to do this. Actually, funnily enough, I was in the car going to pick up food when Matthew called me and said, Andrew, Iran just started a war. And I was like, oh, really? He was like, yeah. I was like, damn, I need to come home immediately. So I raced home, literally crammed the food down my throat and got down here. Matthew can tell you, like, I was cramming the food down my throat so much, it was like watching like a gremlin eat. And then I came down here and I immediately started working on putting this thing together, so that way all of y'all could get the news pretty much immediately as soon as it was coming out. I'm more than happy to do this whenever we need to do it, wherever we need to do it, and however long we need to do it. This has already been 2 hours of news tonight so far, and it's going to be a lot longer probably by the time we get done. But still, thank you so much once again, Activista. Many thanks to you for always being here with this channel, always helping us to keep it running and throwing in a massive amount of support tonight. That is absolutely unbelievable. And we are entirely thankful that you enjoy the channel that much, that you would support it to that great of a deal. But with that, we are on to the next one.
All right, and our next super chat is going to go to, let's see, this time it's going to go to Snow White, who puts in a $100 donation as well. Another absolutely massive support, and thank you, Snow White, for that. And also, Snow White and myself actually called this yesterday. I just want to point that out real quick. Not trying to, like, brag or take credit or anything, because unfortunately, we were actually correct. We had both said that the war here in Iran was probably going to break out in the coming days. And unfortunately, it did, and it broke out worse, honestly, than I had even expected it to break out. So Snow White was ahead of the game on that, and Snow White also said, "Here's for hazard pay."
And hey, thank you so much for the support, Snow White, and thank you so much for supporting some hazard pay. I gotta say that is some massive hazard pay right there. But we thank you so much for always being with this channel, always helping to support this channel, and also helping out our Sunday fundraisers. And oh, by the way, Snow White, let me quickly take the moment, considering we're talking about hazard pay, to talk about something that is really big on this channel that is actually going to be happening tomorrow. And this is for all 15,000 of y'all who are still here right now. Tomorrow is Sunday, and on Sunday every single week on this channel, we run a Sunday fundraiser. Usually those fundraisers are for a nonprofit operating in Ukraine, but we may actually be doing one depending on how big the news is in the Middle East tomorrow, because this is the beginning of a brand new war. We may actually be doing a nonprofit that will support the Israeli forces or American forces within the region. Of course, our fundraisers are run through YouTube Gives, so we can't pick ones that are buying like helmets and bulletproof vests for people. We can only do ones that cover humanitarian things or help out on the humanitarian side of things. So make sure, if you're brand new, to stick around for that, because if you would like to chip in on a fundraiser that will help out people within the region through a nonprofit that's operating there, be my guest. We would love to have you all tomorrow and help out with that fundraiser. Ms. Snow White has helped out with those fundraisers massively in the past and has also massively helped to keep this channel running. And so, thank you so much once again for the massive support. Thank you for the hazard pay, Snow White. And with that, we are on to the next one.
All right, and our next one here is going to go to Colian Leon, who puts in a $50 donation, and thank you very much, Colian, for that support as well. He said, cheers for what you guys do day and night.
And Colin, I have to say, thank you so much for enjoying what we do day and night. I wonder if it looks like to y'all whether we actually sleep, because it almost seems like we're almost always up. One of us is up pretty much every single hour of every day. We are more than happy to pretty much be the forever awake reporters on YouTube that try and make sure to get out this news to everyone that we can. We are very honored to be able to cover this this historic news that happened today as far as the beginning of a brand new war. And thank you so much for appreciating what we do and massively helping to support it and help us to keep this running and to keep this kind of news on air. And so thank you so much once again. I hope that does address that incredibly well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
All right, and also real quick before we move on to the next one here, we are learning that Saudi Arabia is now calling on all sides of this war to spare the region of the danger of a more prolonged and also wide-spreading war, and they're asking on, calling on all parties to exercise the utmost levels of restraint as of this moment. So I think Saudi Arabia is saying publicly probably what is being said behind the scenes by the United States leader itself as well. Say what?
Oh, you just cut out right there. It was like half the sentence that got cut out. Oh,
what was the last thing you heard?
Hold up. It looks like we may have gotten cut off on YouTube for a second. The last thing I heard was something about Saudi Arabia saying what was being said behind closed doors, and then it cut off there, and then you came back like 20 words later. You went, and then you were like right back then. I was like, dang it.
That damn lag, I'm telling you what. But anyways, what I was saying before was Saudi Arabia is calling on all parties to exercise the utmost levels of restraint and spare the region from the danger of a more widespread war. And that was reported on just a moment ago. And I was saying, I think this is publicly what's being said by Saudi Arabia, probably what is being said privately by U.S. leadership to Israeli leadership to basically calm down and don't respond too crazily. And like I said before, we ran a poll on it. Most of the audience believes it's time to let Iran have it. But I think all the other forces and also nations in the region are trying to tamp these things down a little bit because they understand this can go sideways pretty badly if this keeps devolving like it looks like it's going to go. So me personally, I appreciate the calls for peace. I appreciate the sentiment behind trying to de-escalate, but I think we've de-escalated a little bit too much globally at this point, and I think that's not leading us down a good road. But Enforcer, what do you think about that?
I would largely have to agree, actually. I think the de-escalation has gone far enough. I see some people in the chat kind of arguing who started it, when did they start it, oh, Israel started it by existing, some stuff like that. That is not the question. The real question, because a lot of people have been saying, if the Israelis hadn't bombed those commanders in Damascus, this wouldn't have happened. But the Israelis would have never bombed those commanders in Damascus if those commanders were not funding and supporting terrorist groups that have been attacking Israel since October 7th of last year. That would have never happened. So going off of that, I would have to say, in my honest opinion, I respect the Saudi Arabians. It's great for them to want to keep neutrality and peace in the area as best as possible, but they are speaking from a position of convenience. They're not speaking from the position of a country that has been attacked, because a lot like the Houthis inside of Western Yemen, the Houthis have attacked the Saudis, and what did the Saudis do? They didn't go, we would like peace. The Saudis fight the Houthis on the Saudi Arabian border every day. I mean, every single day. It's been going on for years now. So going off of that, I would have to say that respect. Well, hang on. The stream's saying it's getting no data. Why is it saying that? And then it's green. Anyways,
no, again, the stream's pooping out this early too. Wait a minute. How are we holding up longer than the technology? How's that work?
I have no idea. But it says it's coming in fine. I don't see. Yeah, now it's saying it's excellent condition. I don't know what's up with that. But anyways, the Saudis attack the Houthis because the Houthis attack them. The Saudis do not say. The Saudis are not the ones in the situation being attacked right now. The United States and Israel are the ones being attacked right now. So while it's great to want neutrality in the area, at the exact same time, we also have to understand that they're not the ones involved. So with that, I think that's the Saudis actually saying, we're kind of wanting to peace out. They'll probably allow U.S. forces to operate from their territory, but beyond that, the Saudis are probably not going to take any direct action against Iran based off of that statement, but we'll have to see over the coming days. But with that, I hope that does address that fairly well, at least in my opinion. And with that, we are on to the next question.
And also, by the way, huge shout out to everyone who is donating to the channel tonight, because the support is massive. And first off, we have to thank everybody for that, because like the Enforcer said before, we are entirely crowdfunded by the viewers on these streams, and it really does mean a lot. It helps us keep doing our work right here, and we enjoy reporting the news to you all as well. And we do it pretty much around the clock these days. It's pretty much a full-time 24/7, 7 days a week type of gig. So we like doing it. So thank you all once again for that support. And also, by the way, a new piece of breaking news just came out. Iran's IRGC has issued a second statement warning the U.S. against supporting Israel. And the IRGC says, quote unquote, "We've warned the United States terrorist government." They call us a terrorist government, by the way. That's hypocritical as hell. They said if the U.S. supports anything about Israel, also participates in attacking Iran's interests, then the Iran armed forces are going to have a very fierce response toward the United States. And I have to say, that has me very worried that Iran might launch some rocks at us or something like that. But in all seriousness, though, it's really like hypocritical and also silly they're even threatening the United States like that, because we could absolutely glass Iran if we wanted to, but we're not doing that because we're not, trying to do something that severe, but we could do it. That's the point. And Iran's not using any logic whatsoever. They sound like they're an emotional teenager going through a fit right now, but they're also a lethal teenager as well, because they're lashing out and potentially able to kill people. So that's what we're learning at the moment. But Enforcer, would you like to weigh in on that?
I would have to say you covered that incredibly well, so I think it's time for us to get on to the next question.
All right, and our next super chat is going to go to a first-time super chatter, by the way, Scott Wilson, 2008, who puts in a $100 donation. Massive support from you, Scott, and thank you very much. He did not leave a comment either, but Scott, I hope you subscribed as well. We'd love to have you, and thank you very much for supporting the channel and our work. And Enforcer, what say you?
And I got to thank you so much for the massive support, Scott Wilson, 2008. Your first super chat ever is a massive one. It's actually one of the largest ones of the stream. And I got to thank you greatly for enjoying this channel and appreciating it so much that you find it worthwhile to support like that. And I guess you found the channel either tonight or you've been watching for a while and you decided that the reporting and the coverage was so good that it was worthwhile to support for the first time ever and massively. That is absolutely unbelievable, an incredible thing. And I got to thank you so much for appreciating this channel that greatly that you find it that worthwhile to support. And so thank you so much once again. There was no comment there, but the support is still speaks volumes of its own, and I got to thank you so much once again. And with that, I hope that does address that well, and we are on to the next one. And thank you so much once again.
And I see that statement right there got the people in the chat fired up quite a bit. Everybody's putting the Iran clown sign behind it. Seriously, though, if Iran really is, like, the leadership in Iran are some clowns. Like, the Russian leadership, even the Russian leadership's not on the same level as Iran. Iran does not use logic at all, and that's not saying much, because the Russians aren't logical either when it comes to their battlefield strategy or their economic strategy either. But Iran really is truly behaving like an emotional teenager. It's really wild to see that on a foreign policy level. They even made extremely profane statements diplomatically to the United States before they launched this attack yesterday, and said basically F off to the United States and get the F out of the way. That's what they said in their own words. Just a crazy regime running that country right now. And, for the people in Iran that don't want that, I really feel bad for them, because they're kind of at the mercy of these mullahs and the Ayatollah at this point. And they're basically being driven in a bus by a crazy bus driver that is not going to put on the brakes or put on the parking brake. So kind of feel bad, but on the other hand, we do have to deal with business. And if it means going in there and taking Iran out, we simply have to do that, because it comes down to everyone else can't be at Iran's mercy because they're going berserk. But with that, we're moving on to our next one here, which goes to Leora Avagile, who puts in a $50 donation. And thank you very much, Leora, for that support as well. Hey! And she said, Iran is going to find out what it means to FAFO.
Oh, and they are. I gotta say, they're about to find that out really soon, especially if the United States gets involved, because they found that out back in Operation Praying Mantis back in 1988. they're about to find it out again, and they're about to relearn the lesson. But I gotta thank you so much once again for the massive support, Leora Avagile, and helping this channel to keep on running, and throwing in some absolute words of wisdom right there, some real truth for the Iranians to take and chew on, or more so to sleep with one eye open on. But with that, thank you so much once again. I hope that does address that incredibly well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
All right, and our next one is going to go to Tom Exman, who puts in a $50 donation as well. Thank you very much, Tom, for your support.
Hey!
He says, can you donate the after YouTube withdrawal amount, $35, for the fundraiser tomorrow, please? And he also said, Sice iPhone doesn't work, and thanks.
And thank you so much for the support. And yes, I will make sure to tack that on, the amount after YouTube takes it, an additional $35. And that means I'm actually going to be putting in about $100. Actually, I'm just going to round it up to $150 tomorrow on the fundraiser. Because just in case y'all don't know, every single Sunday when we run a fundraiser, I always put in $100 of my own money, and then sometimes a little bit extra, like a 20 or something like that later on into the stream. But we actually have had two people, including you actually, ask to have their support thrown into this upcoming Sunday fundraiser. So I'm actually just going to round it up to 150, get a little bit of extra bang for the buck, and make sure to throw in a little bit extra. We're not exactly sure who we're going to be fundraising for tomorrow at the moment, whether it's going to be one of our classic Ukraine organizations, or whether it's going to be something for what's going on in the Middle East. We're not entirely sure at the moment, but what I will say is thank you so much once again for the support, and thank you for wanting to put that towards the fundraiser. And I will make sure to put that in as 150, including mine and the other super chat, the other 10 that we're supposed to be throwing in tomorrow. But with that, thank you so much once again, and we are on to the next one.
All right, in our next super chat, I'm looking at the list here. It's getting rather long. It's going to NavVet15, who puts in a $50 donation. And thank you very much, NavVet. And that is your first ever super chat support of the channel as well.
Hey!
So huge shout out to you for that. He says, you guys keep doing what you're doing.
And dang, thank you for the support. Thank you for enjoying what we do. And thank you for wanting us to keep doing it, NavVet. We try our best. In NavVet, it says it's your first super chat ever. So I'm not entirely sure if you just got here on this channel and you were so blown away with it you decided to support, or whether you've been here for a while and you decided to just support it tonight because the coverage was good. Either way, I got to thank you so much for enjoying what we do. Because there's so many people here tonight that have never been here before. Just to let y'all know a little bit of the craziness that tonight has been so far trying to cover this. There are 13.7 thousand people here right now, and that isn't even the highest that it got. It got all the way up to 21,000 people here at one single moment live on air. And then on top of that, 225,000 people have watched this stream at this point. 250,000 people have watched it. It's crazy. It's more people who've watched this stream than we actually have subscribers, and that's absolutely crazy to me and absolutely blows me away. But one thing I have to say is, whether you just got here tonight in this massive wave of people who may have seen the channel for the first time ever, or whether you've been around for a little bit, I thank you so much for enjoying this channel. We've been running this channel for 780 days now, as of today, nonstop. 6 days a week, every day on live streams, but in reality, that one day we take off, we're usually doing other stuff in the background to prepare for the next week. So in reality, we've been going every single day, 7 days a week for 780 days now, covering news in Ukraine and covering news from around the world. I can't say enough, NavVet, how appreciative we are of getting to do this. We're in such a special position to be able to create the kind of news that I've always wanted to create. Some of y'all may notice a little bit earlier on the stream that I made a statement when we were covering something about the office of the President of the United States, that this is a non-political channel. We do not take a political bias, a political side. We report the news as it is. And if y'all have an opinion on politics, that's up for y'all. That's not up for me to tell y'all. That's something that no news company does anymore. That's something that no YouTube channel does out there either. All of them take a political side. And I find it so important to be able to try and carry out my vision of what I believe news should be by running this channel. And if that's the reason why you supported NavVet15, I gotta thank you so much. because it's crazy to think that people really do appreciate this channel so much and how we run it. And I cannot say enough how honored we are to be able to be the ones to tell you all the news. And I hope that y'all really do enjoy the way we cover this news, because I try and make sure to do it the way I think is very classy. No politics. I'm not trying to shove my personal political views down y'all's throat. Y'all aren't trying to shove y'all's personal political views down anyone else's throat. It is just the news the way it used to be. And what y'all take from it is what y'all take from it, and how I give it is the way it just comes. It's just the raw facts. But still, thank you so much once again. I hope that does address that well, and I've actually just gotten a buzz on my phone from Enforcer Matt telling me that there has apparently been some major developments in the news that have just come out. But before we get to that, thank you so much, Nabat15, for your first super chat ever, and thank you for helping this channel to continue its running. But Matthew, what's the brand new news that we have?
Okay, so we've gotten some more footage coming out here, and also breaking news as well. We have gotten footage of apparently the mass panic that occurred in the streets of Israel amid the start of the Iranian airstrikes. We can take a look at that footage in just a moment here. And we're also hearing reports and also video evidence of reports of Iranian missile strikes against the Israeli Ramon airbase near Eilat. And also, we have seen something incredible that Israel has managed to pull off. The IDF achieved an exo-atmospheric intercept against an Iranian ballistic missile, which means it was intercepted outside of Earth's atmosphere, and that is a unbelievable thing to see. Actually, we have video of that happening as well, and I've never seen that before in my entire life of reviewing any war footage. I've never seen this at all. So Enforcer, you can go to the top of our Twitter feed, and we have all of those videos in a row.
Well, Matthew, you know, while I'm putting all of this down, because I got to quickly put this on our map so that way everyone can see it in the future. You know what's very interesting about exo-atmospheric hits on incoming missiles is that there is only one air defense system inside of Israel that can actually conduct that kind of a interception outside of the atmosphere, and it's actually the Arrow 2. It is the only system in Israel's arsenal that can do it. So the footage that you were watching is actually from the Arrow 2 system doing what it's actually supposed to do, which is exo-atmospheric interceptions. But it can do atmospheric interceptions as well. So let me put that up here. Let's see, orbital interception. We'll just call it an orbital one to make it easier to type, but it's not really an orbital. It's a suborbital trajectory. But anyways, I'll show this to y'all. So here's the clip of the orbital interception by the Arrow 2 above Israel, and I gotta say it is wild to see. But here it is, right there.
Look at that. That's incredible. I've never seen that. Like, have you seen that on footage before?
I've seen that, I think, once in another situation. I think it was some kind of footage of an F-15 shooting down some sort of a satellite, and it was the only time that it ever did that in history. But I have seen something like this before, but it's wild to watch. It honestly looks a lot like a Falcon 9 re-entering the atmosphere for just like one literal instant. It's really wild to see. Look at that.
That is crazy to see. It's like, and also, like, I don't know if this is just something, maybe I'm just lacking on the knowledge or information of it, but the cruise missile travels outside the atmosphere, is that correct?
That would usually be some sort of a longer range ballistic missile that would travel outside of the atmosphere. So probably if I had to take a guess at what kind of missile that was that the Iranians fired, it's probably some sort of an incredibly long-range missile that they fired, and it ended up going into a suborbital trajectory out of the Earth's atmosphere, maybe just at the Kármán line or a little bit above it, and that's where the Arrow 2 ended up intercepting. It was on its was after its apogee when it was coming back down onto Israel, and it was still around the Kármán line, and then it got hit about right there, and that's why the explosion looked like that.
Yeah, I was wondering, because I was like, I'm surely a cruise missile doesn't go outside the atmosphere. Like, I knew that didn't happen, so I was wondering what type of missile that was, but that makes more sense now that you say it. So that's just very interesting to see. I've never seen that on video before.
Yeah, I've seen it once, but I've never seen it in this kind of quality, though. That was actually wild. And, you know, it really just makes you wonder what war is going to look like 70 years in the future, when that probably becomes an incredibly normal thing. As a matter of fact, it makes you wonder what kind of air defenses the United States could possibly produce for intercontinental ballistic missiles that could be targeting the United States in a hypothetical war of the future. But moving on from that, we also have this very interesting clip of the Ramon Air Base being hit near the port of Eilat in the very south of Israel. We can see the missiles coming in and hitting right there. And you can't really see the missiles well because there's a large amount of cloud cover over the port at the moment. So they're really just descending out of the clouds, and at the very last second, you can see them hitting the airbase right there. But we can actually see a large amount of missiles ended up actually hitting the base, apparently showing that the interception rate near Eilat was actually somewhat low. But we're not seeing any immediate fires being caused from these explosions, so we're not really sure what they're hitting. We see some pillars of smoke, though, from the explosions of the missiles, and we can also see some air defense being launched up into the clouds to try and intercept maybe another incoming missile, and it looks like it may have actually been blown up, as we saw some bright flashes come out of the clouds right there, so that may have been another Iranian missile that was coming in getting hit and destroyed. But with that, I hope that does show that fairly well, at least what happened down near Eilat, and we'll be making sure to try and get more news on that as we keep going. But in the meantime, George Schwartz said, no Ukraine news? Sadly, not tonight, because right now, this would actually be near to the very end of my Ukraine war news gathering session before a stream. And then I would start working on the thumbnail and also a brand new intro card for the night around right now on a normal night. So sadly, there will be no Ukraine war news tonight. We'll be rounding out this stream and then doing Ukraine war news tomorrow. But with that, we also have to show some of the panic in the streets, because there was a decent amount of it that was caused because, of course, this attack was rather sudden, and so we saw that there was a decent amount of panic by the Israeli populace, which is very understandable. But let me make sure to show you all the Israelis panicking in the streets, because it's something, once again, to bring home. This attack was about to end up hitting a nation full of people that were going about their daily business. Here's the clip. That's,
something interesting about this, the Israelis are generally used to Iron Dome interceptions. Like, they'll see it getting smacked up in the sky and stuff like that. I've never really seen panic like this, and I'm wondering if maybe one of them got closer than usual before it was intercepted, or maybe one hit somewhere, something like that. Because this is somewhat of unusual panic, even for the Israelis.
I would have to say it is a fairly unusual amount of panic, but we didn't get any information of anything hitting Tel Aviv. From what we know, everything was intercepted heading towards the major city. So we'll have to find out. Hopefully, we'll see tomorrow once we get more footage and information. But still, that is a very interesting thing, and also. Enforcer, I'm gonna have to die. I don't know what's up with that. I think we're gonna have to time him out there for a minute. But anyways, with that, hope that does address that well. And we are on to the next question.
All right, and moving back to our Super Chat questions, this time we have one from Scott Wilson, 2008, yet again, and he put in another massive $100 donation, and thank you very much, Scott, for that. He says, you guys do an amazing job with the news of Iran, Ukraine as well, as being unbiased, and I am a military intelligence individual from 2011 in AFG, and I think there may be more coming, and stay tuned.
And thank you so much for the support, and thank you for sharing a little bit of your background. Well, it's really cool to hear that you were in military intelligence. For some reason, we always have a knack of being able to gather up the military intelligence people up into one group and have them all watch this channel for some reason. Like, I have no idea why it is that way, but it always does turn out that way. Matthew, you know, because we actually know some of the people who do watch, and it's, like former national security advisors and stuff like that. But beyond that,
yeah, we have actually a decent amount of Air Force, or what used to be Air Force intelligence. Now I think it's Space Force intelligence, or they're within the Space Force. And also just generally OSINT people in general following the stream. A pretty decent number, actually.
Yeah, and we got to say thank you, everyone, for watching. We really are honored that so many people really do like this show and appreciate the kind of reports that we bring. And thank you so much for really enjoying it and finding to be a high-quality news summary. We try our best, and I try my best to kind of to separate the wheat from the chaff on this channel, and to try and make sure that our news is as factual as it really can be. The best way we do that is with video and picture evidence. And I got to thank you so much for really appreciating how we cover this, really enjoying it. Not only that, appreciating it and enjoying it so much that you would support it this greatly. That is truly amazing. And I got to thank you so much once again for helping this channel to keep on running and supporting it to make it possible. And also, we will be making sure to keep an eye out. And if you have any additional information you'd like to share with us, make sure to DM us on Twitter. Go follow us on Twitter and DM us there, because that's usually the quickest and easiest way for us to get to talk to all of y'all, especially when there's any major breaking news that y'all may want to give to us. That way we can break it on air. And so with that, thank you so much once again for the support, the unbelievable support, and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
All right, and our next super chat this time is going to go to Hokey Redneck, who's a longtime channel legend. And he throws in a very generous 100 as well. And huge shout out to Hokey for that massive support. He says, Enforcers, good evening. And good evening to you, Hokey. He says, do you think B1s and or B2s may be on the way?
I think that B1s might be on the way. But dealing with Iran, considering that this isn't necessarily an IRGC camp inside of Syria or Iraq, like we saw the B1s being used last time, I think the United States may possibly want to use a B2 Spirit instead, because it generally will decrease the chances of any kind of casualties or loss of aircraft to occur in any air operations against Iran. So I have a feeling that they would most likely want to use some sort of a stealth aircraft when dealing with the Iranians, because it'll just be generally safer for everyone involved. The B-1 Lancer is also usually in these kinds of situations dealing with the Iranians, it would mostly likely end up being a very low altitude bomber. That's why the B-1 has a sweep wing, is so that way it can travel far distances with the wing swept back at supersonic speeds, but once it starts to approach its target, it then rapidly descends, sweeps out its wings, and actually flies subsonic at low altitude below radars and what they can pick up to its target, and then drops bombs on it and then leaves. A fairly dangerous kind of a way of conducting any sort of a air bombing operation with an aircraft that large, but nevertheless, that's how the B-1's used. So I think they would probably go with a B-2 instead, and probably end up dropping some sort of missiles or some sort of guided or propelled bombs at distance inside the Persian Gulf or the Gulf of Oman out of a B-2 instead. But that's what I would think. And once again, I'm not exactly an expert on that field. That probably would be something more up for the Air Force to answer. But if I was to say off of my own knowledge how they would most likely work, it probably would be with the B-2 Spirits only. They would probably rule the B-1s out against direct strikes on Iran, unless if they were dropping off cruise missiles or some kind of a ballistic missile a good ways from Iranian territory where they were out of air defense. They would be used then, but not in direct strikes where they're actually almost flying to the target and dropping something on them. But with that, hope that does address that the best I can. Hokey Redneck, thank you for the unbelievable, massive support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
All right, and also real quick here, we do have some more breaking news coming out, which we're going to report on right now. And it appears that Israel's Home Front Command says there's no longer a need to stay near protected areas all over the country. And remember, take that with a grain of salt. If you're in Israel, always refer to your official alerts first. Don't take that for a pure fact. That's what we're seeing on Twitter, by the way. And also, I'm seeing another individual, another OSINT reporter, saying that Israel's military lifts the advisory for residents in the north and south to stay next to shelters. So it's sounding like maybe the attack has come to an end, or perhaps maybe it's sort of tapering off a bit. So we might have seen the worst of what Iran has to do right now. So now it's more about waiting to see what Israel's going to do, because that is the next step in escalating this conflict to the next level. And it's pretty much a certainty at this point it's going to happen. But we'll have to see if maybe any of the other nations in the region can maybe talk Israel out of going all in. Because I think right now Israel is planning on going all in on Iran. And also, it appears the only main casualty we've seen, and also, by the way, no human casualties, by the way, reported thus far, which is a miracle. We're hearing that Iran state media says the Israel attack dealt heavy blows to an airbase in Negev desert. And we did see the video evidence of that as well. That appears to be the only actual confirmed hits throughout the entire nation of Israel was at the Negev airfield. So out of all those huge barrages of drones and missiles that were fired, that appears to be it. So that's quite shocking to see, and also a testament to how good Israel's air defense is. So that is very good to hear. But Enforcer, what say you?
I gotta say, now Matthew, you said this earlier with them going to war, but I called it on that last night. You remember, like, when we were talking about how would an air attack work? And I was like, you know, in the modern day, the only way they work is through mass waves. But the thing is, with Israel, with Western forces in the area that'll be shooting down those missiles, that'll stop a good amount of them from even getting to Israel in the first place. And then once they get there, Israel has different layers of different sizes of air defense meant to deal with different air targets that would probably end up intercepting and shooting down most of everything, if not everything, and that's exactly what happened. The Western Air Forces shot down a third of all of the air targets before they made it to Israel, and then Israel's air defenses, the multi-layered air defenses that they have, ended up mopping up pretty much everything else, save for a few that made it through and ended up hitting the Negev airfield or airbase. So that was dead on the nail, a pretty accurate prediction of how it went down last night. And it looks like the Israelis, I have to say, even though I largely got that accurate last night, they very much impressed me. I didn't think that would actually be the way it panned out. They actually did incredibly well. And so with that, I hope that does address that well. Very interesting breaking news, and thank you for sharing that, Matthew. And with that, we are on to the next one.
All right, and moving on to our next super chat, we have a $50 donation from Long This. And thank you very much for that support, by the way. They said, Iran lacks real firepower, and what are they thinking? And that's what I want to know, too. What is Iran thinking? They're making statements like they're armed to the teeth or something, but they're really not. So it's just, like I said before, like the emotional teenager routine on a foreign policy level. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would have to say, I don't know what they were thinking either along this. I have no idea. Because we've covered the Iranian military at depth on this channel before, in days prior, before the beginning of war today. And they're very weak. They have no good equipment. The equipment is very old. And overall, it's a very incompetent armed force all around. I don't know what they're thinking. I think the actual political doctrine, really the political dogma that they spread around in Iran has infected the minds of their own leadership, and they even believe the lies they tell the public about themselves. Because there's no way that a country like Iran would have logically done something like this. A lot like Russia invading Ukraine, which didn't make much logical sense from an economic and military standpoint. It appears that the Iranians are once again not thinking from an economic and military standpoint, much like the Russians did, and they'll most likely learn that that's not a smart way to think. You need to think logically instead of illogically. But with that, I got to thank you so much once again for that massive support along this and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
All right. And also, real quick, I'm just double checking here to make sure I am understanding this correctly. And it appears I am. There are some rumors, once again, unconfirmed reports. So don't take this for fact just yet. But there are some predictions that maybe a second and third wave of Iranian drones and missiles are soon to come in the coming hours. That is just an unconfirmed report at the moment, but we're also hearing as well that the U.S. Embassy in Israel is still directing all U.S. government employees and their family members to shelter in place until further notice due to potentially more incoming drone and missile attacks from Iran. So it may not be over yet. That's why it's so important to make sure that we listen to official announcements, especially if you live in Israel, because you never know what's really happening, because sometimes the OSINT world gets things wrong sometimes, and it appears there might be some more coming. But we'll have to wait and see, because thus far, I think Iran's launched hundreds of cruise missiles or missiles of some sort, along with hundreds of drones. So to think there might be many more to come after that, I'm sort of a little doubtful, but we'll have to wait and see. But Enforcer, what is your speculation?
I would have to say the Iranians probably have multiple waves of attacks that are planned. Usually one attack is not the only thing that happens, especially with an attack that large. That's the beginning of war. So I would have to say that, in my opinion, this is only the beginning. And I'm sure that this will be the beginning of for the Israelis to respond in large form as well. But with that, I hope I was able to address that fairly well, at least in my opinion. And with that, put an LSA in the chat, y'all. Put an LSA in there. I'd like to see how many LSAs we can get in the chat in a single time. But with that, we are on to the next one.
All right, and our next one goes to Long This once again, who puts in yet another $50 donation. Very generous support, Long, and thank you very much for that support. He said the bus driver is in Venezuela.
Is that like a supposed to be like a Mandarin like agent thing, like where we're like activated the sleeper cell?
I think he's referring to the analogy I made when I said like the Ayatollahs and the leadership in Iran are basically the bus drivers, and Iran's on basically along for the ride. I think that's what he's referring to.
Oh, okay, now that makes sense. So I was like, am I supposed to be like activated by that? Am I supposed to be like, I am going to scramble eggs or something like that? I was like, I don't know. But still, thank you so much for the support along this, and I will have to say, yes, I would have to, if we're talking about the leadership of Iran, they're certainly driving the bus in Venezuela, no doubt. And it's that one that's going down that really windy hill where the guy's like hardly in control of the bus. That is the one that they're in control of and driving right now. But with that, I thank you so much once again along this for the second super chat of the night. And thank you so much once again for helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
All right, and our next one goes to Dupper Bob, a longtime channel legend. He throws in a 50 as well, and thank you, Dupper, very much. He says, catching up on the daily $2 donations.
Oh, hey! And thank you so much for the support, Dupper Bob. And hey, you don't have to catch up. You didn't even owe us $2 in the first place. You can just do it if you want. But I still thank you for the massive support and helping this channel to keep on running. And welcome back, Dupper Bob. Welcome back. I hope you've been having a fun time here tonight. And I hope that you continue to have a fun time here in the nights going on into the future. But still, with that, thank you so much once again. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
All right, and the next one goes to Oki Ta, who puts in a $30 donation and says, hello from the Czech Republic. And hey, hello to the Czechs.
And hello to the Czech Republic. Actually, interestingly enough, considering you're from the Czech Republic, I now get to pull out this flex. Your foreign minister, Jan Lipovsky, of the Czech Republic, actually watches our show and follows us on Twitter. So, huge shout out to the Czechs. Y'all are apparently really big fans, literally from the top of the government down to the common citizenry inside the Czech Republic. And we thank everyone in the Czech Republic for watching this channel. I think it's a really beautiful country. I really love the classic Czech architecture inside of Prague. I think it's absolutely beautiful. And also, I think the Czech Republic has an incredibly interesting history, all the way from the times before the times before the Romans, all the way up to Bohemia, and then on up into the Holy Roman Empire, and then the modern day. It was an incredibly interesting history from beginning to end. And I thank you so much for being someone here who is representing that incredibly interesting history and has joined the ranks of the Lee Spring Army. And so with that, thank you so much once again, and thank you for greatly enjoying this channel, and hello to you once again, all the way over there in the Czech Republic. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Michael Hammond, who puts in a $25 donation, and he says, first time in the chat, but long time listener, and great job, gentlemen, and thank you, Michael. He says, I missed your poll, and my opinion is Israel should go all in, and I like you stick to the facts, and sometimes I wish I knew your opinion, but really appreciate the facts.
And I thank you so much for the support. And Michael, my opinions are mine and mine alone. I never want to let anyone know what my opinions are on politics, and on top of that, my opinions actually wouldn't really align with anyone's on politics. I mean, you know, some people are like, oh, you know, he's this or he's that, because I actually get that a lot. We see that on this channel, and I always know I'm doing a good job at making sure that no one really knows, because I've been pegged as everything from fascist to a communist and everything in between. So I know that we're doing fairly well at keeping politically neutral, because everyone doesn't say, oh, he's one thing or the other. It's literally everything from one extreme to the other, and then everything in between. I've been called that, and Matthew's been called that as well. So I know we're doing really good with keeping our political opinions to ourselves. But I do thank you so much, Michael, for enjoying the factual way we try and report this news, because it's such a big thing to me that we do. I cannot say it enough that I have a massive vision for what this channel is and what it's going to become, and I want to make sure that we adhere to that to the letter and make sure to keep it as good as we possibly can, or as accurate as we can possibly do it. And so with that, thank you so much once again for support, Michael. Thank you for helping this channel to keep on running. And let's see. John Albrecht said, dude, you need more speaking practice for your presidential run. LOL, lots of love, dude. Well, thank you, but, you know, like tonight, like with the stuttering, and I gotta say, John, if you're talking about the stuttering, I'm so sorry. I have been stuttering so much tonight. That's because we're really out of our league tonight. It's not something that we're used to talking about, like with Ukraine. And on top of that, we were doing so much that we don't normally do, like talking about things live, and getting things live. That was a very tough thing to pull off, because like I did my normal pre-stream prep, and then I'm doing my pre-stream prep while we're in the stream at the same time. So it's like double tasking. Then Matthew's doing like double and triple tasking over there, because he's also helping me to compile the news while we're live and a whole bunch of other things. But beyond that, thank you so much once again for support, Michael. I hope that does address that well. And thank you so much once again for helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
All right, and real quick, we have gotten some more video footage as well as some more news as well. We are hearing from Israeli Channel 13 that supposedly, according to them, the Iranian aggression has run its course. And we also have other Israeli media stating that the IDF believe that Iran's response is done. And it says here that Channel 12 is reporting that almost all of the IDF were in the air to either perform interceptions or other protection duties. So we are getting a video, by the way, of shrapnel from a missile located near the Dead Sea. It is on the ground. It looks like next to a highway. And Enforcer, that is at the top of the Twitter poll or feed as well, if you want to take a look at that video.
And I'll be making sure to grab that really quickly. I just clicked on YouTube accidentally. My mind, Matthew, has already been fried. It's like tired now. It's like, oh man. But let me see here. Let me go over here. Okay, so we actually were able to get it. So let me see here near the Dead Sea. So let me make sure to go put that on the map. There is the Dead Sea right here, and we're going to put it here, and we're going to put down missile debris. And there we go. So let me make sure to put the link there, and then let me put this here, and then let me put this. Actually, no, we're going to put the rocket. And so here we go. And then here is the missile debris that was seen along the highway. But there's the debris, and another missile that was successfully shot down. But with that, that's the end of that little clip right there. Very interesting to note. And thank you for sharing that with us, Matthew, because we were once again able to see more debris confirming that a large amount of Israeli missiles, Iranian missiles, were shot down. But with that, we are on to the next one. And I've got to be honest with you, y'all. I don't know if I should call like a super chat cutoff right now or not, because we are getting so many super chats. We're like treading water right now. We'll answer 5 of them, and then we get another 5, like when we take a moment. But with that, we are on to the next one.
All right. And also, by the way, another piece of news here. Allegedly, take this with a grain of salt as well, a lot of unconfirmed reports coming out now. It seems like people are still a little bit hyped up from the news cycle that was running a little bit earlier, maybe about 30 minutes ago. Some people are saying there will be no immediate response by Israel to Iran's attack. And allegedly, the war cabinet is to meet tomorrow. So we'll have to see if maybe the attack won't be immediate. Maybe it might take a day for Israel to actually come back and attack Iran. There will be an attack. They assure everyone that it will be an unprecedented attack, fire and fury included. But it may not be tonight. So we'll have to wait and see. So I'll be curious here. There's actually some people even saying that it might be in just a couple of hours. So at this point, it's probably just down to speculation. I think some folks are just sort of taking guesses at it. But only time will tell. But with that being said, we're moving on to our next one here, which goes to Joseph Andronako, who puts in a $100 donation as well. And Joseph, thank you very much. Big one. Thank you very much. He says, you are now seeing the outcome of not supporting Ukraine early on with what they needed to defeat the invasion, and wait for the next shoe to drop and awesome reporting on what's going on.
And thank you for the unbelievably massive support, Joseph Andronako. And thank you for being a longtime viewer of this channel and being a legend and supporting this thing and helping it to keep rolling. I will agree with you. We are starting to see a little bit of the outcome of not supporting Ukraine early on in the war back in 2022. And it is starting to become a game of running down the timer in between the Russians and the Ukrainians, which one's clock is going to stop ticking first. And it looks like right now it's really neck and neck, I'm not going to lie. And the Russians are certainly trying to force it to where the Ukrainians' clock will stop ticking before theirs do. And if the West just understood that, and just knew that we only had to support the Ukrainians just a little bit farther, so that way the Russians will stop ticking before the Ukrainians do, it'll be over. This is going to be an endless war, because we already know that the Russians have a finite amount of time left to live. It's until the end of this year, and then the country is going to pretty much come to collapse for many different reasons. So if we can just support them up until then, it'll be over, and the West will win. But for now, we are seeing that problem, and now we have to deal with that problem that was made due to a lack of support in the early war. But hopefully we will be able to see that support does turn around and that we see more coming in. But still, thank you so much once again for the awesome reporting. Well, thank you so much for enjoying our awesome reporting on what's going on. We try our best. I knew that today was going to be a very odd day, a very weird day, because we were going to be going live so early, like way early. We usually go live in about an hour from now, and that's when we start playing the intro card. But at this moment, right now, while we're on air, we went live 2 hours and 52 minutes ago. So this is already panning out to be an incredibly long stream, but one I was more than happy to be able to run for all of y'all. And so thank you so much once again, Joseph, for the massive support. Thank you for appreciating this channel. I hope I was able to weigh in on your comment incredibly well. But with that, we are on to the next one.
All right. And also, let's see here. I think we got another piece of news. Let me go and jump to our profile on Twitter real quick. And also, if you haven't already, go and follow us on Twitter. Our handle is @It'sTheEnforcer. and we post this stuff as it's happening. While I'm reading it off to you on the air, it is being posted on Twitter. We're also learning that Israel just requested about 30 minutes to an hour ago. They requested a UN Security Council meeting, and that has now been granted, and the meeting has been set for tonight. Now, honestly, in my opinion, and this is solely my opinion, I really don't see the point of that. The UN Security Council is somewhat meaningless, but if Israel feels it necessary to go and air out their grievances there, then go for it. But, you know, that's really not going to amount to pretty much anything. But, Enforcer, do you have anything to add?
I would have to have the same sentiments. The United Nations is largely a worthless group to speak to. And we've talked about that so much on the channel. There's so many new people here tonight. I feel like I have to really talk out a lot because, you know, it's stuff that we said on nights before where a lot of y'all may have not been around. But in all honesty, it's pointless to have a talk with the Security Council. It really is. I mean, there's no point even going that deep into it. It's just pointless. But with that, I hope that does address that well. And we are on to the next one.
All right, and our next one this time is going to go to, let's see here. It's going to go to Long This yet again. He's throwing in yet another $50 donation. And Long This is absolutely putting in massive support, and thank you very much. They said, when everyone considers you the enemy, you are a libertarian, they say.
Oh, oh God. I got to say this. I'm not that either, because if I said that, then I'm picking a side there. But I do thank you so much for the support along this and helping this channel to keep on running. But I got to thank you once again for throwing in some interesting input there. But I'll say this with political standing as far as anything covering news goes. You should never know the political standing of who is covering your news. And it should never be clear in the way they're covering news either. That's the way it should work. It should be a huge mystery as far as a news channel goes, as far as a reporter goes, on what they are, what their political standing is. No one should ever really know that. And it should never come out in the public sphere. Never should. Because that's when you lose as a journalist. You're no longer a journalist anymore. You're a political pundit or you're a propagandist. That's what my opinion is on that. And that's why I always make sure to keep politics out of this channel. I also make sure to keep it out of the chat. Because and some people always wonder, well, why in the chat? Because, you know, we can say whatever we want down there and it's not representative of what you want. Well, the problem is with that is that let's say one political leaning in the chat is bigger than the other. They're going to end up running out the people who are on the other side politically, and then it's going to be dominated by one political group. And then that political group, whichever one it would end up winning, whichever one it is, they're going to try and start pushing me to try and agree with them or say what they want to hear. And that's why I don't allow politics in the chat either, is because I don't ever want to get either into a blood bowl in the live chat where people are trying to like kill each other down there on their political opinions, or for one group to win out over the other, and then I have to start trying to turn into a political pundit channel where I say stuff that only one political leaning wants to hear. That's not news. I would rather just not do news if I had to do news that way. And that's why I thank you so much for the support along this and helping this channel to keep on running, because folks like you and your support helps me to be able to keep a very unique show alive, a very unique channel alive. Because the reality is that we are the only people that have covered war news at this point on YouTube that have kept political neutrality. Everyone else, you can go over to their channel and you can see them actually making posts about their political opinions like they matter. And I just know that they don't. I know that I'm not changing anyone else's opinions. And on top of that, I'm only dividing a whole bunch of great people. I mean, regardless of whatever political leaning y'all have, I'm sure all of y'all are very nice, very relatable people that I could probably become good friends with if I got to meet y'all in person. And I'm not wanting to divide y'all over small domestic political squabbles. That just doesn't seem like anything that I find worthwhile. But still, thank you so much once again for the support along this and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
All right, and our next one this time is going to go to Crazy Loca, who puts in a $20 donation and says, for the Shiner Books and Pizza Fund, and going to be a bit of a wait for the fireworks.
Hey, and it will be a bit of a wait for the fireworks. I got to thank you for the support, though, and thank you for the Shiner Books. I don't know what a Shiner book is, but I will look into it and try and get one. And also, thank you for the Pizza Fund. So with that, thank you so much once again for support. Thank you for helping this channel to keep on running, and thank you for making this possible. I can't say that enough to each and every one of y'all who support the channel. Y'all support is something that y'all don't even have to give, and y'all don't even have to give a lot of it or a little of it. You don't have to give any of it. But nevertheless, y'all continue to do just because y'all appreciate the channel and really enjoy it. And it really does blow me away. And so thank you so much once again. We're deeply appreciative of everyone's choice to support the channel. And thank you once again. And so with that, we are on to the next one.
And we have yet another massive super chat from Long This.
Dang.
And it's another $100 donation. Good Lord. Thank you very much for the support. I think you might have thrown in the most support tonight, and that's tremendous. Seriously, big thanks to you for that, for supporting our work. He says, so you're a libertarian. Good job.
No, no, I'm not like this. I'm not. No, I'm not. I'm not a libertarian.
You like liberty? That's the way I take it. A libertarian. I don't know nothing about the political party. I just know liberty. I'm for it.
Well, like with the names of political parties, like everyone's the name of a political party to some degree. You know what I mean? Like when you think about it, like it's like, well, yeah, wouldn't you be for that? Like as a basic name, to be like I don't even want to say the names because it has such strong connotations and the violence will flow and blood will spill in the chat. But like with a Democrat, it's like, isn't everyone a fan of like democracy? Because that's what the name is. Or with a Republican, we live in a republic, so it's like, isn't everyone a fan of a republic? It's like, when you think about it with the political names, it's like, isn't everyone a fan of every party, including the libertarians? Because everyone likes liberty, everyone likes democracy, and everyone likes a republic. So it's like, I don't get the names of the parties, to be honest. I don't really get where they're coming from, because it's like, yeah, doesn't everyone like all three of those? I mean, like, I do. Like, not like the parties, but like the concepts behind how they named the parties, like democracy, republic, and liberty. It's like, yeah, I don't think I could be against any of those. But anyways, and also, by the way, let me clarify the no politics rule, just in case you're new to the channel. I can talk about politics as long as I equally condemn everyone or equally praise everyone. So that is one workaround, one loophole that I have where I can talk about it a little bit. So as long as I'm saying something good or negative about all of them combined, I could say it. But if I'm saying something in support of one and in condemnation of the other, I cannot do that. And so with that, I hope that does address that well. Thank you so much once again for the massive support along this and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
All right. And also, by the way, I saw Crazy Locust say here in the live chat that Shiner Box is actually a type of alcohol, I think. So he said for the Shiner Box in Pizza Fun. So booze and pizza. So thank you very much, Crazy Loco. We love it. Although we don't drink, though.
I mean, I'll drink to that. We don't drink actually, but still, thank you for the support. But with that, we are on to the next one.
I think after tonight, everybody might need a drink. After tonight's over, whatever happens tonight or tomorrow, everybody's probably gonna need one. But anyways, moving on to our next one here, we have a 20 from Keith Knapp, who puts in a $20 donation. Thank you very much, Keith, for that support. Hey! He says, keep up the good work, getting out the news.
And thank you so much, Keith, for enjoying this channel and wanting us to keep on getting out the news. Your support is going to help us to do that. And I got to thank you so much once again for helping this channel to keep on running, helping us to keep it rolling. Because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to make this thing possible, Keith Rule. And so thank you greatly. And thank you for being a longtime member of the Lee Spring Army. Oh yeah, by the way, really quickly, I've seen some people saying, clarify that. What is the Lee Spring Army in the chat? I've seen a lot of people asking that. The Lee Spring Army is the community of this channel. So it is the Enforcer channel, but the community is called the Lee Spring Army. It has a long lore behind why it's named that, where it has come from, and like the symbology. We actually have a flag for the Lee Spring Army, and we also have an anthem now. So it's like a full-on group. It's like an actual like existent thing with a rigid structure, which is really cool. But that only recently started to form. Up until then, the Lee Spring Army was just the name of the community, but now it also has a whole bunch of other stuff with it. Just to explain, when I say Lee Spring Army to everyone, that's what it is. It's the community of this channel, and if you're wondering where the name comes from, I'm sure someone, a very nice member of the Lee Spring Army could probably answer that in short form in the live chat. But still, with that, put an LSA in the chat, everyone. Put an LSA up in there. And with that, we are on into the next one.
All right, and our next one here is going to go to, let's see here, it's going to go to Craft Wiz, who puts in a $200 donation. Massive support, good gracious, and thank you all for the support tonight, by the way. That is generous, Craft Wiz, thank you very much. That is their first ever super chat, by the way, coming in strong, like Israel's going to do on Iran. And Craft Wiz says, great work, guys. Longtime viewer from the early days, and about time I gave, they said. And Sean, take a question from the chat.
And Sean, you are going to take a question from the chat here in a minute, so hang tight, Sean, Enforcer Sean. But beyond that, thank you so much for the...
Call me Sean. I'm telling you what.
But thank you so much for the massive support, Craft Wiz, and thank you for enjoying the work we did tonight. Whew. I'm glad you enjoyed it, because I got to be honest with you, I'm actually kind of beat. Like, I rarely ever get beat running a show, and I'm beat tonight. Like, it was a lot. It was a lot of mental work. It was a lot of mental gymnastics, because there was a lot more that went on behind the scenes, because there was a lot going on my second screen and on Matthew's screens that y'all can't see, and on my second screen that y'all can't see, that we were doing in the background the whole night while we were live, and I was having to do like an hour and 40-minute long monologue. So, whew, I mean, that was a lot of work, and I got to thank you so much for appreciating it and enjoying it, because I feel like it did turn out pretty well. And thank you so much once again for being a longtime viewer. Thank you for supporting the channel for the first time ever. Because that's absolutely incredible, and thank you once again for just really enjoying the channel and finding it worthwhile to support. And we will make sure to get a question from the live chat as the super chats keep rolling in, and I realize we're going to be here until like 12 o'clock tonight anyways. And so with that, Matthew, what do we got for a live chat?
I'm actually holding up pretty decent. I had a water brought to me, luckily, so I was okay with that because I ran out pretty early. But I'm actually holding in there pretty decent. So with that, we're jumping into that live chat question, and this one goes to Leonce Pierre, who says, if the U.S. fully commits to stopping Iran, do you think China will jump on Taiwan?
I think that if we continue to show weakness around the world, China will probably jump on Taiwan, because we have to remember that it was the appeasement of the Western European powers in the 30s that led to the creation of World War II over the face of Europe. And it was also the attempt at appeasement by nations in East Asia, particularly the United States, by just trying to say we're not involved with Japan and what they're doing, and then finally we got tired of it enough that we embargoed them, and that was the only real act we made. And then they got so emboldened from how everything had been going from years prior that they ended up attacking us. The appeasement is the worst thing to do. It is truly the worst. So we continue to keep on conducting appeasements or just try and turn a blind eye to everything. I think we probably will see China attempt to try and take Taiwan in the next few years. So we have to show some signs of strength now, or get ready to get involved in a world war then, or lose everything then. And so with that, I hope that does address that the best I can. And thank you so much once again for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one. But thank you, Craft Wiz, once again for sponsoring that live chat.
Yes, indeed. And up next, we have a $100 donation from guess who? Once again, it's Long This, who put in another massive $100 donation.
Dang.
Long This, huge thanks to you for that while I'm sitting over here just stuttering the hell through all this stuff. But thank you very much, seriously speaking. And he said, libertarian is maximal freedom, he said, and stay out of our wallets and out of our beds. Out of the beds, man.
Out of the beds.
Wait a minute. Who else is getting in their bed?
Chris's
what
mom.
in the world?
Oh.
You got to tell Chris's mom to get out of the bed. I can't. That's not going to work.
Man, that's just... I will refuse to get into bed with Chris's mom in that bed. Or Hot Dog Man. But beyond that, I got to thank you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And I got to say, I still can't say what I am. It's just sadly against channel rules. But I do appreciate your massive support and trying to get it out of me, trying to pull something out of me, trying to see what I really am, test the waters. But those waters are calm and cool and collected. And it's just, I'm like diehard. I cannot let, I will not ever speak a political bias on the channel ever. But still, thank you for the massive support along this and helping this channel to keep on running. Because folks like you help to keep this channel possible and help us to keep this thing running. And so with that, thank you so much once again. And we are on to the next one.
And our next one goes to K-Dub Janky, who puts in a $100 donation. And K-Dub Janky is a longtime channel legend as well. Thank you very much, K-Dub, once again for that generous support. He said, keep it up, Enforcers.
And we will keep it up, K-Dub Janky. And thank you for your 5th super chat in the history of the channel and helping this thing to keep on running. We will keep it up. And K-Dub Janky, folks like you who really have enjoyed this channel for so long and also throw in unbelievable support will really help us to be able to make sure that this channel endures for an incredibly long time. And so thank you massively so much once again for the support and helping this channel to keep on rolling, because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to keep this thing possible. And so with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one goes to another channel legend. It's Mace LSA, who puts in a $20 donation. He says, thanks for the news, and thank you, Mace.
And thank you, Mace, so much for enjoying our news coverage. I've said this so many times now, because so many people have said thank you so much for the coverage. We've gotten more thank yous for the coverage tonight than we normally do over a month. But I can't say it enough. We are more than happy to be able to cover this news for all of y'all, and we are greatly appreciative of each and every one of y'all really enjoying this channel and really enjoying the way we cover the news. There are so many people out there who cover the news that y'all could pick to go and watch. But for some reason, y'all go and come and watch this channel, and it just really blows me away. I cannot say how much it blows me away, Mace, that all of y'all have enjoyed this channel so much. A lot of y'all have ended up becoming really full-time members of the Lee Spring Army, which is an incredible organization. And tonight, we've been able to get so many new members of the Lee Spring Army. Right now, we are just on the cusp of 190,000 subscribers. At the beginning of today, we were actually at 186,750 subscribers. So we've ended up gaining something around 3,000 subscribers, or a little bit over that, today. I cannot say how much humbled or how happy we are that so many people are continuing to join this channel as we continue to cover the news this way. We hope that we can eventually become the primary news source for most people in the country or around the world, and through our example eventually have to bend the will of the mainstream news channels, or the will of really everyone in the country and around the world, to eventually start covering news in this kind of a form or fashion, where it's generally politically unbiased and usually is as factual as it can possibly be. At least that's what we would hope. So with that, thank you so much once again for support, Mace. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
All right, and real quick, we do have some more breaking news, which is coming out as we speak. We're learning here that the U.S. president and his national security team have reconvened once again in the Situation Room after a brief break following the meeting earlier on the phone with Netanyahu, says a U.S. official. So they are back in the Situation Room once again for some reason. And also here we are seeing that there are some reports that Iranian drones are still headed towards Israel. It's unclear if those are new launches or maybe old launches that are just now catching up, or maybe even the proxy forces potentially launching some drones as well. So there appears to be some stuff still happening, even though the Israelis have come out and said that they believe the attack is over. So considering those things, there might be something still ongoing. And also we are learning as well that additional jets and air refueling tankers have been deployed to the Middle East by the UK, and that is in addition to the jets that we heard being scrambled and launched earlier. So the UK and also France are stepping up quite a bit to send assets down to the region to ensure that Israel. A final date set for the UN. It will be at 4 p.m. Eastern time on Sunday. So that's coming up right around the corner as well. But Enforcer, do you have anything to add about the Iranian attack potentially ongoing, or the France and UK jets being sent down to the Middle East?
I would have to say that I actually don't really have a lot to comment on that at the moment, but I do thank you so much for breaking that news and sharing it with everyone about the ongoing Western developments in regards to the situation at hand. But with that, I hope that does address that well, and we are on to the next one.
And also, while you were speaking just then, got another piece of breaking news. We're learning of some potential options that Israel is debating on using against Iran. We see here that Israel is already debating military options, which include long-range strikes on military bases, and the one that is most pertinent that many people want to know if they're going to do or not, they're also strongly considering strikes on Iran's nuclear installations, per The Economist. So a pretty decently reliable source that's coming from right there. So it's very possible we might see tomorrow, or even tonight, the Iranian nuclear installations being hit hard by Israeli medium-range ballistic missiles. Certainly long-range strikes. I think that's a certainty at this point. But the nuclear installations is the question. But Enforcer, do you think they're going to hit those installations?
I have a feeling if they were going to hit anything, it most likely will be the nuclear installations, because in the past, Israel actually has conducted a special raid into Iran with the Air Force to strike and destroy a nuclear weapons development facility they had several decades ago. So I have a feeling that probably would be one of their primary targets as a historical precedent.
All right.
So,
and with that being said, we are now moving into our next super chat question. That's all the breaking news we have for the moment. So our next one here is going to go to Susan L. UK, another longtime channel legend, who puts in a $20 donation and says, "Excellent reporting, chaps."
Hey, thank you so much for sending in some support and enjoying the reporting. I try my best. I tried my best. I promise to make this as good as a stream we could at such a short notice with so little prep time, and I feel like we really did make it turn out well. And I got to thank you so much for appreciating the work and the effort that went in behind the scenes. And I got to thank, of course, the incredible and amazing Lee Spring Army for being so supportive of us as we were trying to cover this news on such a short notice, and also just really sit back and enjoy the news. I got to thank all of y'all for that, and thank you so much once again for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Melinda Grifford Vaughn, another longtime channel legend, who puts in a $20 donation and says, awesome job, and thanks for keeping us updated. And is Russia trying to pull anything while everyone is looking the other direction? And I do have some news about that, by the way. We actually covered this earlier today, but we unlisted the video because we did have a little bit of an error in reporting, which we were not happy with, so we took it down. But we did hear that Russia is actually redirecting its ships. They're actually bringing their ships to a Syrian port, which they typically do not do. And they're bringing stuff, I can't remember where it was from. I don't have the Twitter post in front of me. But they were shuttling equipment from one part of the Middle East to the other on their naval vessels, which obviously indicates that Russia is bringing supplies and military equipment to someone in the Middle East. And considering that Iran is the one who is really acting up right now, along with their proxies, I think we know what Russia's up to with that. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would have to say, I actually did not know that information because I've been doing a whole bunch of other things today. Usually I find out everything around, let's see, most of the time, and actually would have been by the time the stream had started, I started gathering the news for the day on what happened in Ukraine. So sadly, I've been completely out of the loop on what the Russians are doing today because my attention's been focused into other things, like, for example, shipping out the last flags in the international orders for the Lee Spring Army, and also doing a couple of other things. For example, trying to go and sight in a rifle. But with that, I hope that does address that well. Sadly, I wouldn't know much. Matthew actually knows more about that than me today. And with that, thank you so much once again for support, asking an interesting question, Melinda Griffith Vaughn, and thank you for being an old guard and a channel legend. And with that, we are on to the next one.
All right, and also, Enforcer, if you want to take a look at that report here, I'm scrolling down here to grab it, so that way I can try to repost it, so that way we can look it over real quick. So let me go and see if I can spot it right real quick. Man, we posted a lot of Twitter posts in between that last one right there, that's for sure. And right off the bat, let's see here. I'm not seeing it right off the bat, sadly. I hate that because I wanted to report on it very badly, but I'll have to go back and see if I can spot it in the meantime. But with that being said, we're moving on to our next super chat, and this one goes to Robert Nicholson, who puts in a $20 donation and says, great information as usual, and thank you for your huge effort.
And thank you so much, Robert Nicholson, for the massive support and really enjoying our huge effort and really supporting it so that way we can help it to keep on running. And so thank you so much once again. I hope that does address that incredibly well, at least the best we can. And thank you once again for helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
All right, and also I see some folks saying a U.S. military base might be getting attacked. I haven't seen that, so let me go back and double check that I haven't missed anything.
They might be talking about Erbil or Al-Assad, most likely.
Yeah, I think that might be old news, actually. It looks like that might have already happened, so we'll keep an eye out. But with that being said, we're moving on to our next one here, which goes to Ben Cahill, who puts in a $20 donation. And thank you, Ben, very much. He says, coffee money. It seems like you guys will need it.
Hey, thank you for the support and thank you for the coffee money because we always need a little bit of coffee. I actually didn't have any coffee today because it was so early, and on top of that, I had such short notice I couldn't even get a sip of coffee. I just had to get on the show and start running it. But still, thank you so much once again for the support, and we will need the coffee, especially if things keep going the way it is right now in the Middle East and in Ukraine. But with that, thank you so much once again. I hope that does address that incredibly well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
All right, and our next one is going to go to Boulder Boy, who's been here for a long time as well. He puts in a $20 donation, and thank you, Boulder Boy, very much. He says, thanks for being on top of the news today in LSA.
And thank you so much, Boulder Boy, for really enjoying and appreciating how on top of the news we are today. It means a lot to us that so many people have. I cannot say it enough. We really do enjoy what we do, and I love my job. I would never get a different job than this in the world. This is really what I feel like is my passion and my real drive to do, is trying to do things pertaining to world news or things for the matter of the public good. I think that's something that I really love to do. But beyond that, I also have to say that apparently a great many people also really enjoyed the coverage today, much like you, Boulder Boy. Because, Matthew, I don't know if you've been keeping track of this number. I actually have not been keeping track of this number all too well during the stream. But we have now surpassed 190,000 subscribers and are less than 10,000 subscribers away from 200,000 subscribers.
So we went from 186 to 190. Did you say that?
Yes, that is exactly correct. That we are now less than
Damn.
10,000 away from 200,000 subscribers. Nearly 4,000.
That's crazy. I didn't just see that to believe it, man. That's wild. That's a lot.
Oh, you know what? I'll show it to you. Let me go get this here and let me go refresh it so that way it'll show the current number. Right there.
Dang, man, look at that like spike on the graph. Like, jeez.
Yeah, it's been crazy. We went from 186,747 all the way up to 190,017. Now it's 16. But
that is crazy. Thank you all for subscribing, by the way. That's tremendous. It means a lot to us. It may not mean much for the YouTube algorithm, but it means a lot to us, and it's going up fast. Good Lord.
Yeah, it's continuing to go up. It's crazy. But I got to say, we thank every single one of y'all so much once again, everyone who was new, everyone who's been here forever, for enjoying this channel and really appreciating how we cover it, much like you, Boulder Boy, because we were completely blown away. It really does blow me away, especially now that we're getting so close to 200,000 subscribers, which is a big magic number in my mom's head. Like, my mom's always talking about, when you hit 200,000, you'll have really made it. Like, I'm like, well, we already kind of have, but okay. But it's crazy to think that we're getting that close to 200,000 subscribers. We're getting that close to 250,000. It seems like it's only been a short amount of time, but it's really been over 2 years now that we've been running this channel and covering news around the world for all of y'all. And I cannot say enough, Boulder Boy, how happy and how appreciative we are to be able to have this job and to be able to cover this news for all of y'all. And so with that, thank you so much once again. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
All right, and we do have the Enforcer, that piece of news that I covered on the Short War video today that got unlisted. It's at the top of our Twitter feed as well if you want to take a look at some rather interesting findings about some Russian vessel movements near the Middle East and potentially supplying weaponry to some forces.
Interesting. So let's see here. After leaving Tartus on the 6th of April, Ivan Gren and A. Travotsky, escorted by the frigate Mercury, delivered artillery equipment to the port of Tobruk in Libya on the 8th of April. This type of logistical delivery is unprecedented. The convoy left Tartus on the 9th of April, and a second trip is being prepared shortly. This actually appears to be an export of equipment from Tartus, port of Tartus in Syria, to Libya, possibly to be transferred further through Libya and on into the countries of Mali, Niger, or Chad, most likely, which are countries that Wagner was operating in heavily before Wagner was taken out by the Russian government. So that may be the Russians trying to attempt more power plays within Central Africa and continue to support their own people with more arms and equipment. That may be what that is.
Interesting. I thought it was going from the port of Tobruk to Tartus, but it's the other way around apparently.
Yes, but still, that is very interesting. It is showing that the Russians may be trying to be a destabilizing power within the region to try and counter Western interests. But with that, I hope that does address that incredibly well. And thank you so much for sharing that with us, man, because I actually didn't look at that much today. But with that, we are on to the next one.
Although I went back and checked real quick, it looks like the fellow that made the post believes it was actually the other way around. So it could be either way. It looked like the post you were reading, the one he quoted, he believed it was going the way you stated it, but the guy who retweeted it believed it was going the other way, which is the way I thought it was going. So yeah, take that for what you will, because at this point, I think between the two, there's a little bit of a discrepancy there. But anyways, moving on here to our next Super Chat question, we have one from, let's see, Murray Peacock, who puts in a $100 donation without a comment. But Murray, you have been a longtime channel viewer, and thank you very much for that support once again, and we appreciate it very much. And Enforcer, what say you?
And I gotta say, thank you so much, Murray Peacock, for the unbelievable support. That is incredible. I can't even believe that you supported the channel like that. But nevertheless, you did. And I gotta thank you so much once again, because tonight the support has been unbelievable. The amount of people who have joined the channel is unbelievable. The amount of people who watch this stream is unbelievable. We're still at 10,000 live viewers. The stream has been going on for 3 hours and 22 minutes now, and we're still at 10,000 live viewers. That is usually 3,000 above the peak of what we normally get for viewership. Truly incredible. Unbelievable. And we thank you all for still being here with us. And not only that, I also thank the 310,000 people who have watched this stream for watching it so far. That is really impressive as well. And we are more than happy to be able to run this for all of y'all once again. But Murray, thank you so much for your massive support. You didn't even throw in a comment, but we know what the support means. It means you really enjoy this channel, really appreciate it, and want to help it to keep on running. And so with that, thank you so much once again. I hope that does address that fairly well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And also, by the way, we already see Iran starting their propaganda little splurge here. They're on their national TV right now, on Iranian state TV, allegedly showing the aftermath of the Iranian attack on Israel. But it was just busted by some amateur journalists here that it's actually just footage from Texas wildfires here in the United States that they're showing on their national TV, pretending like it's happening in Israel. So once again, another piece of lovely propaganda from the liars that are the Iranian mullahs and the Ayatollah. And Enforcer, if you want to take a look at the actual video showing you the Texas wildfire footage plus the other one, you can see the lie in action. It's at the top of the Twitter page.
Oh, I saw it earlier, and I was like, ha! And then I just didn't bring it up on air. But let me make sure to bring this up for y'all. So this is from BNO News Live. You can actually see the Iranians up here in the top showing the aftermath of their successful barrages and attacks. And then meanwhile, down here, you can see this this Twitter post that was made on the 1st of March of this year showing a Texas wildfire, which is the exact same video, just zoomed in.
That's some extreme desperation right there. It's literally rip off some footage from YouTube of Texas wildfires and show it. That's insanity.
Dude, pitiful. They're like, look who you hit them. It's like, no, you didn't. It's like, you even know it. You even know where you got the video from. You're lying. But with that, I hope that does address that fairly well because that's hilarious. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Tristan Sartain, who puts in a $20 donation. He says, has war actually been declared? And I'm just hopping on.
Technically, war has not been declared because the Iranians have not given an official declaration of war. But in the modern world, official declarations of war are just simply never given anymore. They really have never even been given since the end of World War II by anyone anywhere in the world. So how wars start now is that you bombard the hell out of someone, and then that's when you know the war started. The Russians have never officially declared war on Ukraine, I believe, if I'm correct, even still. They call it the special military operation, but to the rest of the world, it's the Russo-Ukrainian war, because that's what it actually is. So to answer that, no, there is no official declaration of war, but with the Iranian actions today, that is an act of war. It is a war now that the Iranians have started. Because the Japanese, you have to remember that World War II started for the United States on December 7th of 1941 when the Empire of Japan attacked the U.S. naval forces based out of Honolulu, Hawaii. Technically, Japan had not declared war on us, but them bombing our warships technically started the war right then and there, whether they had officially declared war on us or not. So with that, I hope that does address that fairly well. And thank you so much once again for support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
All right, and our next one is actually going to go to Larolian, who puts in a $20 donation. Hey! And thank you very much for that support. They said, appeasement policies create world wars.
And yes, they do. I'm a very big believer in that. I believe that appeasement is one of the worst strategies to implement because you give them time to even build up. They already hate you. So why in the world are you going to appease them and allow them to grow stronger? You should deal with them now. That's what I would believe. But with that, I got to thank you so much once again for the support and helping this channel to keep on running, Leora Avagile. And thank you once again for throwing in a very good, wise words. Appeasement is only a path to war. And so with that, thank you so much once again. We are on to the next one.
All right, and our next one goes to another channel legend. This time it's Walter A. Lakota Jr., who throws in a $100 donation. And huge shout out to you, Walter, for that support and always supporting the channel through and through. He says, aloha, the Enforcer Matt, and LSA from OG Ellison Bosun, and a nautical fact.
Oh, sorry. I was trying to do the OG Ellison Bosun thing.
He said, nautical fact, thaving, I think, means to measure the airspace in a tank. And new LSA privates, sit down and listen to how us OG Old Guard talk and speak to the Enforcer and Enforcer Matt. And take one from the chat.
Dang, Walter.
I said it kind of violently.
He's like, sit down.
I don't think Walter meant it like that, but the way I said it kind of came out violent, like an order or something like that. So I don't think he meant it like that. But thank you, Walter, for the support.
Man, sit your ass down. That's what he makes it like. Still, hello to Walter E. Lakota, the OG Ellison bosun, and also. Really cool to hear that Theven means to measure the airspace in the tank. I didn't know that there were so many different naval terms out there. But Walter A. Lakota, you are our naval fun facts and Hawaii fun facts guy. And I got to thank you so much for sharing that with us. And also, telling the new ones, the new members of the LSA, how the channel works and wanting them to see how things roll around here, because we have seen some people coming in here that have absolutely been wild in tonight. They end up getting banned eventually. We've been so busy that it's not instantly tonight, it's just eventually. But still, thank you so much once again for support. Thank you for helping this channel to keep on running. Walter E. Lakota, you are an old guard among old guards, or an honorary old guard for sure. And I got to thank you so much once again for being here with us tonight, helping this channel to keep on running. Because if it wasn't for people like you, we wouldn't be able to make this thing possible. And so with that, let's get one from the live chat.
All right, and the one from the live chat is going to go to, let's see here, it's going to go to Valhall214, who says, how would the world respond if Israel launches a nuke at Iran?
That would probably be international condemnation, I'm not going to lie. Because while Israel was attacked, a nuclear response, when they're really not in jeopardy, would be considered uncouth. They could really respond any way they want, but not with a nuclear weapon. That's the reality of it, because the state of Israel is not at risk of collapse right now. That's really the only time that people would find nuclear weapons and their usage to be justifiable. But at the moment, Israel's security isn't a threat. They shot down pretty much the entire attack, taking minimal hits, and so using a nuclear weapon in response would be considered extreme overkill on a diplomatic level, and probably would be faced with severe condemnation by the world, and the West would probably stop supporting the Israelis after that and lead them to become pretty much a North Korea of the Middle Eastern world. But with that, I hope that does address that well, and thank you so much once again for asking a very interesting question. And with that, we are on to the next one.
All right, and before we move on to our next Super Chat question, it's time to address the poll that's been running for a good minute. And the question is, which foreign policy strategy should the USA adopt at this point in time? It looks like 38% said adopt the hard red line strategy, 27% said keep the de-escalatory strategy, and 26% said, we should really just use common sense. And sadly speaking, from what I know about foreign policy and political science, it's really hard just to use common sense because there's too many players involved and everybody has a different strategy and opinion about how things should be dealt with. So you kind of have to go either hard red line or de-escalatory. There's really no down the middle. You can try to get down the middle, but it really never happens that way. So for right now, if I just say on or off, de-escalatory or hard red line, right now, I'm voting for the hard red line strategy. We don't need to keep that all year round. Like every single time we deal with a conflict, it has to be a hard red line. We can use common sense to a certain degree, but clearly to me, de-escalation, aka appeasement, has been proven not to work in this type of political environment around the world, the foreign policy environment. And Russia hasn't listened to it. Iran's not listening to it. And while it's good to not cause conflict and create wars, sometimes they are necessary. And sometimes we have to make that difficult choice to go to war. And, now is the time to adopt that hard red line strategy, in my opinion. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would have to say that a red line strategy seems to be the way to go at this point. There is a time to use common sense because I believe that there should be a different approach to each situation. We should really tailor it to meet the demands of each occasion more so than just have a general cookie cutter way we respond to everything, because then it may not be a good response, maybe cumbersome or something along those lines. I would say that a red line strategy nowadays would probably be the best thing to pull off around the world, because with the Russians, a red line is clearly needed. With the Iranians, a red line is clearly needed. With the Chinese, a red line is clearly needed, and so on. And so I would have to say the red line strategy is probably the best one that needs to be implemented these days, at least in my opinion. But with that, I hope that does address that well, and we are on to the next one.
And our next super chat is going to go to Long This Yet Again. I believe they've thrown in almost like $400 of support at this time, and a huge thanks to Long This for that support. That is truly generous. They said, "Is journalism dead, or did it ever exist? Walter Cronkite was my youth, but it is now clear he wasn't neutral," he said. "And how do you stay unbiased?" And Long This, I'll say this before the enforcer answers that question. I think, personally, mainstream news is dying off. I don't want it to die off necessarily, but they're simply not keeping up with the speed of reporting that, like, for example, channels like ourselves can accomplish, because we're a little bit more flexible with the way we report the news. There may be an inaccuracy here and there. It's just the nature of the OSINT reporting that we do. But generally speaking, 95 to maybe 97% of the information we put out is always accurate. And mainstream media goes to great lengths. It takes them days to confirm and validate things, which is very cumbersome. And the mainstream simply can't keep up anymore. And to add to it, the reporters really aren't just reporting the facts. They're putting way too much of their political spin on it. That adds to the degrading of the mainstream. But Walter Cronkite days are sadly over. I wish they were still here, but they're really not. So people like us are coming in and basically filling the void. And I'm fine with that. I like filling the void. It's a very good job. It's very rewarding, and I like it. And so does the enforcer. But enforcer, what say you?
And I would have to say, I don't know why, Matthew, but like it hit me. That's why I had to do that right then. For some reason, like it hit me in my head. I was like, why the hell am I like, when I talk seriously, why in the world do I sound kind of like Nixon? And then it hit me. I was like, I'm kind of talking like, a little bit. I'm like, when the United States of America goes around the world, we have to have a hardline stance. Like I need to stop talking like that. But anyways, journalism, in reality, it actually never really existed in the way I want it to exist. Although the way a lot of people imagine it used to exist. News has actually always been biased for the most part, all the way from back in the 1890s to yellow journalism. Hell, even back to the colonial days in the United States, just talking about American history of journalism, there was always a leaning that news was trying to push. Because, like, for example, like with Common Sense by Thomas Paine, that is probably one of the best hardline leaning political stance kind of publications that you could get from the pre-colonial, well, really the colonial era of the United States, because there was even political opinions being pushed back then and kind of trying to be pushed as news. And I just think that's the problem with the news. There just should be no bias. And Walter Cronkite was very, I would have to say this, not neutral when you look at it in context, but he was very neutral compared to the modern news reporting world. He looked incredibly neutral. But the way I keep politics out of it and stay unbiased is that I just simply know that when I do this, my political opinions do not matter. My duty is entirely to all of y'all, the tens of thousands of y'all who listen, and my words can possibly be a weapon. A weapon that could end up turning people's minds, end up angering people, saddening people. And so I know that the words that I say carry a lot of meaning and a lot of weight with a lot of the people who are watching. And so I always realize that and understand the absolute gravity of every single word that I say on air and how I cover things and how I state things. And I always want to make sure to keep that in mind and make sure to keep my political opinions out of it. Because my political opinions can end up weaponizing a mob, pretty much an army. And so I always want to make sure that I keep that in mind, and I also want to make sure that I respect people's opinions, because my opinion's my opinion, and just because I'm the one running this YouTube channel doesn't mean that my opinion is more valuable than anyone else's opinion on domestic political affairs. Everyone's opinion is equally the same. That's really the philosophy of the United States, is that every man in the country is equal. Everyone in the nation, every citizen is an equal citizen to the other. So every opinion should hold equal merit. So my opinion should not be projected like it has more merit or more value just because I have this YouTube channel onto all of y'all like it's some sort of a megaphone. Then that's also not the role that I believe news should hold. News should hold a purely informative value. Of course, we add an entertainment value to it, and I'm sure that you've seen that over time. We always try and throw in a joke here and there and keep it light, so it's a little bit of an entertainment value, but it also has a very big informative value to it as well. And I always want to make sure that we prioritize that over opinionative value, or value of what people feel or what people think about something. I want to show y'all what is really happening, what the facts of something are, something that we can prove through videos or pictures or something along those lines. That's what I really want to shoot for with our news. And so I just completely removed my political opinions from the matter. And on top of that, if I really did say my political opinions, the thing is that my political opinions are very utilitarian. They don't really revolve around the modern, wildly emotional political spheres that exist in the United States. Like, just to be entirely honest, my political opinions more so pertain around infrastructure, job building, economy growing, because it doesn't really matter, like, to me, what y'all do. It just matters that y'all are successful. That's the whole role of the government in any aspect, is to make sure that the nation is prosperous and the people are successful. Anything that would further that, that's what I'm for. I'm not up for, all these philosophical arguments that are always had, that are very common in the modern political world, and that's why it's so easy for me to stay out of it, because I find them to be pointless and irrelevant. But with that, I hope that does address that well, and thank you so much once again for support along this and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
All right, and up next, huge shout out to Keymaster and also Super Bonker 9000, two channel legends who each put in a $20 donation. And thank you both very much for that support. And sadly, no comments left, but we appreciate it very much. And Enforcer, what say you?
And I gotta thank you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. You may have not thrown a comment, but we're still greatly appreciative, and I thank you so much once again. And so with that, we are on to the next one.
And the next one goes to Tracy D1233, who puts in a $20 donation and says, thank you so much for the excellent coverage.
And thank you so much for enjoying the coverage, and thank you for supporting it to help it to be possible, because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to be here right now. And so with that, we are on to the next one, but thank you once again.
And our next one goes to James Opp, and I believe this is his first ever super chat on the stream, I hope. And he puts in a $20 donation. He says, people watch you because you bring the news, not the politics. He says, tired of the narratives, and I just want those facts.
And amen. There we go. That's what I love to hear. And I got to thank you so much for the support. And I got to thank you so much for enjoying the way we cover the news, because I highly pride myself on the way we run this channel. And so thank you so much once again. I hope that does address that well. And of course, if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to run a channel like this, because we wouldn't have the support or the ability to do this as a job. And so thank you so much once again. And we are on to the next one.
And the next one goes to Tom Xman, who puts in at 20 and says, I'm not sure you're taking somebody my last donation. So here's a super chat. And also, give all the last super chat to the donation. B.
What? Wait, do you know what that means?
Let's see. He said, I'm not sure somebody take... I think he meant to say all the last donation goes to the fundraiser. I think is what he meant to say. And this one goes to us.
Oh, okay. Well, thank you so much for the support and helping the channel to keep it running. Sorry, I was hard pressed there, but still, thank you so much once again for supporting this channel and helping us to keep this thing running. Because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to make this thing possible. So thank you for throwing a little bit of support towards the channel and helping this thing to be possible. And so with that, we are on to the next one.
All right, and our next one goes to Blue Flam 777 LSA, who puts in a $20 donation. Hey! He says, what do you call professional trolls? And he says something that I sadly...
Oh, dang, you cut out.
Cannot say on the stream. Got a master something. I'm just not sure what he means, though. But Blue Flam, that's a hell of a joke. You upgraded from dad jokes to... those jokes. And Enforcer, what say you?
Well, thank you for the support. I didn't even get to hear the joke, but I do appreciate you greatly so much once again, Blue Flame, for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. But I gotta appreciate the dad jokes. You're throwing them in nightly now, and they're pretty good most nights, but tonight apparently got censored. But still, thank you so much once again. I hope that does address that well. And we are on to the next one.
And the next one goes to Ken Lane, who puts in a $20 donation. And also, I see Blue Flam. He's laughing. He almost got me. He was close, but thank you, Blue Flam. And Ken Lane put in that 20 and said, water, hydrate, and then coffee. And thanks for your work, guys.
And thank you so much for the support. And I'm going to be drinking a lot of water. I'm telling you, I really am. And I got to thank you so much once again for support and helping this channel to keep on running. And of course, thank you once again for caring for our health and well-being. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And the next one goes to Leora Avagile, who puts in a $20 donation and says, vote for the hot dog man. Grab some popcorn and watch the fireworks.
Oh, man. Well, well, hot dog boy, he's doing his own thing right now with like 600 people or something like that. But hey, he's doing what he does, which is failing. So, whatever that is. But still, thank you so much once again for the support. And we will sit back and watch the fireworks. You gotta love them when you see them. I mean, they're something. They're a sight to behold. But still, thank you so much once again. I hope that does address that well. And we are on to the next one.
And the next one goes to the Net Dragon, who's a longtime channel legend. He puts in the 20. It says, did you hear the UK may be sending lasers to Ukraine that can be used to shoot down drones, and it would be useful for Israel too?
Yes, it's actually the Israelis have their own version called the Iron Beam, which they've produced on their own. But the British system is really cool, and it's very similar to the Iron Beam, and I think that would be really cool. I would say that would be pretty cool if they could get one to the Ukrainians. I've heard the British talking about it, and from what I understand, it's a fairly economical system as well. But with that, I hope that does address that the best I can. And oh, there it is, man. Someone said, news? The news is, well, for now, it's mostly over. We'll cover it like intermittently, but we're largely in the questions segment at this point on the stream. We're just answering questions. Also, the stream's 3 hours and 42 minutes long now, so it's been so long, we are kind of wanting to try and round it out. So with that, I hope that does address that well. And with that, we are on to the next one. Thank you so much once again.
And also, by the way, if anyone is curious, we are checking, by the way, on the news and stuff while we're talking about the questions. The news has generally died down for the moment. It won't stay that way for long, trust me. It's going to heat back up once again, probably hotter than it was today, most likely tonight or tomorrow. So if you're looking for some very unfortunate, scary violence or things like that, it's probably going to happen probably tomorrow, but not right now, though. But anyways, moving on to our next one here, we have one from Paul Yeager, who puts in a $10 donation and says, you guys supply the public with much needed updates to all the chaos in the world, and you do it well. And thank you, Paul.
Thank you, Paul Yeager. And thank you for throwing in your first support ever. And thank you so much for saying that with such kindness and such sincerity, because we would love to think we do. And I hope we were able to meet everyone's mark tonight and really set a good impression for so many people who are brand new to this channel. But thank you so much once again. I hope that does address that well. And we are on to the next one.
And our next one here is going to go to Rangers Rule, who puts in a 10 and says, will China and North Korea make a move to make things worse?
I'm doubting it. But you never know. Like in the unstable, uncertain world that we live in now, you never know. That's why the Lee Spring Army is always stepping forward into futures unknown and futures untold. But still, thank you so much once again. I hope that does address that well. And we are on to the next one.
And our next one is going to go to Panama Floyd, yet another channel legend. And he throws in a $20 donation. Thank you very much, Panama, for that support. He says, for the early start fund on breaking news, and take a question from the chat, please.
And thank you so much, Panama Floyd, for the support. Two chairs. And thank you for the early start fund. We appreciate that. That's a very rare fund to support, but tonight is really the night. And we will make sure to take a question from the chat. And so what do we got, Matthew?
And the question from the chat is going to go to JGB, who says, thanks for going live with the news early, and what's the chance of this going to a World War III scale?
I think the chances are low, in my honest opinion. I think it would be around 5 to 10% chance of possibility, so incredibly low. But still, I also want to say thank you so much once again for enjoying our news and sending some kind words our way, because we're greatly appreciative. And so with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Typical Edgar, who puts in a $50 donation. He says, I just like you guys. And thank you very much, Edgar. We appreciate that very much. It's very kind words of you. And also, thank you very much for supporting our work as well. But Enforcer, what say you?
Oh, typical Edgar. What do you know? Just throwing in a 50 saying, I just like you guys. Hey, we just like y'all. And that's what makes it so fun to do this. We really love doing it for all of y'all. And so with that, thank you so much once again, Typical Edgar. You just typical Edgar. Now this channel came out right. I can't help but say that over and over because it's so funny that your name's like that. It's like Typical Edgar, throwing in some word. But still, thank you so much once again. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
All right. And also, I saw someone in the live chat that said apparently the Iron Beam was in action tonight. I was doing a look here, a quick little scan of my sources. Let's see. I'm seeing one person saying that. Somewhat of a smaller account, by the way. I'm not seeing any others say that, though. And to my understanding, I think the Iron Beam is still in development. I don't think it's actually ready to deploy yet, unless I'm mistaken, Enforcer.
I think the Iron Beam actually was rushed into service early last year, during the October 7th issues that happened then. So I think it is
Oh,
the service.
well, maybe it was in use then.
Yeah, but I haven't actually seen any proof of it in action. So I don't know if it's being used, but supposedly it has been in action since around October 7th of last year.
Interesting. So they could have used it, but there's no video evidence of it yet. But it is a possibility.
Possibility, yeah, but we don't have it confirmed through our normal picture and video evidence rule, so we can't say for certain, but it's possible it was used. But with that, I hope that does address that well, and we are on to the next one.
And our next one goes to DL Hemingway, who puts in a 10 and says, Enforcer and Enforcer Matt, should they have to, can the Israeli defense missiles spam Iran?
Yeah, yeah, I back that up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it won't like spam.
Man, I'm like that hammerhead shark in that video, Matthew, where it went yeah, or something like that. I'm like, yeah, why not? I mean, go ahead and just let them have it, give it to them. Sleep with one eye open, you know what I mean? But still, with that, thank you so much once again for the support. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
All right, and the next one is going to go to Jocelyn White, who puts in a $10 donation. Thank you very much, Josh, for that support. And she said, thank you for these breaking updates.
And thank you, Jocelyn White, for appreciating the breaking updates. And also thank you for being one of our patrons as well. We're greatly appreciative of your support and helping this channel to keep on running. And we're so happy that we were able to meet your expectations tonight. And so with that, thank you so much once again. And we are on to the next one.
All right, and our next one is going to go to Wubba, who puts in a $10 donation, and also Danger Dan as well, who also puts in a 10. And thank you, Danger Dan and Wubba, very much for helping to keep us running, and we appreciate it very much. And we also have a 10 from Eagle Eye 18, who says, great work, and thank you.
Hey, and thank you so much for enjoying the week. We are more than happy to do it, and we thank you so much for supporting it and enjoying it enough that you found it worthwhile to help us to keep it running. And so with that, we are on to the next one, and thank you so much once again.
All right, and our next one's going to go to AMX10 Speedy Bang Bang, who puts in a $10 donation and says, live chat question, please. And we shall grab one, AMX10. And thank you very much for your support. And this one goes to Plexus Gaming, who says, did you know that Israel is expecting Iran to use a nuke?
Israel is expecting Iran to use a nuke. I don't think they are. From what we know, the Iranians do not have a usable nuclear weapon, and it's most likely going to take possibly weeks for them to be able to try and develop one, or months even, to make one that's usable, to even test it all. So I would have to say, I don't think they're actually concerned of a nuclear weapon coming their way, because the attack, from what we understand, is largely over at this moment, and we're now seeing the aftermath. But beyond that, I got to thank you so much for the support and sponsoring that live chat question. And also, really quickly, because we still have some people who are coming in that are new, I want to give a quick recap for everyone in one of the shortest forms that I can. Just hours ago, about 4 hours ago at this point, actually 5 hours ago now, because the stream's been running for nearly 4 hours. Dang. Iran fired a large drone wave from their territory towards Israel, and then not long after that fired off a large missile barrage. The United States, the United Kingdom, and Jordan were all actively involved in intercepting and shooting down a large amount of air targets that were spotted over the area of Jordan. A third of those targets were shot down. The remaining 2/3 of those air targets made it into the territory of Israel, and then were further shot down by Israeli air defense there. We have now heard from the Israeli government that an official response will be had, and that they will be conducting some sort of a large attack against the Iranians, and they have told them to be ready and to prepare for what is coming. Sleep with one eye open is largely what the Israeli government told the Iranian citizenry tonight. At the exact same time, we have also heard that apparently Iranians are celebrating in the streets, along with some people inside of Lebanon as well, about the attacks that have been occurring. It's incredibly interesting to hear all this, and of course this was all just happening while we were live on air, and we were going to be able to make sure to keep you all up to date even going into the future. Tomorrow we will most likely make a video, a war summary video, covering the major events that happened, and we will most likely also be making even more information, like another live stream tomorrow, probably talking a lot about this. But with that, I hope that does address that fairly well. And with that, we are on to the next one. But thank you so much once again. And also, really quickly, everyone, I do have to say this. We are going... Matthew, how many super chats do we have left, actually?
Let me do a count real quick. Let me grab one more thing from the live chat here, and then I'll let you know. Let's see here. Hold on just a second. Let's see. We have approximately 65 to 70 left.
Really?
Yeah, for real.
Oh my god. So really
We
quickly,
might need to combine maybe just like a couple of them that say, let's go LSA, and also thank you. We might want to combine a few of them so that way we're not doing the whole thing over again. Otherwise, we might be here until my brain melts.
I think so. Everyone, I'm actually going to have to make an announcement that we rarely ever make in the history of this channel. We're actually going to have to make a super chat cutoff right here on the stream. If a super chat is put in beyond this point on air, we literally will not be able to read it off. We won't even be able to make an exception beyond this point because there are so many super chats in the queue right now. We probably will still take a whole other hour probably to address them at the fastest speed we can go. So we're going to have to kind of speed it up a little bit because we do want to make sure to get off air and get some water and rest a little bit because we have been talking endlessly, at least I have been, for 4 hours, and Matthew has been running at 100 miles an hour for 4 hours now. So we want to make sure to be able to get off at some point, so we're going to start speeding up the responses and probably combining a lot of the live chats that say similar things and thank y'all in groups. I'm so sorry to do that. Usually we address each and every one of them personally, but tonight I think there was over like 150 super chats that came in, and so we are through a lot of them, but we still have a lot to go. But with that, Matthew, take it away.
All right, and our next one is going to go to Barry Woodward, the longtime channel legend, who puts in the 12 this time and says, here's my chat before China joins the rodeo and shuts down the internet. Life's going to get spicy.
And life might get spicy. Thank you so much once again for the support and helping this channel to keep running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And also, shout out to Alan Orchard. He put in a 10 as well. And thank you very much, Alan, for that support. And also, up next, we have a $10 super chat from John Bartley, as well as Deanna Sims, and also Fred Matthewson, who each put in a $10 donation. They said, thanks for the actual news coverage. And also, Fred said, first time being here. So thank you, Fred, for also joining us here in the LSA. We're glad to have you. And shout out to John and Deanna for the longtime support as well. And we appreciate it very much. And Enforcer, what say you?
And I got to thank all of y'all once again for the support, and including you, Fred. Welcome to the Lee Spring Army, for supporting this channel and helping it to keep on running. And thank y'all for really enjoying the channel and wanting to see it to keep on rolling. So sorry we have to address it in bulk tonight, but there's been so many super chats that have come in. We physically actually cannot address all of them on like one at a time. But still, thank you so much to all of y'all once again, and welcome to Fred, brand new member of the Lee Spring Army. And with that, we are on to the next one.
All right, and our next one here is going to go to Arthur, who puts in a $10 donation and says Iran launched the weakest attack they could have done, though maybe looking for a weaker response in return and a way out of all the mess. Is that what they're doing?
I thank you so much for the support. I would actually say that this is the strongest attack that could have been conducted ever. It beats out what the Russians do to Ukraine in their largest attacks of the war so far. So I would say they're not trying to find a way out of this. They just got themselves into it. But still, thank you once again for the support. I hope that does address that well. And we are on to the next one.
All right, and our next one is going to go to, let's see here, the Net Dragon once again, who puts in the 10 and says, why is the conventional news so bad at presenting breaking information on this, yet you guys are so good? And thank you. And the conventional news doesn't have detailed maps and mostly pundits and reporters and those dreaded panels.
And I would have to agree with that completely. And so with that, thank you so much once again for the support, the Net Dragon. I hope that does address that well. And we are on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Peter Lewis, who says, my go-to news, and keep up the good work. And also, Uper Gems put in a 10 as well and said, great work, Enforcers. And he also wants to know where the IDF will hit.
The IDF will most likely hit multiple different strategic sites in Iran. Sadly, we won't be able to break that down right now. That would be a pretty big deep dive analysis to figure that out. But still, thank you to both of y'all for enjoying this news massively and helping this channel to keep on running, because both of y'all are helping to make this possible. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And we've also got one from Beef Stroganoff, a good MRE, who puts in a $10 donation. And thank you very much, Beef, for the support. He says, do you find it hard to cover news in Israel without being accused of being political? If war were to break out, I'd love to hear you cover it like Ukraine, but understand if you won't.
I thank you so much for the support. We have been accused of being political for covering Ukraine, and of course, naturally, people accuse us of being political because we cover Israel. But the thing is that we're just pro-Western, so any country that is Western aligned, we end up rooting for them, not for the other side. So that's how it works. So the channel, if people don't get that, they don't get it. But beyond that, we will cover this war like we do Ukraine. We will cover it all the way, just like that. And so with that, thank you so much once again. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
All right, and our next one goes to Jop de Groff, who puts in a $6 donation and says, "Hey guys, first super chat ever." And thank you very much, Job, for that support. He says, "I barely get the chance to join them due to time zone differences. And thanks for everything and greetings from the Netherlands."
And greetings. Greetings to the Netherlands. And thank you so much for joining one of our live streams. And thank you so much for enjoying it. We're always happy to run one. And we thank you so much for being here with us tonight and helping us to keep this thing running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
All right. And the next one goes to Cody D362, who puts in a 5 and says, "Slav Ukraine and Am Yisrael Chai." And also Heather Fitzgibbon put in a 5. And also, thank you very much to Cody and Heather for that support. And thank you for supporting our work, as always. And huge shout out to you both. And we also have one from Ed, who puts in a 5 and says, "Irish Ed here. All hell is breaking out. It's going to get worse before it gets better," he says. And the USA is a target also. And also, he put in a little piece there at the end, which sadly I can't read due to the politics rule. But, you know, sadly I can't read it. I can't even weigh in on it, sadly. But Enforcer, what say you?
And I thank you so much for the support, Irish Ed, and I thank a lot of y'all for the support. Long live the Lee Spring Army. The Lee Spring Army will never die. And thank you, each and every one of y'all, for supporting the channel and helping this thing to be possible and helping us to keep it running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
All right. And our next one here is going to go to Atlas. Who says, "Twinkle, twinkle, little star. Oh, crap, that's not a star. Hit the deck."
Well, that's what the Iranians are going to be saying soon. I don't even think the Israelis had to worry. Most of them got shot down before they even really made it deep into Israel. But still, thank you so much once again for the support. And thank you for a good joke right there. And with that, we are on to the next one.
All right. And our next one goes to Abu Shotgun, who puts in a 5 and says, "Why would Iran warn Israel of the attacks?"
I don't think they did. So I don't think they had to worry about that at all. But with that, thank you so much once again for support. I hope that does address that well. And we are on to the next one.
All right. And our next one is going to go to Matty Matt, who puts in a 5 and says, "What cheap options do fighter jets have to shoot down drones in the masses?"
Really, they don't have that many good options. They can fire AIM-9s at them. Maybe that would be the cheapest option they have, but not really that many. The AIM-9, I think, is the cheapest. Those are still several $100,000 a missile. And so with that, thank you so much once again for support. I hope that does address that well. And we are on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Steve Shoemaker, who puts in a 5 and says, "Thanks, Guy." And thank you, Steve, very much for that support as well and supporting our work. And we also have a 5 from Jose Allman, Moity Movies, Lee E, and Fred Mathewson yet again, who's our new viewer of the stream. And huge shout out to all 5 of you for supporting our work. And we appreciate all 5 of you very, very much. And our next one is going to go to Brian317, who puts in a 5 and says, "Israel has flown out heads of government before their retaliatory strike."
And I think I've heard that they got on the doomsday plane. I don't think I heard of any Israeli officials fleeing the country. But still, thank you for the support and sharing that with us. And thank you to all of y'all, once again, that we called out for helping this channel to keep on running and supporting this channel so that way it's possible. And so with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one goes to KD, who puts in a 5 and says, "I think people don't realize this was an inevitable war and the West and Israel were going to have to face, and this has to be educated and understood."
And I would have to agree. I think that's something that has to be educated and understood because this is something that we tried to avoid and ended up not being able to avoid. And so with that, thank you so much once again. I hope that does address that well. And we are on to the next one.
And also, by the way, I am doing a scan for news here real quick. Let's see. All right. So also, by the way, I had predicted earlier what was being said on the phone to Benjamin Netanyahu from leadership from the Western world. And it appears to be that I was correct. I'm seeing a report here coming out from NBC News that U.S. leadership is privately expressing concern that Netanyahu is trying to drag the U.S. into a more deeply and broader conflict in the Middle East. So de-escalation is on the minds of the leadership, it appears like. That's what's being discussed on the phone. I predicted that earlier. It was pretty easy to predict, actually. And that seems to be what the status quo is. So we'll have to see if Israel is going to sway to that advice any at all. They may or may not do it. I'm not really thinking they're going to sway to that. I think they're going to pretty much go forward with what they have planned. Unless something unfolds in the background that changes their mind. So we'll have to wait and see. But Enforcer, do you have anything else to add?
I think you covered it incredibly well. And so with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Vulture1066, who puts in a 5 and says, "I'm just joining the stream. Things are heating up. And first chat."
Hey, thank you so much for the support. Thank you for helping this channel to keep on running. And hope you enjoyed the news. And so with that, thank you so much once again. And we are on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Doug, who puts in a 5 and says, LSA, keep it going, loving the coverage, and give us a marmot, and let's get it on.
Oh man, we're gonna have to make it a turbo marmot tonight. Matthew, also, can we get
Turbo
a number check? How many super chats do we have left?
Let's see. We have approximately 40 left.
Oh my lord! How in the world do we have 40 left? I feel like we've already covered like 40. But let's see here. Let me get the marmot.
We covered about 65 to 70.
Dang. Oh my god. Anyways, hey, it's the marmot. Hello there.
Hello.
But that's all. That's all tonight. We're just giving
that
the hello.
Marmot have much to say tonight.
Get back to the super chats. All right. But anyways, I hope that does address that well. And thank you so much once again for support and wanting that moment. But with that, we are on to the next one.
And the next one goes to Salty Vet Dad, who puts in a 5 and says, while Aryan Tabatabai still spies for Iran within our DoD and has impact on the U.S. DoD policy, we will never attack Iran.
I thank you for the support, and I thank you for sharing that, but sadly, I don't really think I can get into that too much, because it sounds like it might possibly be political, although I don't know the person you're talking about. But still, thank you so much once again. Hope that does address that well, and with that, we are on to the next one.
All right, and our next one goes to Adventures in Modern Recording, who puts in a 5. And let's see here. Sadly, can't get into this one either, sadly, because we try to sway away from politics and also talking religion on the stream just to keep things civil and neutral, because that gets people heated sometimes. So thank you very much for that support, but I hope you understand that we're doing it for the good of the chat, so that way it doesn't devolve into the Middle East with the fighting and everything going on like that. So with that, we're moving on to our next one, which goes to 69 Manny, New Jersey, who puts in a 5 and says, there's nearly 20,000 people watching, and please hit the like.
And hit that like, and thank you so much for the support and shouting it out, and with that, we are on to the next one.
And the next one goes to AMX10 Speeded Bang Bang, who puts in a 5 and says, what the flip? Good morning. Live chat, please.
And thank you so much for the support. What the flip? Good morning to you, and let's get that live chat.
And the live chat question. And also, I already got rid of that Marco bot, by the way. He's gone. But the live chat question goes to Iron Sparrow, who says, does Israel have their own AWACS aircraft?
Israel does have their own AWACS. They are E7s. I believe they may have 1 or 2 of them, I believe. But still, thank you for the support. I hope that does address that well. And they also have, I think, a couple of private jets that have been converted into AWACS as well. But with that, we are on to the next one. I also saw someone say, could you address something to Ukraine war viewers who may not know what's going on? I will. We've been running a stream for 4 hours and 4 minutes now on the outbreak of war in between Israel and Iran, as Iran has attacked Israel. Sadly, for that reason, we have not been able to make a Ukraine war stream tonight, and we will not be having a normal Ukraine war stream. This is the stream, and we're actually getting hopefully close to rounding it out. But with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Jason Carpenter, who puts in a 5 and says, went to cut grass and the world went to hell in a handbasket. And yeah, I tried to have a day myself. It was actually a pretty productive day for me, but I jumped on Twitter and it was hell in a handbasket. And Jason says, profile pic is my dog Zoe, an awesome pup. And it looks like it to me too.
Yeah.
And thanks for the up-to-date coverage.
And thank you so much for the up-to-date coverage. And you know, that's how quickly things go. Goes from high tensions to hell in the handbasket right when you mow the lawn. That's how it works. But still, thank you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And the next one goes to AMX10 Speedy Bang Bang yet again, who puts in a 5 this time and says live chat question. And we shall grab a live chat question. This one goes to Blaze Gamer, who says, do you think this conflict will add or to detract from Western support to Ukraine?
I think it's going to most likely... I don't really know the effect right now. It's really hard to say. I would like to hope that it would add to Ukraine support, but in reality, it most likely will somehow detract. But I'm hoping that it will not. I'm hoping that it actually will be a spurring for Ukraine war support. And so with that, I hope that does address that well, and we are on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Urbans, Antiques, and Uniques, who puts in a 5 and says, Israel says that it will issue a very harsh response. And what do you think this response is going to be?
Most likely mass air campaigns against Iran. And with that, I thank you so much for the support, and we are on to the next one.
And the next one goes to Sumo Frog, who puts in a 5 and says, how much of the world going sideways, or excuse me, much of the world's going sideways, and came subsequent to the pressures of a global pandemic?
Well, sadly, we cannot talk about that on YouTube because YouTube does not like the plague. We call it the plague on this channel, and we can't really talk about that too much. So sadly, we're going to have to skip on that one. But still, thank you so much once again. I hope that does address that well, and we are on to the next one.
And the next one goes to Mason Wolfie, who puts in a 5. It says Operation Praying Mantis 2. And he says something there at the end. I'm not sure what that means. I'm scared to say it. but what say you, Enforcer?
And I thank you for the support. And yeah, I think it is time for Operation Praying Mantis 2.0. And with that, thank you so much once again. I hope that does address that well. And we are on to the next one.
And Vladimir Putin, last name we cannot say, puts in a 5 and says paying to play.
Hey, you don't have to pay to play. It's just a player here. What the hell are you talking about? But still, thank you for the support and helping this channel to keep running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
The next one goes to Matt Evans, who puts in a 5. It says, does Israel have nukes? And yes, they do.
Yes, they have approximately 50 of them. And I thank you so much for the support. I hope that does address that well. And we are on to the next one.
The next one goes to the Vulture 1066 once again, who puts in a 5. It says, by propulsion, I think they meant proposal, I mean take out power plants and water supply.
Oh, and I gotta say,
they got civilian infrastructure.
They got civilian infrastructure. The Iranians have anything for the civilians at all? Crazy, but still, thank you for the support. And I have to say, very interesting proposition right there, I would have to say. But with that, we can see some more people coming in. Iran did not declare war. They just fired a whole bunch of missiles in a surprise attack against Israel. But it's like, oh, okay. But anyways, with that, we are on to the next one.
All right, and the next one goes to Carrie Ann LSA, the first couple of the LSA, who puts in a $5 donation and says, always appreciate all the hard work and effort, today and every day, LSA for life.
Thank you so much, Carrie Ann LSA, for the support, and thank you for enjoying it greatly. I gotta say, today has been a long day. Stream prep was about, I think, 40 minutes. And let's see here, what else? Oh yeah, and the stream's been going for like 4 hours and 10 minutes. So it's been a long day. It's been a long day because the stream tonight was been where the hard work was at, especially having to carry a show where there was 21,000 people on live at the peak. But still, thank you so much once again, Carrie Ann. We appreciate you being here every day. The first LSA couple. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Neil Vizanant, who puts in a 5 and says, do you think Iran will stop selling drones to Russia now that this is breaking out?
Most likely they will. I believe they stopped largely anyways because the Russia started license building those versions of drones inside of Russia. But with that, thank you so much for the support. I hope that does address that well. And we are on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Mr. Bald Head, who puts in a 5. It says, great coverage, guys. And personally, I'm glad I'm no longer in the military because these are some rough times out here.
Oh, they are. They are rough times indeed. But that's what the next generation is for, the next one that will boldly step forward. And thank you so much once again for support. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Tiago, who puts in a 5 and says, do you think this is the start of World War III?
I would say most likely not. I don't think this is the start of World War III. I always like to play it on the safe side. So I would have to say probably not. But still, thank you so much once again. I hope that does address that well. And we are on to the next one.
And also, just for a quick check on how many we have left, if anyone's curious, we have about, let's see here, about 25 left. So only 25 to go. So not too bad, actually.
Like, I'm still blown away. I'm like, how the hell do we have that many?
Well, let's see. We've actually gone through, just out of curiosity here, we've gone through 95 super chats up to this point. So that's quite a few we've answered up to this point. And we have about 130 in total, or so.
Mental. We've never gotten this amount of super chats in a single stream ever. I think this is actually crazy. But with that, we are on to the next one.
And this one goes to Penguins 13 and says, it's time to let Iran have it. Israel is a true Western stronghold, and great coverage, guys.
And thank you so much for the support. Israel is a strong ally, and you know, a lot of people go, strong ally? What about the U.S. celebrity? Yeah, that was like, what, 70 years ago? 60? No, like 60 years ago. So it's a little bit dated. But beyond that, Israel is a strong ally in the area strategically, so we have to make sure to support them. And so with that, thank you for the support. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And the next one goes to Smile JJ200, who puts in a 5 and says, the Middle East is like Tiger King. No one is the good guy. And he said, very, very sad for a religious person.
And yeah, it's a fairly sad thing, you know, but whether you think someone's good or not, I always have to say we end up supporting Israel because it's a Western aligned country, and that's one of the most important things in this channel is making sure to support the Western world and its interests, its inherent interests around the globe. And so with that, Thank you so much once again for support. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
All right, and also here, just a little extra piece of breaking news while we're still covering it. We're learning here that 2 senior U.S. officials tell the New York Times the preliminary assessment is that the damage to Israel was relatively limited given the scale of the attack. So it appears that most of those reports coming out of Israel that they shot down 99% of the incoming rockets, missiles, and drones appear to be accurate. The only known casualty right now is the Negev airbase, which appeared to have been hit by about 7 missiles or so. And no human casualties up to this point, as I'm aware of at the moment. Also, by the way, the rocket barrages have been started up once again, and they're aimed at Israel, and it's coming from Lebanon this time, and they're back at it once again. This time it appears to be a proxy force, and maybe not Iran directly, so we'll have to keep an eye on that one as well. But we're jumping on to our next super chat, which goes to ST Fanboy, who puts in a 5. It says, money is pretty tight right now, so this is all I can do for now, and we appreciate any support, ST Fanboy. Thank you very much. He says, I just love the info from you guys, and please keep it up.
And thank you. We will keep it up, and any support is great. I thank you so much for it because it's really the thought that counts with support, and it's massively appreciated from you. And I got to thank you so much once again. You don't even have to support the channel if you don't want to, and you don't owe us any support. So we're very happy for it anyways. So thank you so much once again. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And this one goes to Mark Reeder, who puts in a 5 and says, ain't Iran's attack retaliation more so for domestic display rather than an actual assault? Why foretell your assault so many days ahead otherwise?
It was an actual assault. You don't launch hundreds of drones and hundreds of missiles just to make the public happy. That was a full-on act of war. So they were actually trying to cause damage to Israel. It's just that the Iranians are so stupid they've got to like play up their crap like they're a WWE wrestler. I'm about to take the Undertaker down. Oh God, for real. It's like, yeah, you know, it's like great news. Do it. You know, it's like go ahead. But with that, I hope that does address that well. Thank you once again for support, and we are on to the next one.
And our next one here goes to CK Bold, who puts in a 5 and says, take a live chat question, and we shall, CK. Thank you very much for that support. And this is the usual. It goes to Scott D, who says, what could the U.S. have done to prevent this?
The U.S., there wasn't really a lot we could do because Iran was supporting proxies in the area that attacked Israel, which was what really kicked us off. And then they ended up bombing their people. It was really out of our control. We can only kind of respond to the events of this moment. So sadly, I don't really think there was a lot we could have done. But with that, I hope that does address that well. And we are on to the next one.
The next one goes to Chris Perry, who puts in a 5, and also Eureka Goss, who puts in a 3. And thank you, Chris and Eureka, very much for that support. And we also have a 5 from Hammond Beans, who puts in that 5 and says, I'm new here and enjoying the stream. And also, it's great to have you, Hammond Beans. We hope you subscribe to the channel and come back and watch every single night, because that's when we run our streams. It's every single night, except for Monday. And we appreciate you being here and also supporting our work. And we also have a 5 from Luke Mitchell, who says YouTube is very censored these days, so you have issues calling Ukraine Russia the Northern Front and Israel Iran the Southern Front.
And thank you so much for the support. Sadly, well, luckily, we actually don't have that many issues with YouTube. They gave us a plaque. Hey, they like us. We're in their good graces now. But thank you so much for the suggestion, and thank you for the support as well, and help this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And up next, Sue B puts in a 5 and says she is pro-Israel and anti-Netanyahu, though.
And thank you for the support, and thank you for weighing in. Sadly, I cannot weigh in on whether I like yet Netanyahu or not, because that's an internal political affair inside of Israel, a domestic political matter, which sadly, in some instances, I have to avoid. I cannot let you know if I like him or not. But still, with that, thank you so much once again, and we are on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Jersey Subseek, who puts in the 5 and says, how could U.S.-Iran war affect defense possibilities of Europe and the theoretical strength of the Polish-Belarusian border?
The Polish-Belarusian border will always remain very strong because the Polish army is an incredibly large land force. As far as the standing of European countries, they will most likely be in a fairly good position because countries like the United Kingdom, France, and Germany are probably going to start ramping up their military spending here soon because they're starting to live in far more unpredictable and uncertain times. But with that, I hope that does address that well. Thank you so much once again. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And up next, we have a 2 from Uncovered Cube, Adam D, and Eric Kress. And they each said, thank you for the amazing news coverage. Keep up the good work, and LSA.
LSA! And we will keep up the good work, we will keep up the good coverage, and thank you to all of y'all for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
The next ones go to Taz Udine, as well as Dupper Bob and Sindari Grey Moon, who each put in a 2, and don't leave comments, but thank you all three, Dupper, Taz, and Sindari, very much for that support. And we also have a 2 from James296, who says, it's time to Article 5, Iran.
Sadly, we couldn't do that because the NATO charter geographically is confined to the area of Europe, and sadly does not include the area of the Middle East. But that would be a good idea. That would be a good idea if we could do it. But with that, thank you once again, and we are on to the next one.
And also, real quick, I know it's after the cutoff, but we're going to read it off anyway. This one goes to Bo Nielsen. Bo, thank you very much for that $20 support. And he said, same as last time, this is to keep the red menace at bay. And this time including the info that I mean rust off your firearms and nothing political.
And thank you for the support, Bo Nielsen. And thank you so much for helping to support this channel and helping to keep on running, because you're helping the Lee Spring Army's flag to forever unfurl. And so with that, thank you once again. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And the next one goes to Uncovered Cube once again, who puts in a 2, along with James Dunn, LSA Warden. They both said, we are LSA, and thanks for everything. And thank you two for everything as well, and keeping us running. And of course, we appreciate it very much. And our next one goes to Time Lord, who puts in a 2, and said, would Israel actually use nukes against Iran?
Most likely not. The chances of that are very slim. And so with that, thank you so much once again for support, Time Lord, and we are on to the next one.
And we have a 2 from Mamba Mentality, who says, bruh, World War III is coming, ain't it?
Bruh. No, I don't.
Bruh.
I think the chances of that are low. 5 to 10% maybe. But very, very low odds compared to no world war happening and just a lot of regional conflicts happening. But with that, thank you once again for support, Mamba Mentality, and we are on to the next one.
And we have a 2 from Lady Tracy, who says, I just found and subbed Prayer for the Citizens.
Hey, and thank you so much for the support. Thank you for just coming in and subbing, and also prayers to the citizens as well. Luckily, the prayers were answered because none of them were hurt or killed from what we heard, so very lucky for the Israelis. And so with that, thank you so much once again, and we are on to the next one.
And with that, we are fresh out of our super chat questions. Oh. So once again, huge shout out to every single person that donated tonight. And also, even if you did not donate to the channel, huge thanks for simply watching and also hitting that like and subscribe button as well, because all of that helps the channel tremendously, and we truly do appreciate it very much. And with that, we have 2 live chat questions left in the spreadsheet and 1 Morse code decoding. Tonight, the Morse code decoders were Cliff Simonson, Mark Hodges, Earl Bernew, Paul Schultz, Kevin J, Rumpelstiltskin, David Millsaps, and Toxic Bananas. And also, I'll circle right back to you, Warfighters, to get that super chat. And the Morse code tonight says, the LSA will step boldly into the future unknown. Long live the LSA, and the LSA will never die.
That is the same as last night, because that's the sound of money, because I wasn't able to change the intro card for today because I had to get the stream ready to go so quick. I didn't have time to try and make a new intro card, so the same Morse code. But still, congratulations for y'all getting that correct on the 780th day that thing has run. That's impressive, and I gotta say, thank you so much once again for that. Also, we have 1 more super chat to address, and Matthew, what was in it?
So I'm scrolling back up to find Warfighters super chat. It was so far up, I'm scrolling through about 100 of them, so let's see if I can find it here. And Enforcer, do you happen to see it on your screen? Because I'm not seeing it on mine.
Warfighter, let me see. Warfighter.
Oh boy, I see it. I see it now. I got it. So this is a $5 super chat from Warfighters. And sorry we missed it earlier. I'm really honestly shocked I didn't miss more than 1 tonight because it was hectic. But thank you for the support. He says, do you think this is just Iran saving face, like when Iran hit back at the U.S. base in Iraq after we killed General Qasem Soleimani?
I think that this is not Iran saving face, because if it was, it would have been a smaller attack. This was hundreds of missiles and drones. We're talking about an attack, it's the biggest one in history that happened today on Israel. The biggest one in terms of missiles and drones combined. It was the largest by far. Nothing else gets close. It dwarfed everything. So I would have to say that this was not a saving face attempt. This was a attempt to completely destroy Israel in a rocket and drone barrage. And so with that, I hope that does address that well. And thank you so much once again for support, Warfighters. And thank you for the 5, Bobby Caroffin, helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we have 2 live chats to answer, and then we're going to be rounding out this night stream. And so with that, we are on to the second to last question of the night.
This one goes to Gold, who says, how bad must Israel be attacked for them to eventually launch a nuclear strike?
They would have to be attacked so badly that the state of Israel is truly about to collapse or crumble into the dust. They would launch a nuclear attack then. And so with that, I hope that does address that incredibly well. And with that, we are on to the final question of the night. And so, who is the lucky last person to throw in the lucky last question of the night?
And that viewer is Tom Fletcher, who says, do you have any information about what other leaders of NATO countries are saying, like Germany, France, Poland, Canada, etc.?
We know that the Germans have made a statement of condemnation, at least the German foreign minister has, about the attacks, but we haven't really heard a lot of official statements from the French and the British yet, because once again, this attack is so fresh that there really isn't a lot of a time at the moment for them to really make a response yet. This is like the first day in the war in Ukraine, when the only person to really make a response on the war was Emmanuel Macron by calling up Zelensky and asking him, "Are you really being invaded?" And Zelensky said, "On God, man, we are." And then Macron was like, "Oh shit." He was like, that's kind of severe. So we're kind of in that phase right now. No one's really saying anything about it, but I'm sure they'll all be saying something about it by the time we run a show tomorrow. But with that, speaking of tomorrow, it's time for us to round out tonight's stream right now. I gotta say thank you to everyone who watched this stream tonight. My lord, what a feat it was. It was something, and I gotta say we were entirely honored to be here with all of y'all and covering this stream. There are 7.6 thousand people still here while we're rounding this thing out. To put this into perspective, that is 500 viewers above the peak viewership that we had last night on last night's stream. The amount of people who've been here tonight is truly unbelievable. And while YouTube only shows us a number, and tonight the numbers have been so big, it's really hard to try and not look at it as numbers, but 21,000 people were on this stream live, and 372,180 people have watched this stream since it started. I cannot say enough.
Hot diggity dog, that's a crazy amount of viewers.
That is crazy. I mean, it really is. But I got to tell y'all this. It's just numbers on our screen. It's just a control room. It doesn't let us see y'all's faces. It doesn't let us know who clicked on. But we know that every single one of y'all is a real person behind those screens. And I cannot say how honored and how humbled we are to know that so many of y'all came to this stream tonight when you could have gone to any other. It really does blow us away that so many of y'all came to this channel. Nearly, by the time we wake up tomorrow, probably 450,000 people will have watched this stream and gotten the news that Iran had pretty much declared war on Israel and conducted a massive attack on them today. I cannot tell y'all enough how honored we all were to do this, how honored we were to tell you all this news. And of course, if you're new to this channel, make sure to subscribe, because we run this news 6 days a week, every single day at the same time, usually around 10 p.m. Eastern time. So that would have been about 30 minutes ago normally on every day but Monday. We take Mondays off, but every other day you can always count on us to be here covering this news. And if anything big happens, we'll start a stream like we did today, way early than normal time, and cover the news then. But still, thank you all so much once again for watching. Good night. Good luck. Stay, and also, by the way, since tonight isn't really a Ukraine war news segment, I'm not going to play the Ukraine war outro. I'm actually going to flip up the intro card and go to the LSA anthem and play that as our outro. So with that, good night, good luck, stay safe, take care, Slava Israel, Slava the Western world, and long live the Lee Spring Army. The Lee Spring Army will never die.
And good night, folks. And like the Enforcer said, thank you all for the support of the channel, and also thank you all for another great stream. Tonight was an absolute marathon, one of the longest streams we've run in a very long time, and I think we pulled it together for the most of it. So thank you all for bearing with us tonight, and of course, Slava Ukraine, Slava Israel, and we'll see you all tomorrow. Be sure to join us tomorrow at 10 p.m. Eastern for our nightly war news stream once again, and we'll see you then. And bye-bye for now.